reincarnated as a card maker, but my cards are weird. Chapter 121-166. Even if all his mechanisms are exhausted, push Isabel into a corner. In the end, we still cannot win due to rank, card quality, and absolute suppression of cards. Maybe you only missed one move, but this move is a high wall that you can't climb over. Isabel sneered, but her eyes were full of ridicule. The Scarlet Dusk is filled with the enchantment caused by their mantra Blood Pact. The bloody light curtain that had previously pushed Binksuji to the brink of collapse, this time, enveloped Dickon and Isabel. At the top of the barrier, black crosses representing 3 questions appeared in the sky. Started waiting for the declaration of the user of mantra Blood Pact. Name Dickon, race human, gender male. Isabel definitely finished her answer, as if she was the master of this barrier. Her tone was strong and domineering. Dickon's information is countless times easier to investigate and clearer than Bing's. After Isabel finished answering, the 3 crosses suddenly tilted towards Isabel. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, true word Blood Pact, was completed without any surprise, Isabel couldn't help but raised her head and laughed wildly. As she laughed, 3 black crosses turned into streams of light and poured into her body. The scarlet light surged on the barrier, as if there was a magical force trying to build a contract between Dickon and Isabel. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and the space on the ice seemed to be illuminated red by blood. The terrifying power of the contract extends from the barrier, linking Dickon and Isabel. It seemed as if an invisible blade cut open their fingers and took out a little blood, or the blood was guided to cut their fingers from the inside out and gushed out. Following the guidance of the contract link, it turned into a seal and was engraved on it. Above the barrier, then the barrier continued to shrink, forming an invisible contract, which was imprinted on Dickon and Isabel respectively. A few more seconds passed like this, and their shadow barrier around Dickon was finally lifted. His eyes were empty, and he fell to the ground as if his body was weak. Seeing Dickon in this state, Isabel was very satisfied. She could clearly feel the contract between herself and Dickon. There was no movement on Dickon's side, as if a soulless doll was waiting for her instructions. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 127. Ice and Snow Princess finally breaks through the defense. Isabel walked quickly to Dickon's side and looked at him condescendingly. She originally wanted to lift Dickon's chin with her toes, or step on his head and twist it hard, but she held back for the time being. She is surprisingly calm now. Go and defeat Binksuji with your 60 times heartache attack. I will punish you later, my slave. If Dickon hadn't been too weak, Isabel would have wanted to torture Dickon severely right now. But I wonder if it's because Dickon became his property. Isabel was actually a little reluctant to destroy Dickon's beautiful body. Good. Dickon's voice seemed to have lost all emotion. He stood up stiffly and walked towards Binksuji step by step. No. Seeing Dickon walking towards her like a zombie, Binksuji's expression became extremely desperate again. Her lips trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but the pain and panic kept her from saying anything. Unknowingly, tears of guilt slid down her cheeks and fell to the ground. Dickon didn't seem to see anything, and he didn't recognize Binksuji and Croix at all. He approached them with a cold expression, like a killer without emotions. Young man, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. There were crystal tears hanging from the corners of Binksuji's eyes, and her eyes were filled with despair. Her face was as pale as paper, and her words seemed to be a confession and a useless plea to the gods. But the next second, Binksuji's eyes seemed to have a hint of excitement, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Whether it was an illusion or not, she noticed that Dickon's lips seemed to be trembling slightly. Only Binksuji, who was facing Dickon, could tell that Dickon seemed to have tried his best to barely grasp the last bit of control of his body and use lip language to convey what he wanted to say. Binksuji observed Dickon's lips carefully, but found that what he wanted to say was actually, "Please, kill me." No. I can't do it. Binksuji's emotions finally melted like ice and snow, and she burst into tears. Even if she really could do it, suppressing their demon king of destruction, it was difficult for her to have the energy to attack Dickon. If one day, she must kill Dickon and free him from slavery, then she would definitely choose to commit suicide after killing Dickon with her own hands. She couldn't live with that guilt anymore. But as long as she is alive, I won't let the culprit go. Binksuji seemed to turn her grief into anger in an instant. She gritted her teeth and wiped away her tears, shouting to Isabel, "Isabel! No matter where you hide in the world from now on, I will never let you go. Until I free this boy from your shackles." "Oh, let's talk about it if you can survive today," Isabel responded with a sneer. Without her equipment and magic cards, she may not be able to quickly break through the defensive magic of Croix, who has all the cards. But she knew Dickon's secret of pain, a 60 times heartache attack, is irresistible and cannot be defended. This trick can directly lock Binksuji remotely and defeat her. Isabel was not worried that Croix would give the pain shield, seized from her, to Ice and Snow Princess. Although the binding and unbinding of magic cards is very fast, it can only be completed when out of combat. And Binksuji is unable to bind magic cards at all in this high-load battle state. Isabel wants to use the newly harvested slaves to liberate the Demon King of Destruction, kill Ice Princess and Croix, and get her cards back. I saw that Dickon strictly followed Isabel's instructions. He covered his chest and hypnotized himself like he did when he first showed the 60 times heartache attack in Demon Academy. Binksuji, I hate her so much. Binksuji, why don't you listen to my advice? Binksuji, repay your kindness with your own vengeance. You brought me to this point. How can you atone for your sins? Binksuji's eyes turned red again when she heard these words from Dickon, but she tried hard to hold back the tears. She knew that Dickon had lost his will, and these words were just the hypnotic steps needed to perform the so-called heartache attack. But every word, caused a mental critical blow to Binksuji because she felt guilty, extremely guilty. In her opinion, it was precisely because of her fault that the high-spirited young man who saved her at the most critical moment fell into such a miserable situation. But she couldn't let this shake her mind. She must be extremely determined to maintain her mental state. Even if she gritted her teeth and endured 60 times the heartache attack from Dickon, she would never faint from the pain. She must hold on to this chain staff to protect the people of Tristan City. However, Binksuji thought that no matter what Dickon said, she would maintain her firm will. Binksuji, you, hurry up. Kill me. Dickon stood in front of Binksuji, with his figure carrying the cold wind on his back like a lone hero. He seemed to have regained some willpower in the extreme pain and struggle, and tried his best to say this sentence. Binksuji's face turned pale, and she felt a buzzing in her brain. She saw that even though Dickon was enslaved, his noble soul was still shining with dazzling light. At this moment, her eyes were completely stained with red, tears blurred her vision, and a sense of suffocation seemed to pull her into the boundless sea. Her body was stiff and she couldn't move. She felt like something in her chest was so painful that it was about to fall apart. That's not Dickon's 60x heartache attack, but it was more heartbreaking than the 60 times heartbreaking attack she expected. Crack! Without warning, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye again and fell to the ground. Then the tears were like broken beads that could no longer be stopped. I can't do it. I can't do it. She finally broke down and cried, becoming no longer like a calm strong man, but like a fragile little girl. Ha 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 ha. You deserve it. Seeing this scene, Isabel couldn't help laughing. This was undoubtedly the most beautiful conversation she had heard today. Neither was Dickon's ineffective struggle. It was still Binksuji's cry. It all made her feel like listening to celestial music. However, her laughter was soon overshadowed by another, more wanton laughter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 122. Dickon finally couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach. Binksuji's cry and Isabel's laughter stopped abruptly. Dickon was the only one left laughing. He trotted up to Croix at a brisk pace and gave Croix a high five, and then he ran happily around Croix and Ice Princess with open arms. It's like celebrating the success of a prank show. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 128. Dickon, just be a human being, updated on 4/30 closing parenthesis. Binksuji's tear-stained face was completely stunned. She opened her pearly silver eyes wide, filled with shock and disbelief, and her red lips were slightly opened. Before she could recover from her sadness, her mood was completely destroyed by a sense of joy mixed with a strong and strange flavor. What happened? Binksuji wanted to think, but his brain seemed to be messed up by this sudden scene of ghosts and animals, and he lost the ability to function. For a moment, she didn't know whether to continue crying, laugh, or get angry. Even with more than 200 years of life experience, she couldn't handle this situation either. Bing-Suji's brain is probably frozen. Croix, how was my acting performance just now? Dickon couldn't help but admire Bing-Suji's expression as if the network connection was interrupted, and asked Croix. Croix was silent for a little while. It's becoming less and less like a person, he commented sharply. No. Impossible. At this time, the other victim, Isabel, was relatively sober. Her frozen expression was gradually taken over by panic. There is no way that Dickon can escape from her control. Isabel didn't understand what method Dickon had used. Even their truth word blood contract could be lifted. However, Isabel discovered that Dickon seemed to notice her at this time. There was a satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just finished a meal. Then, while admiring Isabel's expression, Dickon walked towards her without any precautions. Isabel's expression gradually turned panic-stricken, and her heart was even beating wildly and uncontrollably. A terrible situation suddenly occurred to her. All three crosses were pointing at her. Is it possible that what it represents is not all right, but all wrong? Isabel seemed unwilling to believe this fact, and shouted to Dickon as if she was deceiving herself. Dickon, I order you not to come near. But Dickon didn't stop at all. Look at what you're wearing. My little pioneer in the fight against pornography and organized crime has been putting up with you for a long time. Dickon shouted righteously. Hold your head with both hands. Squat down and don't move. As soon as he finished speaking, Isabel uncontrollably followed his instructions and hugged the back of her head, squatting on the ground without any shame. Considering her current crisp look, just a pair of handcuffs really made me feel like I was being arrested on the spot. Why? Isabel murmured absently. She didn't realize that the slave was herself. It wasn't until Dickon actually gave her the order that she felt an invisible force restraining her soul. Even if Dickon asked her to lie on the ground and learn how to bark, she couldn't resist. Didn't you realize that I seem to be deliberately trying to get you to activate the truth word blood pact against me? Dickon still walked towards Isabel calmly. There was a vague smile on his face, and it seemed that even their shadow barrier, used by Isabel at the end, did not exceed expectations. He looked directly at Isabel, and the deepest black seemed to be hidden in the center of those golden pupils, like a black hole that could swallow everything, making Isabel tremble. Isabel suddenly realized a problem. Dickon's eyes. Was this the case before? Wrong. Dickon's eyes should be blue. The guy in front of me is not Dickon. Isabel hurriedly searched her soul, trying to find the contract imprinted on it. Regardless of whether they are slaves or masters, they can at least see each other's real name on this contract. She quickly found this extremely obvious contract and began to explore the information in it, except for the magical writing from another world that she couldn't identify. Dickon Talamati. Such a name is clearly imprinted on the contract. Talamati. Isabel muttered absently. She doesn't understand. Dickon was born into this world without a last name. He also did not receive a surname from any noble. According to the rules of the world, Dickon's real name should be Dickon anyway. He shouldn't have a last name unless Talamati is not Dickon's surname, but another name. So, the real meaning of Dickon Talamati is, he is both Dickon and Talamati. But who is Talamati? It sounds like a female name, but there is no information about this name in the intelligence of the Resurrection Church. Even if their intelligence network is not as good as that of the Kingdom Federation, no one should be able to hide without a trace under their noses. You. Who are you? Our information cannot be wrong. Isabel came out of her thoughts and shouted in panic. Even though she was trying her best to control her emotions, she couldn't stop her body from shaking. The more she knew, the more Isabel felt the fear of the unknown. Dickon didn't seem to care about the panic on Isabel's face, and just said with a plain smile, "There is no doubt that I am Dickon. Age 15 years old, studying at Heavenlit Academy. I study hard, abide by disciplines and laws, and I have never even violated school rules. I live an ordinary life every day, and occasionally go to Film World to relax with my friends. My hobby is studying magic cards. The cards I produce are of absolutely high quality, and I never make any illicit money. I also like spending time with friends and club activities in my free time in the afternoon. I talk about some relaxing and pleasant topics every day. No matter how you investigate this information, you will not be wrong. because this is the fact. Dickon's voice was as gentle as the breeze blowing across the earth. Certainly. At this point, his voice suddenly became like the overlapping voices of a man and a woman, full of strange magic. From now on, I am also the master you will serve for your whole life. I hope we can get along well. In Isabel's eyes, Dickon's figure began to appear phantom from time to time. At this moment, it was a demon with the sacred aura of the Supreme One and full of mysterious oppression. Isabel gritted her teeth and trembled all over. Uncontrollable tears fell from the corners of her eyes. It was not because of humiliation, but because she truly felt a fear from her soul sweeping through her limbs. The coldness that spread from the depths of her body to her skin made her forget the chilly feeling on her body for a moment. She still didn't know what she had gotten herself into, but she only knew one thing: this guy is not something that should exist on the ground. Author's note: thank you dads for your monthly votes. Thank you meow. This time the reward will never end early. It will be open in 31 days. Volume 3. Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Ceremony. 129. Ice and Snow Princess makes a lifelong mistake when she sees Dickon. Binksuji's emotions are too complicated now. Several conflicting emotions were mixed together roughly, causing her to have no idea how she should feel now. Although she is still relying on instinct to maintain the suppression of the Demon King of Destruction. But her brain is completely shut down now. Dickon left Isabel alone for the time being and asked her to accept the reality. Bad women will have time to educate themselves and correct their behavior later. Now Dickon wants to settle things with Binksuji first. Chapter 123. After all, he was very angry this morning. He also worked overtime because of Binksuji. Dickon hates working overtime the most, let alone working overtime when he is traveling or on holidays. Dickon walked to the opposite side of Binksuji, stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Miss Artemis, are you thinking about me? Binksuji's eyes gradually focused on Dickon, and she became a little sad. Why did you lie to me like this? Binksuji's voice was choked with sobs. Dickon sneered, turned to the right and said to the air, Miss Binksuji, I have. The words stopped abruptly here. Then, Dickon immediately took a step to the right, looked to the left, and said coldly with a straight face, get out. He also deliberately imitated Binksuji's tone. Then he stood back to the left and said with a worried expression, the Church of Resurrection is trying to arrest you. Get out. Aloof, Dickon played two roles in front of Ice Princess and performed to her what happened in Tristan Magic Academy this morning. Woo! Binksuji's eyes began to turn red again. She has found out. Dickon's previous pretending to be enslaved to trick her into tears, and his current ruthless ridicule, were all in retaliation for her stupid behavior this morning. Although Dickon's behavior was very bad, she couldn't hate Dickon at all. She had never seen a good person so bad. She couldn't figure out her emotions for a while. But no matter what, after seeing that Dickon was safe and sound, the only strongest feeling in her heart was that of happiness. So let's just say, whether it's compensation or repayment, how can you be responsible for your actions? Dickon didn't bother to tease her anymore and went straight to the point. I owe you a huge favor, and to repay it, I can do whatever you want me to do. Binksuji sniffed and said with firm eyes and calmly, anything is okay? Don't you regret it? I always keep my promises. Binksuji's answer surprised Dickon. This level of commitment coming from the mouth of an 8th level special card maker is of extraordinary significance. It can drive countless powerful people crazy. Its value cannot be measured in numbers. So before that, I want to ask you a question. Why were you so rude to me then? Dickon doesn't like to cheat good people, nor does he like to cheat honest people. He will decide how to make Binksuji fulfill her promise based on Binksuji's answer. I'm afraid of life. Binksuji hesitated and said this sentence. Originally, she would never have spoken out such an embarrassing fact. But it seemed that he had just experienced a life and death battle with Dickon and Croix. I've become more familiar with each other, so now I don't feel much resistance towards them anymore. Well, Dickon was a little stunned. Then he held his head and leaned back in disappointment. The expression seems to be telling, why is this? He collected his thoughts for a while, then looked at Croix. Croix, do you have the contract you mentioned earlier with you? Croix nodded, took out a document and a pen from the inner pocket of his coat, and handed them to Dickon. Dickon turned the document to one page, presented it to Binksuji. and then handed the pen to her hand. "Sign it and we'll be clear." "Good." Bingsoo reluctantly removed her right hand from the chain staff, grabbed the pen, and signed her name on the document without any hesitation. "Are you going to sign it without seeing what kind of contract it is?" Dickon seemed a little surprised by Bingsoo's decisiveness. Bingsoo shook her head. "You saved my life. No matter how long it takes for me to make the card for you, I am willing to do it." Dickon: "No, it seems you haven't." Bingsoo: "I always keep my word. Even if you treat me like a tool, I have no regrets since I signed the contract." She knew without looking that this was nothing more than a card-making agreement. Since she wanted to repay her kindness, she would not object to the time limit or the amount of labor. Dickon: "That's okay." Dickon nodded. "In addition, we are a legal and conscientious company, and we don't even set high liquidated damages. With your financial resources, I'm afraid it's just an easy thing to pay for liquidated damages. After all, for a big shot like you, are you willing to abide by the contract? It's your choice. We can't tie you down with a piece of paper." Bingsoo: "Please rest assured, I will never break my promise until the end of the period." Hearing Bingsoo's answer, Dickon nodded with great satisfaction and showed a bright smile to Bingsoo. "Miss Artemis, I am very happy that you can join our idol agency. I will be your manager from now on. Congratulations on your official debut." Bingsoo: "What is an idol? What's going on with this contract?" Bingsoo has realized that something is wrong. "You have to sing and dance, complete the company's planning and arrangements, and bring smiles to thousands of fans." Dickon replied with a smile. "No. It's impossible, I can't do it," Bingsoo screamed. Although she heard extremely ridiculous things from Dickon. "Do you want an 8th level special card maker to sing and dance?" And if she were asked to sing and dance in front of countless people, she would faint on the spot. "So you want to break the contract?" Dickon's expression couldn't hide his disappointment. He looked away from Bingsoo and sighed deeply. "No. I won't break my promise. But please, can you let me do other things besides singing and dancing? I can help you make cards, I can give you gold coins, yes, even I can cook for you." Bingsoo begged with a tearful tone. "I wanted you to contribute to love, peace and art, but you just want to use money to solve problems. Alas, it's a bit chilling." Dickon still looked disappointed with Bingsoo. It seems that the disappointment in her has risen to the level of the pattern. Bingsoo looked at Dickon's contemptuous expression and recalled her previous vowed promise. She felt dizzy and her vision gradually blurred again. Oh wow. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 130. Dickon wants to teach Bishop Destruction a lesson. Bingsoo cried loudly while holding her staff in the cold wind. But Dickon felt that he should have done a good thing. This will definitely help Bingsoo cure her social anxiety. Another small detail to do good deeds and accumulate virtue every day. Now that Bingsoo is clear, it's time to test his trophies. Dickon walked back to Isabel as if taking a walk. Previously, Dickon felt that it would be bad to have Isabel dressed like this and squatting with her head in her arms. So I asked her to kneel down. I saw that she was kneeling on the ground now, holding her head in her hands and burying her head deeply. This way no one else can see her face. "How's it going? Have you felt better?" Dickon is like a gentle boy who saw his heartbroken sister on the roadside and went to care about her. Isabel raised her head tremblingly. Her teeth clenched, but tears could not help but flow from her eyes. Her hatred and fear of Dickon reached its peak. Due to the influence of the contract, Isabel was unable to have the will to attack Dickon, and she must strictly implement any orders given by Dickon. But she can still think for herself and act as she wishes without disobeying orders. So she felt that she still had a chance to use the hands of the Resurrection Church to deal with Dickon and regain her freedom. "What the hell are you?" It's just that Isabel can't figure out this problem. And no matter how harmless he seemed now, she no longer thought of him as a human being. "A good young man full of love. You have been influenced by my noble character and are sincerely convinced by me. Is there any problem?" Dickon smiled calmly. These nonsense words obviously angered Isabel. "Even if you can control my body and mind, you can't control my will. Even if I die, I won't be willing to be your lackey," Isabel shouted through gritted teeth. "Ho ho, it's great that you can be so unruly. If you pretend to be submissive, it would make me a little scared." Dickon smiled and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I don't quite understand what running dog means. Could you please explain it to me?" As Dickon's words ended, Isabel couldn't help but put her hands on the ground, and then kicked up her legs. Chapter 124. "Oh, so this is a dog. Aren't you good at pretending? Go to hell. Even if you torture me and kill me, you can't insult me." Just when Isabel wanted to resist, she found that her mind and body were running uncontrollably on all fours, and she would make clear barking sounds from time to time. After running around for a while, she returned to the same spot and knelt down on the ground, like a puppy waiting for its master to give orders. When she fully realized what she had just done, her face turned red and hot tears filled with shame and anger began to flow down again. "Ugh, kill me." Isabel couldn't control her crying. Under the power of this contract, her resistance seemed particularly ridiculous. What are you talking about? If you can die in my hands so easily, then don't the devils have to be afraid of me?" Dickon seemed to have heard something ridiculous and smiled and shook his head. Then he stared at Isabel and smiled without saying a word. Although Dickon's pupils were as bright as sapphires at this moment, his eyes still made Isabel shudder. There was a smile on his lips, but there was no smile in his eyes. Isabel once again recalled the golden pupils and the demon's phantom. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble, and her tears couldn't stop. "I have decided that since you like to talk about the word lackey so much, you will be my lackey from now on." After Dickon finished speaking, Isabel couldn't control her body anymore and lay on the ground and started trotting. This time, she no longer felt the same sense of shame as before, maybe because some parts of her heart were numb. But she felt even more humiliated by her own numbness. "Oops, maybe there are too few people around and you don't feel anything. If I hang a sign around your neck later, just write Isabel and then go for a walk around Tristan City. Well, you will definitely be attracted by it. Do you think you are a pervert? When the time comes, I will let you return to the Church of Resurrection and show your wonderful performance to the bishops. If they see you doing such a shameful thing, I am afraid they will use the power of the church to hunt you down," Dickon said somewhat jokingly. "No. Don't. I'm willing to work for you." She was clearly frightened by Dickon's suggestion. Not sincere enough. Dickon shook his index finger and lifted the order to Isabel. He said nothing, as if waiting for Isabel to figure out a way of swearing allegiance that would satisfy him. After a while, Isabel bit her lip tightly, as if she had experienced a mental struggle, and finally her body trembled slightly and she started to take action. She slowly lay on the ground with hesitation, shed tears of humiliation, and got up on her own initiative. However, Dickon just put his hands to his ears, closed his eyes and turned his head sideways, as if he was listening carefully. "Woof!" Dickon finally showed a satisfied expression. "Very good. I really prefer to convince people with virtue like this. In fact, who would want to use punishment if you can't? It's great to be able to reason." We still have a lot of time for specific tutorials. This is just the first lesson of the semester. Let's complete your first mission first. After saying that, Dickon smiled and handed a magic card to Isabel. It was their ultra-long-distance communication magic that Dickon got back from Croix. "Dickon, later, follow my instructions and contact Bishop Heavens of Destruction." "Isabel, what do you want to do?" "Dickon, it's noon and it's time to send Evans on his way." Isabel suspected that she had heard wrong and shouted in panic, "Don't do anything stupid. You can't imagine how powerful Bishop Destruction is. I don't want to be buried with you." Woof. Dickon didn't explain much to Isabel. He just turned around and looked at the Demon King of Destruction, who was being suppressed in the distance. Demon King of Destruction still roared angrily from time to time, but different from before. I don't know when a terrifying mask appeared on its body. It's obviously Dickon's Curse Soul Mask. Mask of the Cursed Soul prevents enemy summons from being unsummoned, and the mana consumption is doubled. This is about Dickon's other system besides the painful feedback flow. Mana Evaporation Flow. Bishop of Destruction, how dare you put such an 8th level monster in front of me? Dickon sneered twice. It depends on whether I kill you or not. Author's note. Recommend this book from a friend. In Naruto, start as Zonglai. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 131. A chapter of Dickon's disconnection, 2-in-1. 100 kilometers away from Tristan City. It was clearly noon, but the sky seemed to be surrounded by reddish-brown haze, as if a volcano was about to erupt. The original town here has been turned into ruins, filled with gunpowder smoke and remnants of war. The collapsed houses are full of charred limbs and broken arms. The blood has dried or evaporated, and the air exudes a strong smell of blood. The entire town has now become a complete hell, filled with a suffocating sense of depression. Over a group of shattered buildings on the edge of the town, a red-haired priest stood quietly on a dark flying dragon. He looked down at the silver-armored female knight who was fighting a huge monster on the ground with a faint smile on her face. The face of the female knight had long been stained with blood and ash, and the holy armor that originally exuded a dense glow was now much darker. Compared with the embarrassed female knight, Bishop Evans of Destruction not only did not shed a drop of sweat, but there was not even a trace of rupture in the corners of her clothes. His calm and composed state was completely incompatible with this hot purgatory, as if he was enjoying afternoon tea. There are only a few larger mansions still standing in the entire town. Danry, the people inside had been slaughtered. There were only mountains of corpses, their faces filled with despair and fear. The entire town felt like a dark tide of beasts, with densely packed dark alien figures moving through every corner at a fast speed. They were still chasing the surviving civilians, and many of them rushed in the direction of the female knight, launching suicide attacks on the female knight. It seems that the number of these dark alien beasts is becoming more and more. They are undoubtedly the means of destroying the bishop. Proliferation of destruction beasts. Category: Summoning card. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 8. Effect: every time a unit is killed, its corpse will be transformed into a derived beast of destruction that lasts for 1 hour. The derived death beast has combat power ranging from 2 to 6 levels, and after the derived death beast kills a unit, it can also trigger the effect of multiplying the death beast. All tokens disappear when unsummoned. Note: endless. The power to destroy a country. Originally, it was impossible for any summoner to summon and control so many monsters. But Evans can. Tokens do not consume the summoner's mana. The combat power of the Proliferation Destruction Beast is far weaker than that of ordinary 8th level summons, not even the 7th level. However, if it starts to proliferate in a town, it won't take long before the entire city will be completely destroyed. Among the 10 bishops of the Church of Resurrection, Evans is not the strongest in single combat, but he is one of the most infamous. The reason why people change their minds after hearing this is because back then, Evans used Demon King of Destruction and Proliferation of Destruction Beast as the main force to annihilate a small principality overnight. Both the nobles and the common people seem to have disappeared from the world, and the entire principality was reduced to ruins. Since then he has become the feared Bishop of Destruction. Now, Evans still had a gentle smile on his face, as if he couldn't hear the faint wailing in the town at all. Although the massacre of civilians in this battle has no practical significance for destroyed Bishop Evans, it will even help his opponent clear enough space to display his fists. But Evans seems to be having fun in his own unique way. He kept ordering the Doom Beast to capture some civilians with mutilated bodies, bleeding and wailing in pain from time to time. Then he ordered the Destruction Beast to grab the civilians and rush towards the female knight in a suicidal manner. He even made the Annihilation Beast hold the child close to the female knight in a very naughty way, restraining the female knight. The aftermath of the 8th level battle is beyond the control of both parties. He admired the expression on the female knight's face that was about to collapse every time she accidentally killed a civilian with her attack. It's like tasting your own afternoon tea. Oops, Miss Knight, this is the 23rd civilian who has accidentally died in your hands. Evans chuckled, counted his fingers, and shouted to the ground. It seems that counting in the sky is his greatest pleasure at this time. Evans. The female knight's face was full of endless sorrow, as if her eyes were about to shed tears and she was fighting bloody battles on the ground. The roar in her mouth was like a wail, like a wounded beast, extremely miserable. Although Evans easily played with the female knight, it was difficult for him to kill the female knight for a while. The biggest characteristic of female knights is their terrifying vitality. At the 8th level, even if her arm is broken, she can recover quickly. Not to mention that heavy armor. In the absence of the main summon, Demon King of Destruction, it was still a bit difficult for him to kill the female knight by force. Of course, Evans doesn't need to go all out, because he just needs to hold the opponent back. Moreover, His real powerful enemy has not yet arrived. Other 8th level warriors from the Northern Kingdom will arrive later, and Evans will have to hold them back too. He needed to conserve as much mana as possible. But he felt a little strange from the beginning. The mana seemed to be draining a little more than he expected. Chapter 125. Maybe it's because the battle on Binksuji's side is more intense. After all, the status of the summoned object will affect the consumption of mana. The appearance of the summoned object and the use of skills by the summoned object will consume higher mana at a time, and the mana consumption of the summoned object in the fierce battle state will be higher than that in the standby state. Evans took out super long-range communication magic, and tapped the card surface, but there was no movement. Isabel has been out of contact for a while. It must be a critical moment over there. Then he should be able to call it a day soon. Even if you escape from Norton, I will hunt you down until the very end. The female knight was like a cougar crying for blood. Her face covered with bloodstains was extremely ferocious, and she looked indescribably miserable and terrifying. Ha ha, you are not enough. Evans admired the expression of the female knight and felt particularly satisfied. This feeling of someone being driven crazy and wanting to kill themselves but being unable to touch them. It's so wonderful. Suddenly, at this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Under the dim sky, a huge lightning suddenly flashed across. The deafening thunder seemed to frighten all the summons and derivatives on the spot and tremble for a moment. Then, in an instant, there was a clear and shining white light over the town. It was as if there was a horizontal white lightning strike from the sky that directly submerged the direction of Bishop Evans of Destruction. With a bang, the black dragon that Evans was riding howled and was destroyed by lightning. The light faded. I saw Evans floating in midair, frowning slightly and raising his hands, blocking the attack with the long sleeves of his priestly robe. He looked unharmed, but a ring on his finger had faded. Apparently he had just used a treasure to resist the attack of this 8th level magic. What if you add me? Before Evans could lock his eyes on the incoming target, he heard a cold and majestic voice coming from all directions at the same time. This voice seemed to come from far away, and it seemed to be ringing in my ears. It was the voice of an extremely indifferent man. Oh, have we finally arrived? The great sage from Karan. This sudden change did not surprise Evans much. Instead, it feels like the host has been waiting for his guests for a long time. The previous female knights seemed to be just appetizers for Evans. And this newly arrived great sage of the Northern Kingdom is an opponent worthy of Evans taking a serious look. The female knight reacted immediately. She threw the long sword in her hand, and it instantly pierced the location of Evans' head like a sharp arrow through the air. However, from another perspective, Evans seemed to have already reacted. He had already turned his head slightly, and the sword only left a slight scratch on the side of his face. Oh my, if your sword had less blood of innocent civilians on it, maybe your aim would be better. Evans raised his hand to gently wipe away the blood on his face, with a contemptuous smile on his face. The female knight stood on the ground panting, her eyes already red. However, Evans did not pay much attention to her, but still pestered her with the summoned beast. Summoning the flying dragon again, he stepped on the flying dragon and sped away without looking back. Then several thunders sounded over the town, and the thunder on the ground seemed like a sea of thunder rushing on the ground, mixed with the faint sounds of monsters groaning in pain. In less than a few seconds, the tokens Evans left on the ground were almost dead or injured. Only a few of the strongest summons are left alive. As if lightning had taken the form of a human being, a middle-aged man holding a staff appeared next to the female knight with a majestic expression. You go deal with Evans, and leave the destruction beast and other summons to me. The man Evans called the Great Sage said. He must stop the beast of destruction from spreading like a virus to nearby cities in time. Otherwise it will turn into an uncontrollable disaster. Only with a large amount of area magic can he quickly clear out these beasts of destruction. The female knight nodded, and without saying anything else, she jumped into the sky and chased Evans. Oh my mage is really a headache. Evans smiled helplessly and cursed. Just like he complained. Without considering the cards used against the enemy's profession, battle mages of the same level are better at dealing with summoners because they can clear the field quickly. The summoner is easier to beat the knight, and the knight who is surrounded by summons looks very clumsy. Knights are better at beating mages. If their resistance and physical fitness are maxed out, they can just be reckless without thinking. Still, There was no trace of nervousness on Evan's face. These beasts of destruction that have spread for a long time are enough to hold back the great sage for a long time, and this female knight. Rough warriors are nothing to be afraid of. In Evan's opinion, strength is just the most useless attribute. Looking back, Evans saw a silver shadow rushing over from the ruins. The figure of the female knight came very fast. She used her martial arts skills, and a faint light immediately appeared on the sword. She held the sword with both hands and instantly closed the distance between her and Evans. The sword edge was swung away, and a ray of light appeared. The curtain immediately stretched high in the sky. Evans had no intention of stopping at all. He opened the magic book, a dark aura burst out from his body, and he hit the female knight's sword screen. In an instant, the female knight felt a strong and cold aura coming from her sword. This cold air made her shiver instantly, and she felt that every finger became extremely stiff, and she could hardly hold the hilt of the sword in her hand. Then a powerful force hit the sword. The female knight couldn't resist it and groaned. She felt like she was being shocked by electricity, and her whole body was suddenly paralyzed. When the sword fell to the ground, and the female knight flew backwards and fell hard to the ground. The bottom clothes on her body also seemed to be corroded, and her lips were pursed tightly. It was obvious that she was seriously injured. But the wounds on his body seemed to be affected by the power of blessing, and they were healing visibly. He, do you think you can win against me, the summoner's true form? Evan sneered, and there seemed to be shadows floating in his eyes. Even if he gave up Demon King of Destruction, and used all other summons to hold back the great sage, he was still not afraid of this female knight. After all, no bishop of the Church of Resurrection can be defeated one-on-one by an ordinary 8th level powerhouse. The reason why Evans is so powerful is that in addition to his powerful magic cards, he also has monster-like physical attributes. Not only is his mental attribute growth at SS, but his magic power and physical strength are also S. So besides being a summoner, he himself is not weaker than an 8th level magic tank. Even as a priest, his mental and physical strength can bring extremely high healing and status bonuses. Arsel, the female knight struggled to stand up on the ground, her hands trembling a little. It was only now that she truly felt the despairing power of Evans. Evans' cat-and-mouse attitude towards her was not an act, but it is capital to be proud of. Even an 8th level expert can feel that Evans is a humanoid natural disaster. If she wants to defeat Evans, she still needs to get an 8th level powerhouse to come to her aid. The nearest 8th level must be Ice and Snow Princess. However, the female knight also knew in her heart that the direction in which Demon King of Destruction flew was exactly Tristan City. Bingsooja must be in a tough fight now. I'm afraid Bingsooja is still waiting for their support. If it were not for preventing their proliferation of destruction beasts from causing tragic disasters, the great sage would definitely rush to Tristan City as soon as possible. Are you thinking that maybe there will be other reinforcements later? Evans seemed to see the female knight's thoughts and asked playfully. The female knight gritted her teeth, raised her sword, and warned Evans. No need to dream, Tristan City will be slaughtered soon, and when Ice and Snow Queen comes. Evans paused, his eyes gradually becoming more evil. You will become my companion, ha 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 ha. His laughter was so wild that it seemed as if the entire Norton Kingdom was his playground. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 132. On this day, Bishop Destruction came to the underworld. Updated on 5/30 closing parenthesis. Impossible. The female knight stared at Evans fiercely, wanting to eat him alive. Oh, use your brain and think about why I am here, and you will know whether what I am talking about is possible. Let me remind you, what if there is a card that can enslave an 8th level object? Upon hearing Evans' question, the female knight's face gradually turned pale. With the inference, she became more and more uneasy, and even felt a sense of suffocation. And if what Evans said is true, then they were completely caught up in the Resurrection Church's plan from the beginning. Whether it was intelligence or combat power, they had already lost before the battle. The Norton Kingdom will also be severely damaged in the future. She actually felt for a moment that she couldn't win at all and that there was no hope, because she couldn't imagine the possibility of winning. Even if the Demon King comes to the world, I am afraid he will not be able to deal with this heartless Bishop of Destruction. But she must fight until the end, even if it's for the innocent people who died. Just when the female knight climbed up and stood up with the determination to die, I don't know if it's an illusion. She actually saw the calm and composed Evans frowning for no reason. Soon followed. Evans' expression changed, he raised his hand and waved his long sleeves, and the hot magic burst instantly knocked the female knight away. Chapter 126. Evans once again rode the flying dragon to high altitude, no longer facing the female knight head-on, but resumed his previous avoidance strategy. This time, Evans finally used ultra-long-distance communication magic to connect with Isabel, who had lost contact. Isabel, report the situation over there. Mr. Evans, I'm very sorry that I didn't get through to you just now. The situation here is not optimistic. Tell the important point. The Demon King of Destruction and Ice Princess fought to the edge of Tristan City, and the avenue was completely destroyed. Is there anything unusual about the Demon King of Destruction? No, it's just that the fighting was very fierce. Evans nodded secretly. If the summoned object is in a continuous fierce battle, the mana consumption will indeed be so high. Evans did not expect that Bingsji could last so long under the hands of the Demon King of Destruction and Isabel. Pity. It's just a useless struggle. I have already held back 2 8th level people. I will be ready to leave the Norton Kingdom in about 5 minutes. Evans' tone was still calm and calm. Wait a moment. I will capture Bingsji within 10 minutes. If not, I will capture Dukan. Yeah. 10 minutes at most. Evans cut off communications. This time is probably just his limit. 10 minutes later. Isabel. Evans connected to Isabel again, but this time Evans' tone was a little impatient. Lord Evans, if you give me another 5 minutes, I will definitely be able to capture Ice Snow Princess. Please don't recall the Demon King of Destruction again. Otherwise, we will fall short. Good. After much hesitation, Evans decided to delay until another 5 minutes passed. There is still no news from Isabel. After the communication is connected again. Isabel, you don't want to get through today peacefully, Evans said with uncontrollable anger. Lord Evans, please hold on a little longer. We will defeat Bingsji soon. How much longer do you want? Last minute. However, this time Evans did not believe Isabel's words. He wants to directly cancel the summons to Demon King of Destruction, and then leave the Norton Kingdom. However, Evans finally discovered the reason for the accelerated mana consumption at this time. Demon King of Destruction cannot be released from its summoned state. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, a second-level equipment card made by the inconspicuous little card maker Dickon, Curse Soul Mask. Once this underworld equipment card is equipped to Demon Lord of Destruction, Evans will not be able to actively cancel the summons. It will also cause double the mana cost. Evans finally realized a problem. More than 10 minutes ago, the Demon King of Destruction was equipped with the Cursed Soul Mask. It's not that the Demon King of Destruction and Ice Snow Princess were fighting fiercely. The real situation is probably that the Demon King of Destruction has been detained by Ice Snow Princess and Dukan. If this continues, Evans will continue to be drained of mana until the mana is exhausted, the magic circuit collapses, and finally he dies in a painful state. Originally, their Curse Soul Mask of that little third-level card maker Dickon was not something to be afraid of. Evans didn't even think that Dickens and dared to appear on the battlefield between Ice Princess and the Demon King of Destruction. There is no way Isabel's plan could go wrong. Even if Bingsji cannot be captured, Bingsji will not be allowed to suppress the Demon King of Destruction. Dickon has no chance to resist Isabel. But now, Isabel's attitude is very strange. A strong sense of uneasiness filled Evans' mind. He has never felt such heart palpitations and anger since he was born. Isabel, report the situation over there. However, there was silence on the other end of the communication magic for a moment, with only a slight rustling sound. When the sound came again, it was a male voice that Evans had never heard before. Are you good at beating? It's useless if you know how to beat. You need to have intelligence and background to get around. The tone of this voice was as cold and calm as the mastermind behind everything. Evans immediately guessed whose voice it was. Dickon. The worst happened. Isabel may have been incited to rebel, although Evans couldn't figure out how Duncan could turn against Isabel so quickly. But he knew that he had made a mistake. This third-level boy is really like a ghost, as the lower-level members of the church said. The only solution now is for Evans to go to Tristan City in person and kill the Demon King of Destruction in order to stop the consumption of mana. It will take 2 more kills. By the time Evans arrives at Tristan City, he may have reached the bottom of his mana. What's worse is that there is an 8th-level female knight chasing him behind him. At that time, he will be in a state of empty mana and even with residual health to fight against Isabel, who was instigated to rebel. For a moment, Evans actually felt that he was the one participating in the battle royale. What kind of underworld kingdom is this? Dickon. You damn ant. Don't let me catch you. Evans held the ultra-long-distance communication magic tightly and roared at the other end. He wanted to cut Dickon into pieces, but he could only rage through the communication card. Ho ho. I lost my composure so quickly. I thought Bishop Destruction was so great. There seemed to be an indescribable joy in Dickon's tone on the other end of the communication magic. After a moment of pause, a disdainful voice came from Dickon. It turns out to be the Little Yakuza. Volume 3, Secrets of the Fading Sacred Rite. 133 Dickon's Ice and Snow Paradise. Time always flies by unconsciously. Under the setting sun, the sky outside Tristan City looked more and more majestic and steady, and the white clouds looked thicker and pure. It has a quiet and peaceful fairy tale atmosphere. Outside Tristan City, Dickon was sitting not far in front of the Demon King of Destruction. He lowered his head slightly and closed his eyes relaxedly. When he raised his head from time to time and slowly opened his eyes, he looked at the Demon King of Destruction. His pupils were as deep as the night sky and as bright as stars shining. No one knew what he was thinking. Not far away from him, Bingsja was holding a chain staff. As a team of professional therapists and doctors have arrived, so no more painful treatments from Croix. Now the professional team can not only provide her with normal treatment, but also provide her with painkillers and the most critical mana recovery potion. Many things in this world do not necessarily rely entirely on magic cards like in the shadow world. Many potions are convenient to use. Binksuji still couldn't let go of what happened today. But on the surface, the way she held the staff looked particularly cold and noble. In addition, a group of priests treated her, and the halo brought by it made her particularly solemn and sacred, adding a dreamy color. See the past from a distance. Ice Princess is like a statue of a living legendary hero. Dickon, Binksuji and the behemoth monster of the Demon King of Destruction seem to have left a magnificent epic oil painting under the sunset, and time stopped at this moment. Although the crisis seems to have been resolved now, but Binksuji still felt that her heartbeat was slightly faster than before. The thrilling battle before seemed to have happened dozens of minutes ago. In fact, it was indeed just 2 hours ago. Every detail has been deeply engraved in her mind, sometimes causing ripples in her mind, making Binksuji feel a chill behind her. It's really dangerous. It can be said that just a little bit away, Tristan City, and she will slide into the abyss. Fortunately, it is in the past. There is a boy called Dickon nearby. For some reason, Binksuji felt an indescribable sense of peace of mind. His style of doing things is annoying, but his results are extremely trustworthy. But, in these 2 hours, a lot of changes have also taken place around us. Chapter 127, for example. Mom, hurry up, I want to see the Demon King of Destruction. At the gate of the city, a little girl wearing a beautiful top hat just ran out, waving her arms anxiously to urge her mother. After a while, a young-looking woman walked out from behind the city gate, carrying a small handbag. She took her daughter's little hand and put her other hand on her chin, thinking with a little worry and confusion. Then, looking at the lively atmosphere outside the city, and the brilliance that must be Ice and Snow Princess shining in the distance, she still showed a relieved expression, and took her daughter's hand with confidence to walk towards the Ice and Snow Happy Paradise. Many temporary shops have been set up along the way, making it a lively scene. More and more residents of Tristan City were leaving the city one after another and began to approach the huge creature lying on the ground far away from the city wall. A temporary fence has been erected near the suppressed Demon King of Destruction outside Tristan City. Destroy the Demon King is now open to tourists as an attraction. Ticket price is 20 coins each time. The only people who could get close were Binksu, the expert consultation team surrounding her, and Deacon. There seems to be a temporary small stage set up right in front of Demon King of Destruction. Deacon is up there playing the piano, providing the background music for the amusement park. He was playing a Frozen theme song, using magic amplification equipment to fill the entire scenic area with a dreamy fairy tale paradise-like atmosphere. At this time, there were several ticket sales points next to the signboard of the entrance of Ice and Snow Happy Park. A lot of people have gathered now. The mother and daughter found a small group and stood there waiting. The little girl has a lively personality. After a while, she couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to run around, but her mother quickly held her back. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the queue to start moving, gradually allowing tourists to enter the park and start visiting. However, this moment of waiting seemed to be quite long for the little girl. She soon became bored and pouted behind the team and asked, "Will we miss the fireworks show later?" "Don't worry, although the fireworks time has not been announced, you should be able to catch it." "How soon?" "As soon." The little girl was a little dissatisfied with her mother's perfunctory behavior, so she shook her hand to make it clear. While my mother was smiling bitterly, a staff member passing by smiled and replied, "There are still about 10 minutes left, little sister, don't be anxious." "Well, okay." The little girl was visibly grimacing. "Haha, you look like this and you can't wait any longer? How about this? You can play with Captain Dulcan while queuing up." "Yeah." Mother suddenly became worried. "Excuse me, if she damages Captain Dulcan, will she be detained?" "No, we have set up 2 security checks at the city gate and outside the park. In addition, children under the age of 10 who accidentally damage Captain Dulcan will not be held accountable. Please rest assured," the staff explained in a gentle tone. Soon, his colleague brought a Captain Dulcan doll from nearby and handed it to the little girl. Although the expression of this kind of doll is very mean, it looks particularly funny in this park full of joyful atmosphere. Can bring joy to people. When the little girl saw Captain Dulcan, her eyes lit up. She picked him up and rocked him happily. After being attracted his attention, she no longer wanted to run around. It didn't take long for the mother and daughter to pass the ticket gate. In the park, knights wearing eye-catching costumes have been waiting here for a long time. These knights are not of particularly high rank, but they all have quite good affinity, making people fall in love with them at first sight. So I was chosen to work as a part-time tour guide while maintaining public security in the scenic area. Good afternoon, dear tourists, and welcome to the Ice and Snow Happy Paradise Winter Festival Special Theme Exhibition. Please take care of your luggage, and take care of the elderly and children around you. First of all, we have to visit the Demon King of Destruction, which is on display for a limited time. After a while, the display time of the Demon King of Destruction will be over, but don't be disappointed. We will also have fireworks displays and various programs in the evening. The tour guide knight patiently introduced this group of tourists. The sky was already getting a little dark at this time. Winter nights come earlier than in other seasons. I'm sure the fireworks we'll see later when the sky gets darker will be especially beautiful. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decay of the Sacred Rite, 134. Deacon Sankey Evans. We all know that Bishop Evans of Destruction, one of the 10 bishops of the Resurrection Church, has a trump card, Demon King of Destruction. It has always been the enemy of mankind. However, now we have successfully captured it. You will see the Demon King of Destruction, who is as docile and harmless as a puppy. And we provide paid photos, engraving and other services, and if you have customization needs, you can also communicate with us. The knight said as he led the tourists in the direction of Demon King of Destruction. Mom, when can we see Sister Blinksuji and Brother Deacon? While people were quietly listening to the knight's explanation, a little girl's voice seemed very noticeable. At this distance, visitors can already see the figure of the Demon King of Destruction more clearly. But it's still not possible to see Blinksuji and Deacon clearly. Besides dragons, the little girl also wanted to see heroes. This is the perfect fairy tale. The little girl's mother nodded apologetically at the others, looking embarrassed. At this time, the tour guide knight smiled and said, "Actually, I think everyone, not just this little sister, can't wait to visit more closely." So along the road isolated by the temporary roadblock, the group soon arrived at an open and spacious wilderness. This place is very close to Demon King of Destruction. Look at the distance, everyone. The giant beast that was suppressed and the motionless is there, Demon King of Destruction. As he spoke, the knight picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at the Demon King of Destruction, hitting it right in the eye. The Demon King of Destruction groaned. However, it couldn't move and seemed to have given up its struggle. Look, there won't be any problems. Can you still throw stones? Some tourists exclaimed in disbelief. Even if it's a zoo, you can't hit animals with stones, right? Oh no, it seems that the Demon King of Destruction cannot be compared with those kind little animals. What if it gets angry? Soon another visitor asked. The knight smiled and said, don't worry, the Demon King of Destruction has been suppressed by Lady Binksuji and cannot move no matter what. Mr. Dukan said that he can throw it safely. Is this really possible? The knight nodded. Of course, this was written by Mr. Dukan himself. Everyone looked in the direction of the knight's finger and saw a sign saying, you can throw stones, but please do not throw food. It is shameful to waste food. Every grain is hard work. In addition to throwing stones and taking photos, of course you can also leave the writing you want on the torso of Demon Lord of Destruction, such as so and so came here for a visit, and then take a group photo. But please note that this is time sensitive. Yes, the Demon Lord of Destruction is on display for a limited time after all, and requires professionals to perform engraving work at high altitudes, so there is an additional charge, and the price is 10 gold coins per word. 10 gold coins per word is too expensive, isn't it? And it won't be kept. Please pay attention, it is the legendary, Destroy the Demon King. This kind of opportunity is priceless. If you miss it, it will be gone. Use the magic stone to record the image as a souvenir, and you will be able to boast about it for a lifetime. While the knight was bargaining with the tourists, the little girl pointed at the Demon King of Destruction and said loudly, Mom, Demon King of Destruction already has a lot of characters on it. I saw several lines of words engraved on Demon King of Destruction. For example, the top of proud of the world, as long as my princess is there, there will be heaven. And the like. By the way, didn't it say that we can only carve words on the torso of Demon King of Destruction? Why does it also have 2 lines of words on its forehead? Soon some attentive tourists discovered that Demon King of Destruction also had 2 lines of obvious large characters on his forehead. Oh, this is handwritten by Mr. Dukan. You can also choose to point the lens at it when taking pictures. This will not cost extra. 2 kilometers away from Tristan City. After many twists and turns, Bishop Evans finally got rid of the entanglement of the female knight. Now he is not far from Tristan City. The speed of the flying dragon he was riding was far less than their Demon King of Destruction. But he didn't dare to summon a stronger summon as a mount because his mana had been exhausted. Every second now was extremely painful and torturous for him. Damn. Evans held his head and roared. His hands were about to scratch his scalp. If it weren't for this damn Dickon, there is no way he could be in such a situation. Not only did he have to risk his own life to come to Tristan City, but he was also chased crazily by the female knight he could have played with at will along the way. What angered him the most was that this female knight actually kicked her nose and face even more bravely as she fought. But fortunately, everything is coming to an end. He will bring devastating disaster to Tristan City. Before punishing these stupid ants, Evans was able to activate his spells at this distance to see the situation on the Demon King's side. After all, only by mastering intelligence can you take advantage of the opportunities. Evans closed his eyes and activated the spell, Shared Perception. This is a 6th level spell that summoners almost must learn. He will be able to share the sight and hearing of any summoned object. Extremely important intelligence reconnaissance skills. However, this skill has a distance limit and can only connect to summoned beasts within 2 kilometers at most. Along the way, Evans had been looking forward to seeing the current situation of Tristan City for a long time. Although Bingsjikan suppressed the Demon King of Destruction, but the scene must have been extremely tragic, and Dickon and the others knew that Evans would definitely come. He must be fully prepared to guard against this Bishop of Destruction who is like a natural disaster. Chapter 128. Evans couldn't wait to see the enemy on alert. He endured the pain and connected to the senses of the Demon King of Destruction. However, the moment after connecting to the Demon King of Destruction, Evans was stunned. He was stunned for 5 seconds without reacting, even though the mana consumption at this time was extremely expensive for him. The picture in front of me ... Is there something wrong? I saw that this place had become an amusement park. It's like a temporary wild natural zoo. It was as if the Demon King of Destruction was treated as a treasured animal and was publicly visited by the residents of Tristan City. From time to time, residents take photos with the Demon King of Destruction. Evans couldn't help but wonder, was he wrong, or was he under an illusion? Wrong. There is no illusionist in Tristan City who can continuously hallucinate the 8th level summons. And Evans felt a little strange when he came here before, because he looked at the past from a distance. Something strange seems to have been built outside the city wall of Tristan City, and the lights are brightly lit. When he realized the true situation, he couldn't help but roar wildly in his heart. Are you really holding a festival? Where is your fear, your vigilance, your panic? How has the dignified bishop ever been insulted like this? You will pay the price. All of you. I will not let any of you live. Evans roared like crazy, and his voice was hoarse as if he was about to spit out fire. If he could control the Demon King of Destruction with his will at this time, he would definitely make it go crazy and carry out a suicide attack. However, he couldn't do it, and he also knew that the Demon King of Destruction was indeed unable to move under the pressure. No. We can't let Deacon affect our mentality. We need to investigate the intelligence first. Evans stroked his chest and tried to force himself to calm down. He took a few deep breaths. Finally, I feel like I can breathe a little easier. Continued to collect information. Evans calmly observed his surroundings again. However, he also discovered that there was a huge mirror hanging high in the distance in front of the Demon King of Destruction. It seems to be just to allow the Demon King of Destruction to see the situation from all angles. Evans shared the vision of the Demon King of Destruction and looked at the mirror, gradually frowning. He saw. It seems like someone is carving words on the body of the Demon King of Destruction. Not only do you want to take a group photo, but you even want to engrave it? Evans felt something fishy and sweet in his throat, and almost spit out something. His body was shaking a little, and he didn't know whether it was because of the excessive mana load or because he was overcome by anger. No, you can't be angry. This is Deacon's plan. Just when Evans was trying to calm down his anger and prepare to adjust his mentality, he accidentally noticed it again. Very conspicuous. In the mirror, it clearly reflected the powerful 2 lines of large characters carved on the forehead of the Demon King of Destruction. The bishop's clever plan is to bring peace to the world. He lost his wife and lost his troops. Puff. Evans vomited out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. Decan. Evans looked up to the sky and roared, his voice extremely shrill. He could no longer stand the world that Deacon had turned into the underworld. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 135. Deacon is watching you. Evans pressed his neck and gritted his teeth. He looked extremely angry, with bulging veins on his face, and his right hand was clenched tightly, as if he wanted to crush someone's neck. Seconds passed. Finally, Evans tried to calm down. Anger can't solve anything, as much as I hate to admit it. But he did fall into Deacon's mind-attacking tactics. I can't hate him blindly, it will affect my judgment. Phew. Evans muttered silently, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, resisting the headache caused by overdraft of mana and trying to stay rational, etc. When Evans managed to calm down, he realized something was very wrong. Previously, he was blinded by anger, and all he wanted to do was rush over and destroy everything, seize Deacon and cut him into pieces. But, logically speaking, why shouldn't Tristan City be so relaxed? Even though Deacon had sufficient means to save his life, he was not worried about being attacked. But isn't the Lord worried about these residents of Tristan City? The scenes in the paradise should be more staged. Deacon's relaxed and cheerful look, coupled with a series of methods to provoke Evans, as if to lure irrational Evans to rush towards the Demon King of Destruction, at all costs. There must be some fraud. A fierce warning arose in Evans's heart. After figuring out the problem, Evans couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he couldn't control his anger just now and rushed straight into the ice and snow paradise, what awaited him must be a real desperate situation. Under the peaceful paradise, There is no telling what kind of traps in the underworld may be buried. Damn. Evan stamped his feet anxiously and hesitated in place for a moment. Going forward to fight to the death with Dickon, or endure humiliation and retreat first? If you choose to escape, the Norton Kingdom will definitely find a way to send a mage corps to seal the Demon King of Destruction in the future and keep him under strict guard. Unless Evans can call other bishops to attack the Norton Kingdom, it is almost impossible to have a chance to rescue the Demon King of Destruction. It can basically be considered that the Demon King of Destruction is permanently detained here. As for Evans, he will have to continue to drink mana potions to stay alive from now on. You might have to get up in the middle of the night and drink a few bottles of mana potion. In this case, what will be the difference between him and being disabled in the future? And Dickon, a guy who is good at insulting people, must have 1,000 ways to humiliate him with the detained Demon King of Destruction. All the other bishops will laugh at him from now on. The originally terrifying Bishop of Destruction is about to become the biggest joke of the Resurrection Church. More than just the Resurrection Church. The whole world will laugh at him. For Evans, this was 10,000 times more uncomfortable than death. But if he rushes forward now, who knows what kind of traps are waiting for him? Just when Evans was experiencing a painful mental struggle, he was about to decide whether to take the risk of dying standing or to survive on his knees. Evans connected the vision of the Demon Lord of Destruction, and suddenly saw the front of the Demon Lord of Destruction, and Dickon stopped playing the piano. Then Dickon slowly raised his head. His eyes were extremely cold, with a trace of unspeakable pity, coupled with a bit of the majesty of an absolute superior, and a vague contempt for the weak. Dickon's eyes actually met the eyes of the Demon King of Destruction with great precision. It was as if I saw Evans through the eyes of the Demon King of Destruction. This frightened Evans into silence for a moment. Impossible. There's no way he can detect me through sensory magic. Evans held his breath and maintained the link with a frightened expression, as if he was avoiding Dickon's pursuit. However, Evans saw a slight smile gradually appeared on Dickon's lips. His lips moved slightly, and his mouth shape was actually saying to the Demon King of Destruction, "I see you." Evans was so frightened that he sat on the ground. His back was soaked with cold sweat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 129. Even if Dickon has extraordinary abilities, he should not be locked through perception sharing. Now it feels like Dickon will appear next to him in the next second. Evans instinctively cut off perception sharing. It was as if his anger had been extinguished instantly, leaving only the fear that made his heart palpitate beyond measure. Evans was extremely panicked and had no idea of Dickon's strength. With eyes that ignore the rules and penetrate the void, I am afraid that only a strong man of the level of the Pope can do it. Dickon is so weird. There is absolutely no such terrifying third level in the world. Must escape. No more messing with or even spying on this devil. At the same time, ice and snow happy paradise. The Demon King of Destruction prostrates himself in front of Dickon, as if surrendering to its true master. Dickon, on the other hand, seemed to have not seen the Demon King of Destruction, playing the piano attentively and gracefully. Even looking at it from a distance, you can guess his state of mind as bright as silk on the water. It seemed that neither the Ice Princess, who was emitting terrifying magic waves nearby, nor the Demon King of Destruction, who surrendered to him in front of him, had nothing to do with him. At this moment, he is just a pianist. The sunset began to set, and the sunset glow gradually alternated between deep red and dark purple, and gradually the stars and moon in the sky could be seen. Against this background, Dickon sat alone in front of the Demon King of Destruction. He was still dressed in the same extremely luxurious outfit as when he set out this morning, and against the backdrop of this scene, he looked as if he had floated out of the dust. It seems that he no longer looks like a person in this world. Dickon is like a saint playing a narrative poem with music, trying to make the devil realize kindness. In fact, it is one-on-one torture. The eyes of the Demon King of Destruction were full of confusion and pain. When has it ever suffered this kind of injustice? But it was really pinned down and couldn't move. At this moment, Dickon was sitting in front of the piano with his back straight. His hands moved dexterously between the keys, and every note he played was extremely precise. However, he seemed to be in a highly concentrated state. Suddenly he raised his head inadvertently. It looked like he had discovered something. He met the gaze of the Demon King of Destruction. Then, A faint smile of unknown meaning appeared on Deacon's face. "Open and close your lips gently. I see you." This is a light sentence, as if it is an understatement. It was as if he had predicted it and everything was under his control. It was like spying on the people in the monitoring room through the camera. Actually, every time Deacon plays for a while, he will raise his head to meet the gaze of the Demon King of Destruction, and then move his lips to pretend like this. If Evans accidentally noticed it, then his expression will be wonderful. Hey hey hey, Deacon thought. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 136. The power of the underworld given by Lord Deacon. Just when Evans endured the pain and summoned the flying dragon, he was determined to escape from here as quickly as possible. As soon as he thought of this, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Evans' heart, and he woke up immediately. At this moment, there seemed to be a sound breaking through the air. A cold light came from nowhere and pierced Evans' chest and heart. The attacker and Evans were now extremely close. The dagger in her hand was almost ready to pierce Evans' heart. Moreover, the dagger was sharp and had a strange crystal light, and it was obviously coated with some kind of poison. Roll! Evans roared, and his body seemed to spin suddenly, and immediately a crimson halo of light burst out from around him. The circle of light spread out from his body and disappeared in a blink of an eye. However, Isabel, who had just pounced on him, was instantly bounced away by the ring of fire. Isabel, who was hit by this move, managed to get up from the ground quickly. Apart from some minor burns on her body, she was otherwise fine. Evans, on the other hand, was breathing heavily. The shadows around his eyes became heavier, like a person who was severely sleep-deprived. It seemed like every minute he was getting noticeably weaker. "Ha, you are so weak. Originally, I thought this move would kill me." Isabel shook her dagger and approached Evans again. At the same time, she deployed their temptation of the earthly world, that Durkin temporarily gave her, double the mana consumption for both parties within the range, and summoned Captain Durkin. When Evans saw these two cards, his face actually turned a little purple. In the past, Evans would not have looked at these first and second order cards. But now, these cards have undoubtedly become the last straw for him. Look at Evans' expression. Isabel didn't know why she felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart. The one who was always aloof and arrogant was the Bishop of Destruction, whom she originally did not dare to disobey. Now I feel like I'm at her mercy. Is this the power of the underworld? Evans opened the magic book without hesitation and used the flames all over the floor to clean up Captain Durkin. Once he is controlled by this doll, he will be finished. However, after this spell was used up, Evans felt dizzy, as if something was being squeezed out of his body. He poked at his temple, trying to wake himself up as if he was about to burst it. "Isabel, do you know the consequences of betraying me and betraying the church?" Evans roared, like a crazy beast, ready to pounce at any time and bite the opponent's throat, tearing the opponent into pieces even if they both die together. "Sir, you have been eliminated." A playful smile appeared on Isabel's lips, and she actually took out another folding fan-like stack of Captain Durkin. This made Evans almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Even if Isabel rushes over and fights him head-on, it's better than constantly taking out this damn underworld card, Captain Durkin, to torture him. With Evans' hatred for Durkin, the time he was controlled by Captain Durkin might reach a new record. This forced Evans to take the initiative and use all his strength to sweep towards Isabel with dark flames. Even if he has to spend twice as much mana, he will definitely use up all the strength he has now to fight. However, Isabel just threw Captain Durkin lightly and deceived Evans' attack. It's very similar to the way Deacon tortured the playboy in the world of artificial shadows. "That's what you get for not studying the combat records of Deacon and Frater," Isabel mocked sarcastically, quite preachingly. "Isabel, why are you?" Evans never thought about whose hands he would die today. He couldn't accept his death at the hands of Isabel. "Ha, you don't have to be an idiot. Please end up with hatred." Having said this, Isabel seemed to think about it and added, "Lord Deacon said that if you ask me why, I will answer this." When Isabel mentioned Deacon, her tone became a little awed. Just as she was in awe of Evans before, this made Evans feel an indescribable sense of disparity in her heart. This made Evans feel deeply insulted. However, thousands of thoughts ran through Evans' mind in an instant, and he soon thought of a ridiculous, but reasonable reason that could explain the current situation. It is impossible for Isabel to betray so suddenly. If she had betrayed a long time ago, she could have teamed up with Dickon and another 8th-level powerhouse from the Norton Empire to set up an ambush. Isabel must have been enslaved by Dickon at some point in the recent past. Isabel, help me. Cooperate with me and I will help you kill Dickon and give you your freedom. Today's events will be forgotten. Evans roared. Even if I agree to help you now, would you dare to let go and stop? But Isabel just sneered and kept approaching Evans. By now, she no longer dared to betray Dickon. It is even more impossible to violate the binding power of the contract and take advantage of the loopholes. She was asked by Dickon to patrol the area. Dickon had long predicted that Evans would use perception sharing to determine the situation near the Demon King of Destruction in advance. So Dickon drew a circle on the map with the location of the Demon King of Destruction as the center and a radius of 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers is exactly the limit distance that Evans can connect to the Demon Lord of Destruction's sensory detection information, and Dickon determined the direction from which Evans would most likely come from, based on the direction in which the Demon of Destruction flew at noon. So Dickon circled a range on the arc and asked Isabel to lurk within the range. He ordered Isabel to find a way to assassinate Evans once he found traces of the flying summons or detected Evans. Of course, Dickon also considered the possibility that Evans would make a circle and come to Tristan City from other directions. Chapter 130. So Dickon asked the Lord to deploy knights to patrol in several other directions. Even if Evans came from another direction, he would not be able to escape the fate of being searched. However, the probability of this happening is not very high. Because Evans is already desperate, being arrogant and not cautious enough, he is unlikely to circle around the Demon King of Destruction and then launch shared perception reconnaissance. Originally, Isabel did not have enough opportunities to get close to Evans. Even though Isabel had already discovered Evans landing in the Flying Dragon in the area predicted by Dickon in advance. But Evans stopped and hesitated. He was only disturbed by Dickon for more than 10 seconds. This was fatal for Evans, too, because, with 7th level physical fitness and reconnaissance stealth skills, Isabel will definitely be able to get close to Evans quickly. Evans roared, as if cornered. He actually summoned his army of summons desperately. No matter what permanent damage this terrifying mana consumption will cause to him. But if he doesn't, he will die. Temptation of the earth, and, Captain Dickon, alone are already driving him crazy. You must find a way to escape. What kind of battle in the underworld is this? What a hellish place. Volume 3, Secrets of the Fading Sacred Rite, 137. Dickon and his friends. Pleasant evening. Updated on 6/30 closing parenthesis. Facing a group of 8th level summons in an instant, Isabel turned around and ran away without hesitation. Dickon had granted permission for her to give the highest priority to protecting Dickon's property. In addition to the card that Dickon temporarily lent her, she was also considered one of the assets. However, the summons that frightened Isabel did not last long. Just after Evans rode the Flying Dragon and flew high into the sky, he released the summoned status of other summoned objects and let them all return to his hands. Isabel, who was on the ground at this time, seemed to have no intention of pursuing. Because her work is done. She had successfully held Evans back for a while and reported Evans' exact location to the command post. Evans, who had just returned to the sky, did not stand still for a moment and half knelt on the Flying Dragon. Now he has not only exhausted his mana, but also suffered indescribable damage to his body due to overdrafting his mana. Even his life feels in danger. But, finally escaped, Evans thought to himself as he breathed heavily. However, just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, do not know why, it just felt like the sky seemed to be getting a little darker. Even the last bit of dim starlight or moonlight was instantly blocked. Above the clouds, a magic airship gradually descended and broke through the clouds to reveal its shape. Evans looked at the magic airship directly above him in the distance. His expression became horrified. Although this is a civilian magic airship, it theoretically does not pose much of a threat. But densely dense things began to fall from the airship like dumplings. These fallen things flew in the wind, covering an increasingly wider area, as if a fishing net made him unable to escape. Evans finally saw these falling things clearly. La 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 vida sola viva virus. Accompanied by the weird melody, The dolls all over the sky sang the weird melody in unison like a choir as they fell freely. Evans looked at the dolls and covered his ears. He felt like his head was going to explode. They are undoubtedly the last thing Evans wants to see at this time. All are, Captain Durkin. At this moment, Evans looked at Captain Durkin, covering him like a dragnet, and felt that all his thoughts were gone. There is nowhere to hide. Ha ha ha. Evans felt as if one of his nerves was broken. Then he frantically bombarded Captain Durkin with a wide range of magic, laughing maniacally from time to time. Very much like a man who went crazy when attacked by hundreds of mosquitoes in the summer. Just when Evans was being controlled by these, Captain Durkin, the magic airship that descended from the sky, actually fell straight down and hit Evans' flying dragon. The magic airship is coming. The voice recorded by Dickon was played on the magic airship. Croix had already used wind magic to take the pilot out of the cabin and flew into the distance as fast as possible. Dickon. Can a magic airship kill me? Evans roared and raised his hands, desperately casting spells to blast away the inevitable magic airship. Even if his remaining health is empty, he cannot be killed by just a vehicle. However, the moment when his spell hit the magic airship, there seemed to be a terrifying violent reaction in the magic airship, as if a series of explosions gradually spread from the inside out, instantly bursting the entire magic airship apart. Accompanied by a loud noise, a blazing wave rushed out with the magic airship as the center, blooming like an overwhelming enchanting flower. Immediately, the fire expanded in the sky and instantly submerged Evans, as if it was about to break through the sky. In the amusement park, Dickon watched the gorgeous firelight blooming on the horizon, and then the fireworks prepared for viewing outside the park gradually took off. Oh, silly, I didn't even think about how many explosives I could get in Tristan City. Dickon smiled, shook his head, closed the piano and walked off the stage. Whenever he thought that yesterday a resurrectionist would threaten him with a self-destruction spell card like Spark of Death, he felt ridiculous. What Dickon loves most is the art of explosions. Now that the fireworks have started, music is no longer needed amid the noise. Dickon slowly walked to a spacious area of the park that was only used by the organizers. It is undoubtedly the best to watch fireworks from this viewing angle. Cornelia was holding Teacher Cat and sitting under the umbrella in the courtyard. This is like the back garden of their home. Cornelia was eating snacks, and when she saw Dickon approaching, her eyes quickly moved from the fireworks to Dickon. Come on, come on. Cornelia patted the empty chair next to her. Cornelia, how about this amusement park and fireworks? That's great. Then let's play again if we have a chance. In fact, Dickon did not expect at first that the real world can also produce the effect of the shadow world. For a moment, he felt like he couldn't tell the difference between the real world and the shadow world. This world is so dreamy, so beautiful. Dickon leaned back on the chair leisurely and turned his head to look at Cornelia beside him. I saw her watching the fireworks attentively, with her eyes wide open. From time to time, she would pass a small piece of snack into her mouth, and then stuff a piece into Teacher Cat's face. Since her attention was on the fireworks, she pressed the snack on Teacher Cat's nose, causing Teacher Cat to roar an evil cat call. Dickon couldn't help but chuckle. This attracted Cornelia's attention, and as soon as she turned her head, she met Dickon's gaze. What's wrong? It's nothing, I just feel like I'm a little tired today. But it's not bad. Although the labor is very hard, but it is in this moment of leisure and tranquility after work that we can feel the joy of living even more. The two soon saw Croix flying over in the distance. His expression was slightly tired. Obviously the most tired person today besides Ice and Snow Princess is Croix. Dickon and Cornelia both waved to him happily. Come on. The fireworks aren't over yet. Croix walked towards them with a helpless smile and sat on another empty seat. We should be able to spend a few more days in Tristan City before going back, and then let's enjoy this wonderful trip. Good. Then I have to take out a food map now. He vaguely heard the conversation between the three of them, and the Lord, Viscount Lampard, who was sitting in the distance watching the fireworks, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He pursed his lips and lowered his head, then raised his head with furrowed eyebrows. He felt like he wanted to express something, but it was stuck in his throat. He didn't know where to start, because no matter where he is, he feels weird. Author's note, Dad, Ticket. Chapter 131. Thanks. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 138 Lord Dickens Quest, 2-1. In the midst of the falling fire, Evans' figure instantly hit the ground like a meteorite. Evans had no idea how much explosives Dickon had stuffed into the magic airship to have such power. But Evans knew that this time, he was completely defeated. In his current state, even with his powerful body, he could not withstand this unexpected explosion. His entire right arm had been exploded by the fireball just now, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere, especially under the elbows. After the head-on confrontation with the magic airship, the flesh and blood in many places had been completely blown away, exposing the bones. And the black priest's robe that he originally wore had been burned in many places, and there were a few large tattered holes. Even the red hair was a lot darker. Evans, who was dying, could not help but tremble with unwilling anger. He is the Bishop of Destruction who is inferior to one person and surpasses 10,000 people in the Church of Resurrection, feared by millions of people in the world. How could such a day happen? In Evans' impression, although there are some powerful enemies in the world that are worth facing him, but they are highly capable, most of them have high status and high arrogance, and they are very elegant before taking action. Of course, this is also the biggest weakness of those strong people. The unscrupulous Evans has a natural advantage against them. Who would have expected that he would eventually fall into the hands of a guy like Dickon who has no martial ethics? Evans even felt that Dickon was more disgusting than the corrupt bishop in the church that he hated and despised most. This guy named Dickon, let alone his strength. Evans, who was able to force him into this situation, was even a quasi-special card maker. With such a talent, how come he has no spirit at all and is completely like a rogue? Trademark is sick, right? Fill this civilian vehicle with explosives. Evans couldn't figure it out, and he almost didn't have a chance to think about it anymore. Whether it was mana or life force, Evans was almost exhausted. Russell. There was some movement in the wilderness. It was the sound of someone approaching Evans. Evans didn't have the strength to raise his head, and he couldn't see clearly, but he knew who was still around. Isabel came to Evans' side with faint steps. She shook the dagger slightly, admiring Evans' embarrassed look with a playful expression. Lord Evans, please hold on a little longer. With a soft tone, Isabel actually helped Evans up. With a falsely gentle look on her face, she slowly poured a small bottle of recovery potion into Evans. Evans only thought it was ridiculous, but he didn't even have the strength to resist being fed the potion. This small bottle of potion will undoubtedly let him live a little longer. Maybe Dickon just wanted to torture and interrogate him for a while. But Evans didn't care anymore. He's had enough. Nothing could make his heart waver. Even torture or something more horrific is nothing to be afraid of. However, he only heard Isabel say, Master Dickon has ordered that you die in his hands. This made Evans' pupils shrink sharply. He seemed to have figured out something. Immediately, he actually had blood in his mouth and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He smiled like this until he vomited more and more blood and gradually began to succumb. Take me there. Just thinking about the expressions of the Kingdom Federation and other bishops as if they have eaten shit is enough. Evans looked sluggish, but there was a crazy smile on his lips. Isabel ... I'm waiting for you in hell. Evans closed his eyes like a dying man who has accepted his fate. Isabel sneered twice. Seeing Evans' miserable appearance, she couldn't help but feel deeply in her heart. When the time comes to hell, you might even have to call me sister. I didn't even look at which adult I was following. The night was melting, and the dark sky was now dotted with stars. The beautiful Mine trio returned to the Lord's mansion and were sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting with Lord Viscount Lampard about the customs of Tristan City. Dickon raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his head and looked out the window. He seemed to sense something. Brother Lampard, lend me 2 guard knights. Good. Originally chatting with friends about a relaxing topic, Dickon suddenly made this request. Lampard naturally understood what Dickon was going to do. He raised his hand to call the 2 guard knights over, and sent these 2 confidants to Dickon. He also ordered them to strictly follow Deacon's arrangements and not to ask or think too much. Dickon nodded with satisfaction and quickly walked out of the mansion with the 2 knights. After leaving the garden of the mansion, he walked all the way to the path directly behind the mansion. Usually no one passes by here, because no one would hang around in the place directly behind the Lord's mansion where there is no gate but only a courtyard wall. Please, you 2, Go guard both sides and don't let anyone get close, even the guards on routine patrol. And no matter what happens here, don't come here. Come back and find me nearby in 20 minutes, Dickon explained. Yes. The two knights quickly dispersed as instructed by Dickon. Then Dickon looked around and made sure that no one was around. He turned into a grey elf cat very skillfully, jumped up the wall, and came to a corner. The moon is dim under the night sky, and the light here is extremely poor, but you can vaguely see a slender figure gradually emerging from the shadows. Isabel was seen dragging Evans and found the location of Dickon. She carried Evans in a plastic bag so that it would be concealed and would not leave any traces of blood along the way. There is no verbal communication between one person and one cat. Under the gaze of the Dickon cat, Isabel opened the bag and showed Evans inside to Dickon. Not bad, meow. The Dickon cat stood on the high wall, its sapphire-like cat pupils unusually bright in the shadows. It jumped down from the high wall, looked at the dying Evans, and gently pressed its cat paw on the summoned blood purification. As the blood purification was activated, the blood mist dispersed. Evans's expression was twisted, and he wanted to cry out in pain. However, Dickon had already imposed my speech spell on him to prevent Evans from disturbing the people at night. After all, Dickon attaches great importance to the moral quality of citizens. After repeating this several times, Evans finally breathed his last. Isabel, go and lurk in the capital. I will look for you again when I return to the capital. After finishing speaking, Dickon returned to his human form. He didn't plan to care about Isabel anymore. He just stood there and waited for the knights to carry Evans' body back to the Lord's mansion at the right time. Give this corpse to the Lord, Viscount Lampard, and the Lord will naturally write the various reports, handle all the troublesome aftermath, and then hand over Evans' corpse to the Norton Kingdom and the Federation of Kingdoms. And Dickon can enjoy a wonderful vacation with friends in the next few days. When he thought about being able to play freely with his friends in such a dreamy and beautiful city, Dickon could hardly help but smile. Lord Dickon. Isabel made a trembling voice behind Dickon. This made Dickon frown slightly and turned his head. It looks like she doesn't want to leave yet. Anything else? You just said that I did a good job on my first mission. What? Do you mean you still want a reward? Dickon paused, turned back and stared at Isabel and asked. Don't dare. Isabel quickly raised her hands. You are just a tool that I can abandon at any time. Even if you are really loyal to me, your crimes cannot be erased, Dickon said coldly. But he thought again. In order to make the tool more useful, it wouldn't hurt if you could give her some innocuous rewards. But since you're working for me, just ask for whatever you want. So Dickon continued. Isabel took a deep breath, seemed to have gathered enough courage, looked at Dickon seriously, and said, I want a collar? Dickon was stunned when he heard this. Chapter 132. He didn't know how to answer Isabel's unreasonable request. Dickon originally thought that Isabel wanted the two cards, Captain Dickon, and Temptation of the Earth. As it turned out, Isabel's sudden and wild statement made Dickon unable to react. He soon realized that he seemed to have activated some extraordinary attribute of Isabel. I want you to put the collar on me. Seeing Dickon's dazed look, Isabel mustered up the courage to explain again. I refuse. You're really disgusting. Dickon frowned, his expression full of disgust. I'm sorry, Lord Dickon. When Isabel met Dickon's trashy eyes, her face was inexplicably flushed, and even her breathing became rapid. Even though she knew that her performance might anger Dickon and that she was playing with fire, but for some reason, she actually expected Dickon to impose an extremely harsh punishment on her. If you've done something well, you can get a reward if you want. But please be careful. There won't be another time. Dickon's eyes became a little colder, unable to hide his disgust, and looked away as if there was no room for dirt in his eyes. However, this attitude seemed to make Isabel even more excited, and she even breathed a little heavier. Are you sick? After realizing this, Dickon almost couldn't help but curse. He actually didn't know whether he should punish Isabel or not. This woman seems to have liberated or reversed some kind of nature in order to adapt to being enslaved. In this way, no matter how Dickon punishes her next, it seems to be rewarding her. Once she accepts her own sexy attributes, she is invincible. It's not interesting at all. Dickon hates this kind of evil person who shows off his behavior the most. All we can do is drive her away quickly, out of sight, Out of mind. Don't let me see you again just yet. Duncan didn't want Isabel to affect his good mood on vacation. Okay, Master. Isabel's voice was filled with 3 parts pleasure and 7 parts satisfaction. Then it disappeared into the night like a shadow. Duncan stood under the night sky and pinched his eyebrows. He began to reflect on whether he had been over-domesticated this time, and how to deal with and avoid this situation in the future. Human beings are truly amazing. It didn't take long. Duncan directed the 2 knights to carry the plastic bags back to the mansion. Sent it to Lampard. Check it out, Lampard. Duncan sat back on the sofa safely and spoke lightly. Oh Lord Viscount. Lampard stood up and responded blankly. He looked at the body bag on the floor and couldn't help but feel his legs shaking. He knew exactly who was inside. It still feels a little unreal to Lampard. The legendary leader of destruction was now turned into a corpse and placed in front of him. Just as Duncan said at noon, sanctions were imposed on Bishop Evans of destruction. Moreover, Duncan's behavior actually gave Lampard a temporary illusion. He is an evil lord who is colluding with the gang boss. Duncan, you will have to work hard for the subsequent series of work. Just write the specific report as I told you. Lampard, okay, no problem. Today is really tiring. I always feel that this is not a pressure that a student should bear. Duncan sighed. Croix also nodded. He agreed that the intensity of this social practice activity was a bit high. Cornelia, on the other hand, blinked. She felt as if she had been playing for a long time and had done nothing. You may also consider direct employment. Lord Lampard expressed the words. You damn people still know that you are students in a high emotional intelligence way. Just when a few people were chatting, suddenly a guard ran over. He hurriedly signaled to the Lord that a visitor was coming. The Lord's expression changed suddenly when he heard the visitor's name. He stood up suddenly and walked quickly to the gate of the mansion. Lady Judith Paladin. Lampard quickly greeted the visiting woman respectfully. I saw that she was tall and surprisingly beautiful, but the color of her red lips and eyes were slightly lighter, making her look a little lackluster. The silver armor covered with the protective magic patterns of the Sun God sect also looked very dim at this moment. The moment she saw Lampard, the female knight held his shoulders with worry. Lampard, you have to pay attention. Evans may have come to your territory. I will hunt him down with all my strength. Please be mentally prepared and activate the highest level of early warning in the town. After the female knight Judith arrived in Tristan City, she saw strange sights one after another. It's like a festival in this town today. After asking the knight some questions, she was able to confirm that the Demon King of Destruction had indeed arrived in Tristan City today. However, the Demon King of Destruction did not pose any threat. In fact, the residents of this city had a more enjoyable holiday because of the arrival of the Demon King of Destruction. This town that she was quite familiar with now had an indescribable weirdness that made her feel terrified. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 139. How could Duncan hijack the Lord's mansion? Updated on 7/30 closing parenthesis. Judith knew very well that what was important now was not the changes in the humanities and customs of Tristan City, but to deal with that extremely vicious man, Bishop Evans of Destruction. If he really sneaked into Tristan City, then it might only take one night for the entire city to turn into hell. This guy Evans is too cunning. Even though I chased him desperately along the way, I still got rid of him by his tricks. The female knight Judith gritted her teeth and said, although the direction of Evans' escape was not towards Tristan City, I thought about it and found that the most likely place for him to come was still here. After all, he seemed to have some obsession with Tristan City. Lord Lampard, yes, he does. Don't be afraid. Even if I risk my life, I will protect the people of Tristan City and never let the tragedy happen again. Judith's voice could not contain her sorrow. For her, the disaster at noon today was still fresh in her mind. Lampard was speechless. Judith seemed to be racing against time and only focused on explaining things, without giving him a chance to speak. I go first. However, just when Judith was about to turn around and leave, she sniffed her nose unconsciously. It seems that the mansion felt a little inconsistent from the beginning, but the sense of violation is getting stronger and stronger. The smell of blood? And the smell of being burned? Judith suddenly became alert. She pulled out her sword with a solemn expression and walked quickly towards the direction where the faint smell of blood was wafting. That's all. Judith walked straight to the living room. I saw 3 unfamiliar faces, as well as body bags on the ground that smell like blood. Her arrival also attracted the attention of the 3 people in the living room. Croix turned back to look at her, his hands on the back of the sofa, frowning as if from fatigue. Cornelia and Dickon sat opposite Croix, facing Judith, who came to the living room. Cornelia put her hands on her thighs, her face expressionless, as if she didn't care at all about the body bag lying on the floor of the living room. The person who shocked Judith the most was undoubtedly Dickon. He looked relaxed and lazy, eyes narrowed. What he was holding in his hand was a glass of grape juice that looked like fine wine. After the bright red liquid stirred up against the ice cubes below, a hint of cold air appeared on the goblet, and water droplets leaked out on the glass, making Judith, who had come all the way very thirsty, couldn't help but have the urge to swallow. As if he hadn't seen Judith, Dickon slowly brought the drink to his mouth and took a sip. After tasting it, he finally seemed to notice the uninvited guest in the living room. "Oh? Are there any guests again?" Dickon said with a smile. Judith's hair stood on end when she saw the situation in the living room that was full of contradictions. She was wary of Dickon. Soon, Judith finally figured out why she instinctively felt that this guy was the most dangerous. "Because you'll find it if you smell it carefully." Except the body bag on the ground smelled like blood. This gray-haired boy also has a faint smell of blood that cannot be dissipated in a short time. The kind of person whose body smells like blood even as if sprayed with perfume. Judith has been there before. Chapter 133. That was a cardinal who was as heinous as the broken Bishop Evans. The corrupt bishop. He likes to use various cruel methods to torture living people, and even conduct experiments on living people. For example, the demonic spell of blood evaporation is the favorite work of the corrupt bishop. Judith will never forget the smell of blood on the body of the corrupt bishop after he used his blood steaming operation. Very similar to Dickon now. If the 3 guys in the living room now are all subordinates of the corrupt bishop, then the city of Tristan is in danger. Just one bishop of destruction gave her enough headaches. Without support, she would feel too powerless if the corrupt bishop got involved. And the worst part is, the Lord's mansion may have fallen. Lady Judith, calm down. They are my friends. Lampard hurriedly ran from the gate to explain. He found that the problem now seemed to be more than just explaining Evan's situation to Judith. These are 3 guys in the living room are full of aura, and it looks particularly relaxed and comfortable in the living room. I don't think of this place as someone else's home at all. Plus the finishing touch of the body bag on the ground. The 3 of them look like dangerous terrorists who have hijacked the Lord's mansion. However, after hearing Lampard's words, Judith just shook her head. She protected Lampard, who was chasing him into the living room, behind her, and became even more alert to Dickon. "Judith, Lampard, don't worry, I'm here." Lampard, "No, I wasn't hijacked." Judith quickly understood what Lampard meant and shouted to the 3 people on the sofa, "You 3, surrender and release Lampard's family immediately, otherwise you will die by my sword soon." Hearing this, Dickon frowned slightly. He probably guessed from the vague voice coming from Lampard's conversation at the door just now that this was the 8th leveler who was beaten violently by Evans. What kind of brain can be beaten by Evans? "Why don't you consider the possibility that the 3 of us are good people?" Dickon asked helplessly. "No matter how you look at it, you don't look like normal people." Judith seemed to have experienced too much cruel mental torture today, and now her spirit was so tense that she became a little excited. "Well," Dickon sighed weakly, "I thought I was done for today." He didn't expect that there would be an actor who seemed to be on the wrong set to disturb his peaceful evening rest. Originally, Dickon could have immediately told the female knight that the body on the ground was Evans, but he has now changed his mind. "How could such a noble person who came to my door just let him go?" "Then let's make a bet. If I can't prove that I am resurrectionist in the next minute, then I will be captured without any resistance. But if I can prove that I am not a resurrectionist, how should you apologize to me?" Dickon asked with a rather provocative smile on his face. "Ha ha, it's really ridiculous. This is the first time I've seen such a blindly confident guy like you." Judith sneered. "Obviously the smell of blood on your body has been exposed." "Still hardworking. The more realistic the acting is, the more ridiculous it becomes. Just tell me how you should apologize if you misunderstood. Deacon repeated it again, seeming a little impatient. If I wrongly blamed you, I will apologize until you are satisfied, Judith said coldly and decisively. Author's note: I'm going to make an appointment for a vertical illustration. Probably a cover type. There are several options that you can vote for in the post. Whichever one you vote for more, I will let the artist's wife draw which one. 1 Flower wedding to Cornelia. 2 The real body of the master craftsman. 3 Deacon golden eyes demonized. 4 Deacon transforms into a little succubus form. 5 Other options. If you have other ideas, you can also leave message after 5. If there are some that are particularly liked, the option will be added to the next time you vote for illustrations. In fact, I conducted a preliminary survey of intentions in the group, and one of the options turned out to be overwhelmingly high. I won't say which one it is. Anyway, it will be obvious when you look at the number of posts. If nothing else. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 140 The God of Deacon Contract. Hearing Judith's answer, Deacon couldn't help laughing. This female knight didn't know why she had been clinging to him since she saw him. Of course, Deacon was also happy for the female knight to cause trouble for him like this. If you don't pay a price today, you won't be able to walk out of this door. As long as he stands on the moral high ground, Deacon is invincible. He pointed to the body bag on the ground and said angrily, come on, open it and see who's in this bag. Could it be Evans? That's ridiculous. Judith sneered, shook her head, and said sarcastically, in her opinion, I want to say that today I can clear the guy in front of me from suspicion. I'm afraid it's only if Evans is contained in this body bag. But that kind of ridiculous thing is impossible even for a 3-year-old child. Judith walked over to the body. She stared closely at Deacon and gently opened the body bag with her sword, accurately cutting through its surface without damaging the body of the deceased inside. I saw the bag slowly spreading out. Judith also caught a glimpse of the condition of the body with her peripheral vision. She found that although the corpse's clothing was much burnt, it could be seen that it was the clothing of a clergyman. What a poor priest who suffered at the hands of these 3 guys. However, when Judith gradually saw the priest's appearance clearly, Evans. At this moment, Judith couldn't help but scream, her lips trembled, and she kept retreating. Her expression became horrified, as if she had seen a ghost. The enemy that originally made her fearful. Why did he suddenly turn into a corpse? How is it possible? Judith seemed to be frightened for a moment and her breathing became rapid and disordered. She soon seemed to have thought of something and looked at Deacon again. Do you want to use such a prop to scare me? She thought there was no way this could be Evans. It was just a prop used by the dangerous guy in front of her to mess with her mentality. Can't you just check it yourself? Where can I go to make you a corpse of an 8th level powerhouse? Deacon sighed, seeming to feel a little tired, or already want to fast forward to counting money. After hearing this, Judith squatted down and reached out tremblingly to touch the body. After confirming the strength of the body and using magic power to detect it, Judith quickly confirmed that it was a corpse with 8th level strength. And the most important thing, Evans has scars from her pursuit this afternoon. This cannot be faked in any way. There is no doubt that the deceased is Evans. Judith bit her lip tightly. No matter how fast her brain ran, she could not understand the current situation. How could Evans die like this? The answer must lie with this boy. Judith raised her head suddenly. I saw Deacon looking at her expressionlessly, but his eyes were extremely sharp, like a devil who couldn't wait for his meal. This made Judith shudder. How did you kill Evans? Mr. Evans' death was mainly related to a traffic accident. After determining that resuscitation was ineffective, we implemented humanitarian hospice care for him, Deacon stated calmly. Judith was surprisingly able to understand Deacon's strange answer. In the end, Evans was wounded to the point of dying, and then died from a last-ditch attack. But is this a death a little too casual? Or too shameful? Is it really that easy to kill Evans? So, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing for her to be unable to deal with even Evans? Her expression became more and more doubtful about life. Chapter 134. But the biggest question now isn't the details of killing Evans' archenemy. But she seemed to have made a big mistake. She seemed to have made an incredible promise just now. Judith bit her lip, looked at Deacon, and asked as if she was doing her best struggle, then what's the smell of blood on you? Without saying a word, Deacon took out blood purification, and transformation, elf cat, and shook the 2 cards towards Judith. Well, Judith's expression changed several times in 1 second. She figured it out quickly. It turns out that this is not a way to corrupt the bishop. It's the new special card maker who was called the Underworld Man some time ago. I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. The effect of your card is too similar to the corruption leader's spell. Judith touched the back of her head and said with a wry smile with a guilty expression on her face. "R?" Dickon shouted loudly, with a puzzled expression on his face, then turned his head and put his palms to his ears. "I'm sorry I didn't hear clearly, but I remember you said it before. What's wrong? What's apology? What's satisfaction?" Judith swallowed in embarrassment and grabbed her skirt in embarrassment. "Tell me what you want me to do," she said, her voice getting quieter. "I won't embarrass you too much, okay? Whether it's to repay me for helping you kill Evans, or to misunderstand a kind person like me, it's not too much for you to promise me one thing." Judith bit her lip tightly, unable to respond to Duchan for a moment. As a paladin who believes in the gods, she cannot make such a promise easily, because this promise is too broad. Once you agree, even if Duchan was going to redeem his promise tonight, she couldn't refuse. But she was indeed in the wrong. She looked at Duchan's straight eyes and couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Something that does not violate the laws of the Kingdom of Norton and does not violate your moral code. Duchan saw Judith's embarrassed look and added, "Good." Upon hearing Duchan's concession, Judith agreed without hesitation. If these 2 restrictions are added, there is nothing to worry about with this promise. And at least there's no need to worry about giving something important to Duchan tonight, because Duchan is underage. Illegal. "Can the gods bear witness?" Duchan asked. Judith understood what Duchan meant, turned around and faced the direction of the rising sun, and performed a prayer of the sun god cult. "I swear to the goddess, I will promise you something that does not violate the law and morality in the future to repay your kindness and apologize to you." Yes, he is still a person who is willing to admit defeat. Duchan suddenly felt much more relaxed. Then he turned back to Croix. "Are there more contracts?" Croix nodded. "It's in my suitcase. I'll go get it." Judith listened to their conversation with confusion on her face. "Contract? What contract?" "Are they asking me, an 8th level paladin, to be their thug?" "Well, as long as it doesn't violate laws and ethics, that's fine." After all, after adding these 2 restrictions, nothing can damage her glory, Judith thought. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 141. Duchan is whispering. Soon, Croix retrieved the spare contract from the bedroom where he kept the gifts upstairs and gave it to Duchan. "Sign it and we'll be clear." Duchan handed the contract and pen to Judith. He felt that this line in behavior was the second time today. Originally, when they came to Tristan City this time, the 3 of them planned to be talent scouts in their spare time. "Let's see if there are any talented girls on the streets of Tristan City that they can discover." Unexpectedly, I found 2 very capable girls on this day. Judith is both heroic and girlish in her delicate appearance. There is nothing to say about his noble temperament as the leader of the Holy Knight. Moreover, he can make up for what the energetic girl Flora and the pure girl Ice Princess in the team don't have. That is to say, become the sexy person in the team. The blonde female knight always has an indescribable feeling. Coupled with Judith's absolutely strong physical ability, there is no problem whether it is a long-term live or high-intensity dance practice. She is really born to love showing off. Judith took the contract and decided to check it out. If there are no big problems, just sign it. She didn't want to keep owing such a big favor. As a result, Judith turned over the contract and frowned more and more as she read it. "Idle? Planning? Did you get the wrong contract?" "No, no, no, I just hope you can become an idol. You can sing, dance and perform so that everyone can see your cute side." "Are you kidding? I'm a paladin of the goddess of faith. How can I be an opera singer?" This is a brand new way of preaching, and it can also make everyone feel the love of the goddess. "Impossible. The church will not allow me to do such a thing." "You were seriously injured in the battle with Evans. You are temporarily unable to continue to serve as the paladin captain. It is reasonable to transfer to a civilian position." "This is not true," Judith shouted righteously. "Huh? I originally planned to add to the report. During the process of killing Evans, Paladin Commander Judith risked her life and inflicted critical heavy damage on Evans, so that the final kill could be completed smoothly. If it wasn't true, I wouldn't write it. Dickon shook his head, his eyes full of regret. It's actually quite real, so I recommend you add that paragraph. Judith seemed to be suddenly startled, and then spoke hesitantly. Then it's decided, hurry up and sign the contract. You have become famous. It's time to think about the next stage of your life. No. Absolutely not. I'm already 30 or 30. How can I sing and dance like a girl? It's okay. There's a man over 200 years old who didn't say anything. What are you worried about? You look like a beautiful girl and you speak like a beautiful girl, so you are a beautiful girl. More than 200 years old? Judith obviously noticed. Why, Diane, you made Bingsy your idol? Well, she has already joined our agency. It is not shameful to be an idol at the 8th level. How so? Judith covered her forehead in disbelief and began to sway a little. She felt that everything after arriving in Tristan City today was too magical. Is there something wrong with the world? Just when Judith was stunned, Dickon asked again, Miss Judith, did you swear to God? Spreading love and peace to everyone, plus our company is legally compliant, is neither legal nor ethical. Or do you want to break your oath to the goddess? You don't want her to be embarrassed by you either, right? Dickon came closer and said beside her with a smile. Me. Judith felt as if she had been tricked by Dickon. She was at fault for refusing to sign this, but she knew it clearly. Sign this contract. My life is over in a sense. This is God's punishment for you. This is also a trial given to you by God. This is an important responsibility given to you by God. Admit it. Take it, let God see your calmness and faithfulness. Go and welcome a new life. You are the luckiest girl favored by the goddess. You will praise the greatness of the goddess in another way, so that everyone can feel the love of the goddess while liking you and being obsessed with you. Chapter 135. Dickon's voice lingered in her ears like a devil's whisper. Me. Judith seemed to have a brain that was about to burn out and began to operate under a high load. But Dickon had just noticed that Judith seemed to have the greatest emotional swing over the last few sentences. Could it be that she always wanted to become popular? Is this a problem for older beautiful girls? Because your status is too high, your career is too solemn, and your strength is too powerful, you can't even find a boyfriend. Dickon seemed to know how to persuade her. You will become very popular. You will no longer be looked up to as a paladin leader, but as a cute girl loved by thousands of people. The opportunity to take this step, maybe it's the only thing you have in this life. When Dickon said these last words, he obviously felt that Judith's mind was a little confused. It seems I guessed it right. So Dickon secretly used a very small range, 3 corpses fury, to influence Judith. Ah. I know, I just want to be an idol. Judith gritted her teeth, took the pen and signed her name on the contract. Let me tell you first, this is just for the goddess, for Faith, to repay your kindness and to express my apology. While handing back the contract, Judith still made a statement. As you are loyal to God, you shouldn't break the contract, even if you can afford the penalty. Dickon asked as he took back the contract with a smile. No. You can trust my loyalty to God. Judith shouted firmly. Great, then the idol group of our happy office will be officially established today. Dickon nodded with satisfaction. Not only did the idea come through, but I also gained a very nice employee. You can have a peaceful sleep tonight. A great day. Work hard, study, and live well. Dickon suddenly thought of another question. If the 2 new members are to gather in the capital to practice dance music and record the first MV, I'm afraid it will scare Flora. Oh number. That idiot might not even recognize that her 2 partners were Ice Princess and the Paladin Captain. Dickon actually began to look forward to the meeting between Skip Peter Pan and the 2 new members. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacrament, 142 The Painful Mask of the Resurrection Church, 2-1. Lampard was holding his head in pain as he witnessed Dickon's deception in the living room. To be honest, he has played enough with Dickon in the past 2 days. It can be said that his wealth and life are tied to Dickon. Of course, the results are also good, because all of Dickon's seemingly huge gambles were successful. As a facilitator, Viscount Lampard not only protected the territory, but also gained fame and fortune. He will definitely leave his name on the great deed of destroying the Bishop of Destruction. But Lampert has found out. Dickon has some weird ambitions. Will do extremely crazy things. He actually tricked an 8th level warrior from the Norton Kingdom into becoming a beautiful girl, singing and dancing. And Lampert seemed to have heard some incredible information from the conversation between Dickon and Judith. Binks also wants to be an idol. When did she fall into Dickon's clutches? This is the highest combat power of the 2 Norton kingdoms. If His Majesty the King knew that these 2 powerful protectors of the country had gone to engage in artwork, I am afraid that His Majesty the King would not be able to sleep well for at least a month. Moreover, when the rewards are given based on merit, not only will the King look at Dickon very strangely, I am afraid that Lampert, as a comrade, will also be despised by the King. Lampert suddenly realized the alliance between him and Dickon does not seem like a vow between friends, but more like a contract with the devil. It seems that I have been completely trapped and cannot get off the pirate ship. In order to save the declining Kulan territory, 3 legendary girls formed an idol group and debuted. Let's use this as the beginning of our plan. Dickon didn't care that Judith was right next to him, discussing with Croix in front of her. I think it's good. Then I can ask my father to promote it more in Kulan. We can start planning in advance for the first offline performance. Croix nodded in approval. Wait. I have no experience in this area, you can't let me go to the show so soon. Judith waved her hands quickly. Don't worry, this month you and Binks only need to record the demo of the first dance. Dickon smiled rather gently and said, you 2 just need to practice dancing well, and singing is not too bad. There is a child who can take the leadership position well. Judith has now gradually calmed down. The calmer she was and the more she thought carefully about what Dickon said, the more she realized the seriousness of the problem. When she thought about what she was going to do in the future, shame surged into her heart crazily, and her cheeks even felt a little hot. She couldn't understand why she was so obsessed with agreeing to him just now. She felt that the real situation now seemed to be worse than what she was most worried about at the beginning. After all, the long-term pain was worse than the short-term pain. It just so happens that in a while, the King will definitely commend us. You and Binksuchi are the main contributors to defeating Evans. Naturally, they will go to the royal capital to receive the commendation. When the time comes, just stay in the royal capital for a while to complete the recording. Dickon's words interrupted her random thoughts. Good. Judith bit her lip and nodded. Then Dickon stretched a little tiredly, exchanged greetings with Lord Lampert and went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. But Judith was still standing in the living room blankly. She couldn't digest the many things that happened in this short day. Lady Judith, do you want to stay at the Lord's mansion tonight? I will arrange a guest room for you. Lampert asked respectfully. Then ... I'm sorry to trouble you. Judith actually wanted to complain about something, but she felt it was a bit impolite, because she found that Lord Lampert seemed to have adapted to the job of hotel manager for some reason. The first late night after the Battle of Tristan City came to an end. On this land, I don't know where it is. There is neither moonlight nor sun here, although there are stars in the sky. They have all turned into black spots, as if the starry sky has been eroded and polluted. An ancient temple stands here. The temple is surrounded by a light cyanide curtain, which looks mysterious and beautiful. The entire space except this temple seemed dark and chaotic. In the temple, it is different from its artistic appearance. A cool temperature lingered in every corner of the temple, and the 6 walls made of pitch-black stone slabs exuded an extremely depressing atmosphere. There are no living guards here, only the same gloomy and almost deathly loneliness. Every space in the temple has its own barrier. If you are not the owner of this place, you will be lost here forever if you break in rashly. The structure in the temple slowly rotated like a Rubik's Cube, and the stones rolled around. Its structure began to change. In the main hall, several huge black geometric bodies appeared at some point, with only the top being flat. They seem to have no support, but are completely suspended like this. There are many strange runes painted on the strange black geometry, and there are faint glimmers of light, like countless eyes, eerie and cold. I don't know when it started, but figures were already standing on the black geometry. Their figures seemed to be made of black mist, floating in and out of place. Only a pair of eyes were revealed in the haze. Each person corresponds to a black geometric body. These are obviously their seats. 7 bishops came. Not bad. I don't know who spoke first, as if talking to himself. His tone was helpless and at the same time, there was a hint of solemnity. Soon he spoke again and continued, Evans failed. He was the leader in every gathering. I saw the words faintly constructed from the runes on the geometry under his feet. False. The fact that 7 bishops were present at the temporary synod of the Resurrection Church means that the problem is already serious. This space is the void space through which the cardinals of the Resurrection Church can pass through the spiritual connection by virtue of their certificate of bishops. In other words, this is a special ultra-long-distance communication method between the bishops of the Resurrection Church. No matter where you are, once the bishops' conference is opened, you only need to use your own bishop's certificate to connect to the corresponding geometry. Oh? Evans is such a loser. Chapter 136. A crazy voice sounded in the hall. His words were filled with pride and indescribable pleasure. He is lying lazily on top of the geometry called frenzy. Ha ha, you are better than him, right? I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything that he can't do. At this time, a voice named Plague Bishop asked, Crazy Bishop, do you want to die? Plague Bishop, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Corrupt Bishop, fight. Fight. I will collect the corpses of your losers. Not only were the 2 bishops the first to quarrel, there were even others who came to fan the flames. Bishop Zongyan, you all should be quiet. After being silent for a long time, a figure who had been silent finally spoke. Although his figure was blurry, his eyes were as deep as stars, and his whole person was filled with a domineering and evil aura. His words were extremely calm, but full of command. Why are you giving orders to us? Do you want to be the Pope? The plague and corruption were quiet, but the frantic bishop still seemed a little dissatisfied. You 2 combined can't beat me. Bishop Zongyan replied calmly. TSK. For a moment, even the most arrogant and frantic bishop fell silent. Suddenly the whole meeting became much more harmonious. How did Evans lose? A voice full of magic sounded. It seemed like the voices of many boys and girls mixed together, making the other bishops feel uncomfortable. I don't know how many civilians this guy has killed. Bishop silence. Lezong is fond of toying with civilians and experimenting on them. His methods towards civilians are extremely cruel, and he is also the most hated existence in the world. However, it seems that no one has given an answer or analysis to the question of Bishop silence. It's because of Deacon's interference. Just when everyone was silent, a figure suddenly spoke. Minos, you are incredibly well informed. The leader of the meeting, Bishop Xu, praised. Shadow Bishop Minos is the best card maker among the bishops of the Church of Resurrection, even as good as a special card maker. Ha 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 ha. Do you want to laugh me to death? Evans fell into the hands of a third-level person. Evans will be the one who makes me laugh this month. The crazy bishop held his stomach and laughed, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He could completely imagine the incompetent and furious look of the arrogant Evans when his plans were disrupted after meeting the people from the underworld. Shadow Bishop Minos, not only did he lose, he also died. At this moment, the bishops fell silent. Even the crazy bishop's laughter stopped abruptly and he frowned. They realized the seriousness of the problem. Evans will all die. Wouldn't their lives be in danger if they encountered the same situation? Evans is dead? Minos, this kind of joke is not funny. Believe it or not. Then whose hands did he die in the end? The Holy Knight Captain of the Sun God cult? Or the Great Sage of the Norton Kingdom? Or the Ice and Snow Princess who was completely restrained by him? Neither. Shadow Bishop Minos shook his head. Who is that? Still Deacon. The answer of Shadow Bishop Minos obviously made all the bishops completely quiet again for a while. Minos, I want to confirm with you, are you sure that Dukan did all this? Sure. Is this guy really the third level? He has unique characteristics and can often produce control effects regardless of rank when meeting harsh conditions. Of course we know this, but does he really have the ability to compete with the 8th level? Who can be called the incarnation of natural disaster? The Shadow Bishop shook his head. Although he is completely unable to compete with the 8th level, he will use all the resources at his disposal. Coupled with his unique abilities and unlimited tactics, even someone as strong as Evans will still be defeated and killed. In other words, Deacon's ability to kill Evans this time relied more on external force and luck. The corrupt bishop dragged his chin and muttered to himself. After all, Excellent battlefields and 8th level helpers are not always available. No matter what, Deacon's frontal combat capabilities and active combat capabilities are pitifully weak. If you really want to meet him, just be cautious and don't need to worry too much. Worrying too much will make it easy to fall into his trap. Yes, the best way to deal with him is not to communicate with him about any information. When my subordinates commented on Deacon, they said he was like a ghost. I actually wanted to see him, but it's a pity that he didn't dare to cause trouble in front of us. As long as he dares to leave the borders of the Norton Kingdom, I will dig a hole in his heart even if I risk being targeted by an astrologer. Haha, you're just a little bug who can't stand on the stage. You shouldn't think that you can be on an equal footing with us, right? The bishops commented sharply on Deacon. Although he was somewhat afraid of Deacon, he was more contemptuous. Now that we failed this time and lost a bishop, what should we do? Bishop Silence looked at Bishop Xu with some concern and asked in a low voice. He paid more attention to the overall situation. Bishop Fools, continue our plan, it is still within the tolerance range. The astrologers are keeping a close eye on us and are constantly prying into the secrets of the 10th level shadow world. We need to take advantage of the opportunity before the Pope comes back. Get the upper hand. What is the 10th level shadow world? At this time, a voice asked very humbly. Are you kidding me? The 10th level shadow world is the focus of our complete reboot of the world. How many times have you skipped the bishop's meeting? It seemed that he heard someone asking a stupid question just now, and even the frantic bishop who was still criticizing Deacon with high intensity couldn't help but come over and speak out. Sorry, the new guy just arrived. Newcomer. Suddenly, everyone present noticed something was wrong, and silently became silent, all focusing their attention on this person. Are the new people among the bishops? Are you kidding me? They all stared intently at the blue-eyed guy who asked the question. In their impression, no cardinal seemed to have blue eyes. A rough count. It started with 7 people. Now it's 8. In the middle of the process, there was an extra one without even realizing it. Who are you? All the bishops present found out. The position where this figure was standing originally belonged to Evans. This guy seems to have been sitting here for a while. Are you Deacon? Shadow Bishop asked. He was the first to guess the identity of this uninvited guest. Exactly down there. Deacon nodded in acknowledgement without hesitation. Subsequently, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. I do not know how long it has been. Why are you here, you bastard? The hall instantly erupted with extremely frightened and angry sounds. Author's note. Good news, the painter's wife has made arrangements, and Xixi Dog's wallet has dropped by 3,000. Bad news. This time the artist's schedule is too full and the painting will not be released until September. I also recommend a friend's book. The Ghost in Liu bears the name of Yakshaw. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacrament. 143 Deacon tortures the bishops online. You guys are so dark, it doesn't look like you are doing anything serious. Let me, the vanguard of anti-pornography and anti-crime, make a surprise inspection to see what's wrong with you, Deacon said righteously. Can someone come and kick him out? The frantic bishop covered his head and shouted with some collapse. What kind of people these days dare to come to their bishop's conference to cause trouble? No. The Pope is not here, and the bishop has no authority to drive the bishop out. Does this mean that as long as we have meetings in the future, this thing will always be here to listen? I'm afraid so. The bad thing is that he can not only listen, but even express opinions. Several bishops discussed with indignation. Although their expressions cannot be seen clearly, you can guess that their faces must be as dark as a pot at this time. Ha 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 ha. On the other hand, there was a bishop who was laughing so hard that he was already sitting on his own black suspension, holding his stomach. He didn't seem to care about Deacon's arrival at all, he just thought it was a great pleasure. You can really do it, Deacon. I'm really falling in love with you more and more. Chapter 137. And the bishops present all knew how Deacon sneaked into the meeting. Logically speaking, even if he robbed Evans of his bishop's certificate, he wouldn't be able to use it. However, the episcopal certificate has one characteristic. In order to ensure the absolute power of the bishop, if a church member defeats the bishop, he becomes the new bishop. If you want to become a formal member of the church, as long as a high-level guarder helps Deacon operate behind the scenes, You can bypass other approvals and obtain the certificate of a formal member. Once Deacon gets the cultist's certificate and defeats Evans personally, his cultist's certificate will be upgraded to a brand new bishop's certificate. Deacon, get out of here. Otherwise, even if I go directly to the Norton Kingdom, I will take back your bishop's certificate. The frantic bishop pointed at Deacon and roared. There is no way to cause any harm to other people in this space. Everyone is just a projection. Even if you are a bishop, the only way to destroy other bishops is to kill them. No matter the wind or rain, the king will be waiting for you. Just wait and see if I kill you and you'll be done with it. Deacon just scoffed in response. Obviously, there was nothing the mad bishop could do about it. No matter how awesome the 8th level bishop is, he can't go directly to the capital to find trouble for Deacon. If we really get over it, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape even if I run. The bishops' conference cannot be held from now on. Even if he doesn't say anything, he can disgust us just by coming to this station. Let him hear all the information. Just as several other bishops covered their heads and roared in pain. Hey, let's add a friend. Deacon found that a black floating stone was very close to him, and the bishop on it greeted him friendly. Does the bishop's certificate also have a private chat function? Deacon asked. Yes, I'll teach you. Then please. ! Why are you two still talking? Minos, you bastard. Get out of here if you don't want to have a meeting. The other bishops soon discovered that the fun-loving man was beginning to engage in bewildering behavior. They were already angry enough, but now they seemed to be adding fuel to the fire, eager to clean up the house first. You idiots, do you understand the sympathy between scientific researchers? After saying that, Shadow Bishop Minos stopped caring about the other yelling bishops and began to teach Deacon how to use the bishop's certificate. So now there are a few people in the temple scolding each other, and then there are 2 people sitting in the corner, exchanging contact information with their mobile phones. Okay, then we will be friends from now on and can contact you at any time. Of course, we are too far apart. If we need physical projection or voice, it will consume too much mana. It is better to send a message. Minos explained patiently. Thank you. But are you so familiar with everyone? Deacon couldn't help but ask. He seemed to find the Shadow Bishop Minos quite interesting, and he didn't mind saying a few more words to him. Anyway, it seems that this bishop can communicate normally. It is true that Deacon had not realized until now how free there was within the Church of the Resurrection. They can both fight each other to gain the upper hand, and they can also go crazy with their own mentality. Of course not, I would only be so friendly to my friends. Minos replied. Don't you think we should be enemies? Deacon asked again. Minos, can't enemies be friends? Minos' answer stunned Deacon. Deacon, are you serious? Minos, yeah. Then let's be friends before we actually meet, but if we meet one day, I won't show mercy to you. Me too. While the two were chatting, several other bishops no longer knew how to scold Deacon. They even began to curse Minos. In the future, we will temporarily suspend the bishops' conference until the Pope comes back. Agree? I object. You are forming a clique to exclude me. Deacon suddenly interjected. You are against you. Let me ask you, if I hold this certificate, am I considered a bishop? Deacon raised the bishop's certificate in his hand. You are at best a mole. A traitor. Deacon, this is wrong. This is your subjective opinion. It does not achieve the true unity of subjectivity and objectivity. Where did the process of my becoming a bishop violate the rules? Is it possible that you want to join us? Just because you are the third level? Deacon, no, I act openly and above board, and my heart is as clear as a mirror. How could I collude with you? Then what do you want to express? Deacon, I just want to advise you to surrender. There is still a chance now, otherwise it will be easy for you when I catch you one by one. Arsehole. The leader of the meeting, Bishop Xu, was so angry that he went offline. Then several other bishops gradually left the temple. The Synod of the Resurrection Church was thus forced to terminate. Oh, I haven't asked yet what is going on in the 10th level shadow world. Deacon looked at the empty temple and sighed. You can ask me. Suddenly a voice came to my ears. Deacon discovered that Minos was still nearby. Is this tellable information? Deacon was a little surprised. Information obtained without interrogation always feels unrealistic and unearned. It's nothing. As long as it's not the core information of the church, I can tell you for personal reasons. but you should not ask for some information, just like I won't expect to find out the key information of the Kingdom Federation from you." Minos spread his hands. There is quite a sense of distinction between public and private. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rites, 144. Deacon accidentally hurts Minos. Minos was already freer than Dukan expected. "If the Church of Resurrection were all like you, you would disband on your own without me doing anything," Dukan thought to himself. There is nothing to hide. Most of the top leaders of the Kingdom Federation also know that disaster is approaching the world. Minos explained nonchalantly. "Is this the 10th level shadow world?" "Yes, when it is turned on, if it cannot pass smoothly, the world will face an unprecedented disaster, and only a few strong people will survive. Obviously, the purpose of the Kingdom Federation is to successfully clear this shadow world, while the Resurrection Church wants to cause destruction." "How long will it take to open it? Is it possible to open it again in 100 years?" "I don't know either. Only the astrologer from the Kingdom Federation can get a glimpse of the information." At this point Minos paused, and he suddenly realized that Dukan didn't seem to want to prepare for the shadow world. "Hey, you weren't just thinking that if the activation time was after your lifespan ran out, you could just ignore it and just hang up, right?" As Minos spoke, his tone became very contemptuous. Regardless of what I think, you seem to be in no position to say this. By the way, do you know the name of this shadow world?" "How could anyone know? You think so highly of me." Minos sighed. Dukan nodded and thought for a moment, but did not talk to Minos about the 10th level shadow world. "By the way, can I ask you some gossip questions?" Dukan asked suddenly. "Sure." "I heard that there is a bishop in your Resurrection Church who likes to wear women's clothing. Do you know which one it is?" This was the piece of information about the Church of Resurrection that Dukan found out last time that he was most concerned about. Generally speaking, the more outrageous this melon sounds, the more reliable it is in its authenticity. Because ordinary believers don't dare to make up and spread random things. After Dukan prepared to ask, he went directly to publish an article in a magazine the next day, making the bishop's interests and hobbies public. However, what makes Dukan feel very embarrassed is, he noticed that Minos was silent. For a moment, the empty temple fell silent. The atmosphere became very solid. Both of them knew what was going on, but neither knew how to break the deadly atmosphere. A feeling that silence is better than sound at this time. I don't mean to offend, I really don't know." Dukan finally laughed dryly and spoke first. Chapter 138. "Is there a possibility that I am actually a girl?" Minos muttered in an imperceptible voice, as if he was a little unhappy. "Don't worry, I'm a feminist. If I really want to fight with you, I won't show mercy to you because of your gender." Minos was stunned when he heard Dukan's words. "BFFT, I really do belong to you, then I hope we never meet each other in this life," Minos said with a helpless smile. "I hope so." The two chatted for a while, but Dukan had to log off because his mana consumption was too high. After leaving the illusory space connected to the bishop's certificate, Dukan's consciousness returned to the room in the Lord's mansion. He twisted his neck, feeling very tired. Staying up late is not a good thing for teenagers. Besides, he has travel plans tomorrow. But the group of night owls at the Church of Resurrection couldn't possibly adjust the meeting time just because of Dukan's schedule. "Oh, I've obviously accommodated them so much. Why are they still treating me so badly?" If it weren't for a reasonable person like Minos, Dukan might really feel that some people in this world are not worth it. If you think about it carefully, this whole day has been very tiring. In the morning, I went to Tristan Academy to complete the special examination, and at noon I had to attend city-state activities. In the afternoon, while going to reform the lost girl Isabel, I also protected the city-state and completed the work of scouting. In the evening, I have to send Evans on the road and continue my talent scouting work. Another meeting was held in the middle of the night. Dukan really feels like a bit of a time management guru. Dukan yawned and walked to the bed. "Turn off the light and lie down on the bed." Dukan opened his eyes and looked a little solemn. "The 10th level shadow world ... Could it be the world-destroying heavenly battlefield?" Dukan murmured. "The battlefield that reaches the sky and destroys the world." He knows this 10th level shadow world better than anyone else, whether it's the name or the mechanical rules, because that's where the master was defeated and died. The information was also brought back by the master and craftsman with his life. For this world, the world-destroying Tongshan battlefield has not been successfully cleared. It's just a very special situation that got me stuck halfway through the process. So if there is really a 10th level shadow world coming, there is a chance that it will continue the previous progress of the world-destroying heavenly battlefield. Dukan has long speculated that it might make a comeback someday. I just didn't expect that its opening time would probably be in this era. Is there any way to delay the opening time of the 10th level shadow world? As long as I am buried in the ground, the destruction of the world will have nothing to do with me. Dukan seemed to be seriously thinking about how to deal with this 10th level shadow world. Compared to a relaxing and comfortable trip, the 10th level shadow world feels more like an extreme sport. Although Dukan didn't really dislike it, he didn't really like it either. But if the 10th level shadow world that will appear in the future is really there, world-destroying heavenly battlefield, for Dukan, it might be easier than the 9th level shadow world, because he has previewed the content of this shadow world in advance. In any case, Dukan's small goal still needs to be carried out first. Eradicating the Church of Resurrection will more or less provide critical help to the smooth passage of the 10th level shadow world. After all, the shadow world is already difficult to clear, and if there is a group of saboteurs, it will be too hell mode. You have such ambitions, maybe the 10th level shadow world is not invincible. The master finally couldn't help but complain in Dukan's heart. Because she shared information with Dukan, she probably had a rough estimate of how difficult it would be to destroy the Church of Resurrection. It's too cruel to let you enter the palace for the second time. You managed to escape with half your life. You should enjoy happiness for the rest of your life. Dukan sighed as if he was talking to himself. It is both my long-cherished wish and my obsession to clear it. By the way, what did you say just now? I mean, dear teacher. Oops, I understand. If you are not afraid, I will try my best. Author's note, sorry for being late again, there will be an update tomorrow. In fact, I wrote 3 updates in the past 2 days, but I deleted a lot. The plot of these 2 days is mainly the connection between Tristan's offensive and defensive battle and the film world. While advancing the main plot, I wanted to try to present a lighter and more everyday plot, but I was also worried that it would be a bit boring, so I felt unsatisfied after I finished writing it, so I deleted it. I still have temporary inspiration for the underworld plot, but I don't dare to do high-intensity work on the underworld plot. After all, this is not what I am good at. I'm afraid that I will become an old Akasaka thief, and I will be ruined immediately, so if you think there is something wrong, you can give me feedback. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 145 Cornelia's Formula, updated 8:30. Mr. Dukan Huijian. The time for the ice elves to fly has arrived. I wonder if you are enjoying your time in Tristan City. The climate in Tristan City is slightly colder and more humid than the capital. Please be careful not to catch a cold. 3 days have passed since the crisis in Tristan City was resolved, and my body has almost recovered. The strange thing is, I thought I would still be scared of the battle that day, but actually I always feel at ease for some reason. This is a unique experience in my long life. I believe it's all thanks to you and your partners, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude. The reason why I picked up my pen this time is for no other reason. I just hope to see Mr. Dukan again, to express my gratitude to you in person, and to say a few words. There are some misunderstandings between us, but after hearing what you said, I don't know if I can presume to call myself your friend. If it's not suitable, I also want to get acquainted with you again. In just 3 days, many new changes have taken place in both the Resurrection Church and the Kingdom Federation. Although I don't know if you have learned about the latest situation, I will tell you everything I know if necessary. As for the 3rd stage of your special examination, I will try my best to answer it for you to express my apology for being rude during the special examination. Whether you agree or not, Artemis sincerely prays that you will be happy and in good health. Ode to Shi-Chi. But Nelia finished reading the letter sent by Dukan in her childish tone. Then there were only shouts echoing through the hustle and bustle of the street, and the clanging of handbells. When Dukan received the express message sent to him by the escort knight of the Lord's mansion, The beautiful mind trio were sitting on a bench in a square in Tristan City eating desserts. The warm winter sunshine and the festive atmosphere of people coming and going make the originally cold weather much more comfortable. The three people and the cat were enjoying their vacation comfortably, and then they received a letter from Bingsj, entrusted by Lord Lampard to help deliver it to Dickon. So in order to hone Cornelia's listening, speaking, reading and writing skills, I asked her to read it. Meow meow. Is Bingsj's writing style so elegant? Teacher Cat scratched the cat's head and said with some confusion, because it felt that Cornelia was reading too slowly. It hung on Cornelia's shoulder and read it quickly. It is said that he has lived for at least 200 years and rarely communicates with others. It is normal for his writing style to be a little older. Dickon was not shy about mentioning Bingsuj's age. He seems to have become accustomed to dancing in the minefield of old beautiful girls, or a bit addictive. No matter what I say, I feel like there are ants crawling all over my body. However, Dickon discovered that Bingsuj's temper was much better than that of Master. Even if Bingsuj'i was told that she was 200 years old in front of her, she probably wouldn't be angry. I thought something was coming, but this time Dickon heard nothing. No warning was received either. It was eerily quiet. However, the next second, Dickon was caught off guard and felt as if he had low blood pressure and his vision went dark. When he regained consciousness again, his vision gradually became clearer. Dickon noticed that the scenery around him didn't seem to change much. He heard that the tropics discussed by Teacher Mao and the others were not much different from just now. It should not have been that the master and craftsman forcibly occupied his body for too long. But Dickon quickly discovered the seriousness of the problem. All the chestnut cream puffs in his hands have disappeared. The mellow sweetness of cream still lingers on the tip of the tongue, which is a little aftertaste left after Master finished eating the puffs. But the most delicious moments were all enjoyed by the Master. What's even more frightening is that Dickon feels a little full, and I'm a little tired of the sweet taste. Even if he buys another portion, he won't feel as happy eating it as before. Happiness has been forcibly taken away by Master. Master, you don't have martial ethics. Dickon wanted to cry but had no tears. Miscalculation. I shouldn't have provoked Master and Craftsman when I had delicious food in hand. Even if you finish eating, I can take over your body before you eat next time. The Master's voice finally sounded in Dickon's heart. Chapter 139. Let me go. What about one meal per person? Dessert is extra. Why do you look like a little sister fighting for pudding in the refrigerator with your brother? You are obviously the elder. Elder? What do you want to express? The Master seems to have locked on some key words. Obviously some of the words were normal, but she always felt that Dickon liked to use these words to annoy her. Come on, you are my sister, okay? I am so stupid. Just think of this puff as being given to you by your brother. Before Dickon could finish speaking, he felt his vision gradually darken again. Calm down. You took in those calories. Is it your turn to run tomorrow? As soon as Dickon finished saying these words, it seemed that the Master and Craftsman's behavior of grabbing control temporarily stopped. Daily long-distance running and sprinting are compulsory exercises for Dickon. He has always taken his ability to escape very seriously. After all, he easily gets full of hatred, and sometimes he may die just by running a little too slowly. The Master was silent for a moment, and finally answered again. What are you talking about? You bought the puffs, and they came from your hands to your stomach. It's none of my business. You should at least take responsibility for our bodies, Master. Just when Dickon was arguing with Shijiang, Teacher Cat and the other two were also chatting about Bingsuj's letter. By the way, do you think this letter smells a little like a love letter? The cat teacher's tone was particularly cunning. He jumped off Cornelia's shoulder, shook his flexible cat head on the bench, and looked at the other two people and asked, Love? Love letter? Cornelia exclaimed for a moment. She opened her mouth wide and almost dropped the letter in her hand to the ground. Afterwards, although her expression returned to normal, her eyes became very anxious. Why is Norton Kingdom so difficult? She completely failed to read it as a love letter. I thought I had made a lot of progress recently, but I didn't expect that I still haven't mastered it at all. Moreover, why did Bingsuj'i send a love letter to Dickon? But Nalia didn't understand, but she had to think quickly. If Ice and Snow Princess? Dickon, 1. Ice and Snow Princess looks good. 2. Rich Ice and Snow Princess. 3. Ice and Snow Princess is powerful. 4. Dickon likes good-looking people, likes money, and likes strong people. 5. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. Dickon plus Bink Suji equals marriage? Question mark slash? Slash slash question mark slash slash. Guilty partner, Dickon equals Cornelia, question mark or opening parenthesis. So Cornelia has lost her brain, can't think, plus underscore plus. But Nelia hugged her head and seemed a little dizzy. Volume 3 Secrets of the Withering of the Sacrament, 146. Dickon, do you know who the Bishop of Pain is? Hey, why don't I feel that this letter has the meaning of a love letter at all? Croix dragged his chin and thought for a moment, his face full of confusion. Croix, you don't understand the thoughts of girls at all, meow. I don't know when you will get married with your childhood sweetheart, meow. Teacher Cat helplessly moved his front paws and sighed. How could Claire and I? Croix paused mid-sentence, his brows frowning deeper and deeper. He remembered that Dickon had said the same thing before, and now even Teacher Cat said the same thing. Is it possible that his childhood sweetheart Claire really doesn't hate him that much? But liking him is too outrageous. No, I really can't see where this letter is ambiguous. Bink Suji's words are obviously very strict. Croix thought for a while and returned to the original question. You are such an idiot, meow. When I said this letter smells a little like a love letter, I don't mean there is anything wrong with the writing. It just means the smell in the literal sense. Smell this letter, Teacher Cat explained. So that's it. Croix felt that as a human being, there was still a generation gap between him and Mr. Cat. He picked up the letter from Cornelia, who was still in a dead state, and looked at it carefully. This is a piece of antique-style letter paper that has been fumigated with incense. It is carefully written with brand new ink. Each stroke seems to have taken a long time. Both the wax and the seal on the envelope are as neat and clean as works of art. It can be seen that a lot of thought has been put into it, but this doesn't mean anything. What if Bink Suji is so serious about everyone she writes to? Meow meow, why didn't she write to you? Didn't you save her life? Croix rubbed his head and seemed to be convinced by Mr. Cat. Wait a minute, if this letter really has this meaning, is it really okay for a few of us to circulate it like this? Croix handed the letter back to Dickon and asked again. Dickon has been in a daze since just now. You think too much and are over reasoning. Dickon came back from the confrontation with the master and said, even if I saved her life and made her cry twice like that later, how could she have a crush on me? No show or manga would dare to draw her like this. Dickon sneered and shook his head, then lifted the back of Teacher Cat's neck. Look at what you, stupid cat, have done. But Nelia finally gained some confidence in her language, and you made her have self-doubt again. Meow meow meow. I am the master of love, meow. You are the only one who is a master of love and is the most ridiculous person in the world. Let's change ourselves first and then talk about it. Don't look down on me, meow. Then change quickly, meow. Basically no one would research or create a card like transformation. Run. This weird card may exist somewhere in the world, but it's too unpopular and too rare. First of all, it is difficult to achieve its principle with human magic. Secondly, when a warcraft reaches a sufficient level, it can also transform into a human form by its own strength. It's a pity that Mr. Cat is so lazy. It may be difficult for him to have a human form in this life. Isn't this a love letter? When Nelia saw that Dickon finally expressed his opinion, she timidly grabbed his sleeve and asked. Dickon looked into Cornelia's eyes and soon understood what complex inferences were going on in her mind. Of course not, don't worry. Cool. But Nelia seemed to feel relieved instantly after hearing this. Meow. Although Teacher Cat still wanted to argue with Dickon, after thinking about it, he quietly jumped onto Cornelia's lap and lay down. At the request of Teacher Cat, Dickon took them to Tristan Magic Academy to meet Ice Princess. It just so happened that Croix and Cornelia had not come to play in the academy this time. Since Dickon had been to Bings's room before, he led his friends around the academy twice before heading straight to their destination. The three of them arrived at the door of the room on the top floor of the ancient tower. Dickon knocked twice on the cold stone door. Please come in. A cold but gentle voice came from inside the door. Before Dickon could forcefully push the heavy door open, Nalia helped him push it. She seemed to notice that it would be a little difficult to push the door. Dickon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This feels right. What caught the eyes of the three of them was this mini library-like combination of living room and study room. There is also Bingzhi, who looks slightly surprised, but she quickly adjusted her expression and motioned for the visitors to sit on the sofa. Since he and Croix fought side by side, they even made a lot of complaints together. Therefore, among the people Bingzhi knew, Croix was already considered an acquaintance who could communicate well. But this was the first time she met Teacher Cat and Cornelia. Can't help but feel a little nervous. And she didn't know why this red-haired girl seemed to be looking at her nervously, which made Bingzhi even more nervous. Is there anything I need to do about the final stage of Special Card Maker? After Bingzhi served them the prepared fruit tea, Dickon directly asked the question he was most concerned about. Originally, the third stage will be longer. President Lun of the Royal Capital Branch of the Card Creators Association must have explained the reason to you. Bingzhi replied. Chapter 140. Dickon smiled wryly and nodded. He knew the reason for his lengthy review. After all, his card-making methods are very similar to those of the bishops of the Church of Resurrection. In fact, Dickon has always been very angry about everyone's misunderstanding. But after you defeated Evans, things took a new turn. Bingzhi said again. Haha, great. Killing Evans this time will definitely speed up my review process a lot. Dickon couldn't help laughing, and took a leisurely sip of his favorite fruit tea. However, Bingzhi just remained silent. This made Dickon's smile fade away. He realized something was wrong. Isn't it because the review progress has become slower? Dickon asked with a trembling voice. He couldn't accept the fact that he was blocked for review. Yes, Bingzhi nodded helplessly. Isn't this unreasonable? I killed the Cardinal of the Resurrection Church. Even if I was previously suspected of having anything to do with the Resurrection Church, I should clear my mind. Dickon looked at Bingzhi and asked with confusion. Bingzhi nodded helplessly. Actually because there are rumors outside that the Resurrection Church appointed a new bishop after Evans died, named Bishop of Pain. Dickon almost lost his hold on the teacup. Where did this rumor come from? Author's note. There is another update at noon today. My schedule has been a bit chaotic these 2 days. I need to adjust my schedule back to the world of the world. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite. 147 Dickon's list. I know you will never become the bishop of the Resurrection Church. Although Bingzhi had a look of sadness on her brows, her tone was very firm. But this is the official news released by the Resurrection Church. Bingzhi handed Dickon a document. It contains information released to the public by the Resurrection Church this morning. After active and friendly communication and negotiation, we are happy to announce to everyone that from now on, Mr. D, who is good at curses, poisons, and mind control, has officially joined the Church of Resurrection and will serve as the church's new cardinal, Bishop Payne, together with other members. Fight together for great doctrine. I fucking transferred to Resurrection Gaming to play jungle, right? Dickon couldn't help but curse. Although the Church of Resurrection did not mention Dickon by name, it was basically the same as pronouncing Dickon's ID number. Which unlucky thing came up with this idea? Dickon felt like he was pecked by birds all day long. Unexpectedly, the Church of Resurrection was so angry with him a few days ago, and today it even gave up its face to drag him down. Moreover, the behavior of the Resurrection Church is simply disgusting, because if the Resurrection Church really regards Dickon as a companion, it will definitely not disclose information about its own people like this. So Dickon knows all about whether he is a member of the Resurrection Church or not. The meaning of the Resurrection Church is very clear. I just want to give some people who want to cause trouble for Dickon a reason to talk. This is nothing more than a method used by the Church of Resurrection to sow discord, and there are indeed some people with ulterior motives who are using this topic to play on. Please don't worry. Those who are clean will clean themselves up. The vast majority of people believe that you are a hero. Bingzhi looked at Dickon and said seriously, I absolutely believe you. Seeing that Dickon was silent, Bingzhi added another sentence. Is it because if my reputation is too high or I become a special card maker, it will touch the interests of some people? Dickon asked. That's right. Well, Dickon sighed helplessly. Originally, he had asked Lampard to report the whole matter as low-key as possible. For example, The overwhelming Captain Delkin celebration held in Tristan City was described as a mere coincidence. Then they happened to capture a large group of resurrectionists. The process of defeating Isabel also omitted many details, because it was impossible for Dukin to reveal his final trump card. In the final part of defeating Evans, the main output was also given to Paladin Judith. Therefore, according to the report of the whole incident, it seems that the two 8th level powerhouses, Ice and Snow Princess Judith, were the main force, while Dukin and Croix were the auxiliaries and worked together to defeat Evans. Although Dukin is the key player, it seems more like luck happened to hit, rescue and restrained against Evans. The details of Dukin's plan, which controlled everything like the mastermind behind the scenes, were hidden. But even so, some people still can't tolerate Dukin. In addition, your demonic card-making skills are not obvious to everyone. Although foreign language card making is also a key research content of modern card makers, your attainments in demonic card making are so high it's so incredible, as if he is really a living ancient demon. Bingsg added. Dukin nodded. He knew what Bingsg meant. Demons were almost extinct in this world many years ago. Demonic card making has gradually become a lost technology. In ancient times, the pain flow and mana evaporation flow used by Dukin now were not without demons liking to use them. At that time, in order to deal with the demon's pain infliction, pain feedback, and summon interference, there were countermeasure systems and playing methods. However, as the times and the environment changed, demons became extinct, and these demonic genres also disappeared together due to lack of new card support. However, Dukin suddenly came up with Dukin's latest magically modified version of Pain Stream in this era without demons. With the support of some weird ideas from Dukin, it is difficult to deal with Dukin in the current environment. You may often be caught off guard by Dukin. If Dukin is allowed to continue developing the demonic genre, it is likely to have a huge impact or even damage the world's environment. Maybe some special card makers will become useless because they are restrained to death. Therefore, many people do not hope that Dukin will bring about such a huge change in the environment. Can you tell me where the main resistance comes from? Dukin asked calmly. The special card makers from the northern countries, the special card makers from the Empire, and Binksuji handed Dukin a list that had been compiled in advance. Dukin took the list, looked at it, and nodded expressionlessly. I understand. Thank you. The forces in the northern countries are currently requesting a comprehensive review of you from the Federation of Kingdoms, trying to take you away from the Northern Kingdom. The Northern Kingdom and several friendly neighboring countries have also strongly opposed it. But please rest assured, no matter what, His Majesty the King will not hand you over. Dukin knew that the Northern Kingdom would not cheat him. From the time he entered school, the king and dignitaries of the Northern Kingdom must have always been staunch loyalists. Otherwise, Dukin's life wouldn't be so easy and comfortable. Most of the surrounding neighboring countries have good relations with the Kingdom of Norton. Considering that Dukin had dealt with the disillusioned Bishop Evans who often appeared in the surrounding areas, it undoubtedly made the neighboring countries feel at ease. Therefore, there will be other forces that are protective of Dukin. But there is indeed not absolute unity among the Kingdom Federation, and the Imperial forces outside the Federation are also quite troublesome. Therefore, the Resurrection Church was given such an opportunity to provoke. Then Dukin, can't you prove your innocence by killing one or two more bishops? There's no way the Church of Resurrection can bear to make such a fuss about you, right? Teacher Cat suddenly made his genius speech from the side. I have this ability. Why don't I just deal with those who raise objections? Aren't they much easier to deal with than those bishops? Dukin asked angrily. In addition to having reliable teammates, a large part of the reason for being able to defeat Evans is, Evans broke into Dukin's web on his own. If he dares to take the initiative to come to Dukin, Dukin will definitely tell him that there will be no return. But if Dukin were to take the initiative to attack those bishops, it would be difficult even if Dukin brought his idol group with him. Please don't mess around, meow. Teacher Cat listened to Dukin's dangerous speech, and for a moment he really suspected that this kid was the Bishop of Pain. Dukin said nothing, but looked at the list again. He scratched their names one by one with his fingertips, as if he wanted to erase their names. Author's note, sorry for keeping dads waiting for so long. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 148 Dukin's Girl Group Guidance. 2-1. Dukin, What you need is time, and the Norton Kingdom will give you full protection. As long as you quickly improve your rank, no matter what your card-making and acting style is, no one will dare to offend you in 10 years at most, Binksuji said seriously. Ha ha, 10 years, Dickon sneered. Can I bear this injustice? When I reach the 4th level, the great reckoning will begin. When Binksuji heard Dickon's words, her red lips slightly opened, but she didn't know what to say. When she thought of the scene when this young man saved her, she felt convinced that he could do it for some reason. Look at me making a card that will make them happy in the morning, noon and night. Chapter 141. Dickon will combine all the gains from this period of time, as well as all his previous accumulations, to complete this work. The new work originally planned to be made after reaching the 4th level was used to deal with the bishops unexpectedly. Besides these bishops, there are even more hateful targets. Not even those bishops dared to provoke him like this, but those reckless nobles of the Northern Kingdom and the bastards of the Empire dared to trouble him without any hesitation. Do you really think that I, Dickon, am not worthy of the words Bishop of Pain? Teacher Cat looked at Dickon and started to panic. With this look on his face, Dickon was clearly standing on the moral high ground, ready to start causing trouble unscrupulously in the future. What the hell are you planning to do again, meow? Hee. This will be my masterpiece. Teacher Cat felt a little scared. It knows that the cards made by Dickon basically do not have the cards in the world. The card that Dickon used his lifelong learning to make must be, as he said, the most underworld work. What on earth are you going to make, meow? Tell me, meow. Call Daddy and I'll tell you, meow. Mr. Cat stood on the sofa, raised his front paws and picked at Cornelia's sleeves. Nelia, meow. Dickon bullied me. Cornelia hugged Mr. Cat, looking distressed, and then looked at Dickon pitifully. It's a shame. Dickon scratched his head helplessly. Then he gently picked up Mr. Cat's ear and whispered in his ear. After listening to Dickon's words, Teacher Cat raised its cat head, opened its eyes wide, and seemed to be thinking, meow, meow, meow. I don't know you. Don't get involved with me when you are arrested. It has already guessed how many people Dickon will offend in the future. Once discovered, it will not be as simple as being misunderstood as the Bishop of Pain. It's too late, you have heard it. If one day I am locked up, you will be the cat in the hands of the Bishop of Pain. Meow meow meow. Why do you have to tell me? You insist on asking. One person and one cat started bickering again. Binksuji had been listening beside her, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. After chatting with Binksuji about the current situation, Dickon realized that it was getting late. The 3 people and the cat all left the sofa, thanked Binksuji and prepared to leave. Then we will meet each other after the new year. Dickon waved his hand to Binksuji and said. Of course Binksuji knew what she was going to do in the royal capital. She had tried not to think about the bizarre contract she had signed. She felt like twisting into a maggot just thinking about it. Now that Dickon mentioned it again, Binksuji could not keep calm. Instead she bit her lip. Okay, I promised you. Binksuji's voice was thin, with a hint of vibrato, and an indescribable firmness. 1 month later. The winter campus life in the royal capital, Heavenlit College, passed by without even realizing it in a hectic atmosphere. Dickon also returned to the royal capital from Tristan City early. He still remembered the vicissitudes of his expression when his class teacher, Professor Arnold, saw him again. For Professor Arnold, the 2 emotions of wanting to see this student and never wanting to see him again are extremely strong. At that time, Professor Arnold's thousands of words were condensed into one sentence, just come back. But Dickon could see that Professor Arnold's face was full of complicated mental processes. Arnold originally thought that the hijacking was the end of Dickon's troubles, didn't expect it was just an appetizer. After returning to the academy, Dickon's daily life didn't seem to have changed much. Because he is prone to attract attention and at the same time be kept at a distance. As for the king's summons 2 days ago, it was not as exaggerated as Dickon imagined. Perhaps Dickon had already seen many big events, and the king had no heirs, so he simply accepted the reward from His Majesty the King and resigned. The first semester of college life for Dickon and Cornelia also came to a successful end. These days, the tropic on campus seems to be dominated by final exams. The results of the final exams were announced today. This score will determine the class placement for the following year, and its importance to most students is evident. Of course, everyone is working hard to prepare for the exam. Even in the Knights Academy, you can often see students with bloodshot eyes. Dickon has been helping Cornelia with her homework intensively these days. Although Cornelia went to Tristan City to participate in practical activities with the approval of the school, it does not count as skipping class. But those lessons she missed seem to have turned into a huge debt weighing on her after her 7-day trip to Tristan City. But Nelia was very worried that she would fail the class, and then she would be assigned to another class in the 2nd grade, separated from Dickon. So she relied on Dickon to teach her. During the last few days of review, the two of them were basically inseparable except for sleeping. The results will be announced today, and the 1-month winter vacation will officially begin. Although they can go home, most students who live far away from the capital will choose to stay in school. They prefer to return home during the 3-month summer vacation. Students who stay in the academy can still challenge the Shadow World during the holidays. After all, the Shadow World Gate in the royal capital is not only open to students, but also to other Northern Kingdom certified challengers. The test results were posted in the morning. Dickon and Cornelia undoubtedly occupied the 1st and 2nd place in the Knight's house. Dickon still got perfect marks in the cultural class, plus a high score in the film world practice. Although Cornelia's cultural classes are lacking, she has passed them for the time being. With a practical score as high as Dickon's, there is a big gap between him and other students overall. Originally, Dickon had planned not to look at the results just like the entrance exam, but Cornelia was too nervous, and Dickon had no choice but to accompany her to take a look. But seeing Cornelia finally showing a relaxed and happy expression for a long time, Dickon felt that it was not bad. Cornelia's hometown is a southern kingdom, and the journey is too far. Only a month's vacation is not enough. Her mother had also told her before not to come back easily. Of course, Nelia didn't know the reason very well. Both Dickon and Croix were from the Crown border, and it was not worthwhile to go back and forth during the short 1-month holiday, so they all stayed in the academy honestly. In addition, in 3 days, it will be February 1st. This is also the day when you might bump into Maureen in the Shadow World. In order to find this crucial missionary, Dickon and Cornelia naturally had to stay in the academy and challenge the Shadow World. But before that, they still had one important thing to do. A luxurious mansion in the royal capital. In addition to the homely atmosphere, the mansion also has ample office facilities. This is an old house that the Beautiful Mind team bought with the king's bonus as the base of Happy Church. After being received by the king, Ice Princess and Paladin Judith, who had been busy for a long time, finally had time to report to the company. Binksuja was wearing a white dress today, with her long hair hanging smoothly on her shoulders, and her bright eyes full of confusion. She seemed to seldom go out to such far distances. Judith, who was previously wearing the silver armor of the sun god cult, also changed into a pair of smart casual clothes today, looking quite beautiful. Flora, these two are the partners I have found for you. Dickon introduces 2 new beautiful girls to his sister Flora, the king of skipping classes, a natural lover of sex, and a profiteer. Who knew that before Dickon finished speaking, Flora had already rushed forward and hugged Binksuji and Judith. Wow, you guys are so cute. I like you so much. Binksuji and Judith were both shocked. This cheerful girl really didn't seem to recognize their identities. Dickon also covered his face. Hey, listen to what the agent says. Dickon knocked on the table, like a primary school teacher maintaining classroom discipline. He found that at this moment, the most difficult thing to control was this free Flora. Dickon, when I first heard you say you would find me a reliable partner, I thought you were lying to me. I never thought you could really find 2 such lovely girls. Hearing Flora's words, Binksuji and Judith both lowered their heads in shame. The words cute girl are too heavy for them. However, Flora noticed the expressions of the 2 people, looked at Dickon, and asked disdainfully, you didn't trick them here, did you? How is it possible? It's legal, and they are willing to do it. Dickon said righteously. Hearing Dickon's words, Binksuji and Judith both looked away. It is indeed willingly. Chapter 142. If Dickon bullies you, tell me and I will protect you. Flora held the hands of the 2 beautiful girls and said seriously. PFFT. Dickon finally couldn't hold back his laughter. The 3 of you have a combined level of 20, guess who is the weakest? But Duckin has no intention of telling Flora the truth. He looked forward to the day when Flora would find out on her own and die. Then I won't ask much from you, just practice this song well. 2 days later, the music in the dance studio was turned down, seemingly to allow the 3 girls to hear the beat more clearly. Dong 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 dong. Duckin shouted and beat the rhythm with his palms, directing the dance of the 3. As the beat changes speed, the originally brisk dance gradually takes on a noisy and addictive atmosphere without making people feel abrupt. On the contrary, it makes the existence of these 3 girls even more mysterious. When they showed this soul-stirring attraction to the highest point, they finally returned to the cheerful atmosphere again, trying to push the audience's enthusiasm to the highest point. They also succeeded in showing it. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After a dance practice ended, Producer Duckin sat in the distance and said to the 3 of them. Assistant Cornelia quickly ran over and handed the water bottles to the beautiful girls who seemed to be steaming. Duckin leaned back in his chair and frowned. He recorded where they had gone wrong just now and the problems exposed by practicing over and over again. Although they have already completed the recording of the song part, the dance is also completely mastered. But Duckin was still not satisfied. Bingsge's movements are very stiff, and her expression is always shy when she dances. Although Judith's movements were very smooth, her face was expressionless, as if she was just completing a task. Maybe it's because he is used to being a paladin leader, so when I get serious, I don't know how to make any other expression other than seriousness. Only Flora performed wholeheartedly, and Duckin felt that this fool was the least worried. It's not possible. But we don't have much time. Duckin dragged his chin and thought for a moment. He lightly clapped his palms and motioned the 3 girls to come closer to him because he had something to say. In this way, I will change the choreography. Artemis, I will change your dance amplitude to the minimum. Just follow your current state and try to show a shy and timid look like a girl in love for the first time. Duckin first gave guidance to Binksuji. Since the performance status of Ice and Snow Princess cannot be changed in a short period of time, let's simply present it as a unique style. Oh, Binksuji nodded, and then quickly retreated to a distance, as if she didn't want people to smell the sweat on her body. Although as a half-elf, she almost only has a fragrance on her body. Then, Duckin looked at Judith again. Judith, I will also change your choreography for you to highlight your charm even more. Duckin intended to make Judith's dance a little more sexy. He continued to guide. But you should pay attention to your expression. When facing the camera, you can raise your chin slightly, bite your lips slightly, and then look a little blurry. It doesn't matter if you don't express your feelings. Just do as I say. Since there is no way for Judith to figure out how to face her fans in a short time, so why not use the fool-like teaching method to let her learn some expressions that are lethal to men? Judith nodded slightly suspiciously, and then tried Duckin's instructions just now, with a trace of doubt in her misty eyes. Is that so? After a slight attempt, Judith regained her normal expression and looked at Duckin and Croix who were sitting opposite and asked, "Perfect." "That's it." Both Duckin and Croix gave her thumbs up. "What about me?" After seeing Duckin finish guiding Bingsgi and Judith, Flora looked at Duckin with an expectant expression of it's finally my turn and asked, "There's nothing wrong with you?" Flora didn't receive any critical reviews, which made Flora very disappointed. Duckin felt that as an agent and producer, it could be said that his heart was broken. The singing skills of Bingsgia and Judith can only be said to be mediocre. If they want to amaze everyone, it is currently impossible. However, in the early MVs, they didn't need to sing too much. It was enough to mainly cooperate with Flora. Finally, under the guidance of Duckin, the 3 beautiful girls completed the recording of their first single demo. The effect is surprisingly good. There was just a little problem. Because Croix's childhood sweetheart Claire learned that Croix was starting a business, and besides staying with Duckin Cornelia, he also had 3 beautiful girls. So Claire claimed that she had some free time during the holidays and wanted to come and see Croix at work. Gradually it became a kind of inspector. However, during the recording of the last performance, Croix looked at Judith so intently that Claire snorted and walked away. At Teacher Kat's urging, Croix ran out to chase Claire. Well, Duckin sighed. He didn't think Croix was to blame. It's just that Judith's potential is a bit scary. Croix will probably become Judith's single pusher in the future. Dickon felt very happy at the thought of seeing Shorefield in the future. Although Dickon cannot guarantee that the three girls will be 100% popular, you can find out by giving it a try through this Shadow World live broadcast. In this way, Shadow World is fully prepared. #author's note: sorry again for the late update. I just called my father. TT. I also recommend a friend's book, a very high-quality Honkai Impact article. Honkai Lapse begins with the exchange between Siren and I. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rites, 149 Shadow World, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rites. The air was slightly cool in the morning, and the blue-gray sky was dotted with a few sparse remaining stars. The beautiful Mind Trio are walking on campus with Teacher Cat. Winter mornings are extremely cold. And it's the holidays now. There were almost no students along the way, only a few school workers. Originally, no students were willing to get up so early and go out during the holidays, but since Dickon had previously obtained information, the Profiteer Maureen will match the Shadow World at 7 o'clock in the morning on the first day of every even-numbered month to mock the Church of Resurrection. So today, February 1st, the beautiful Mind team wants to step into the Void Gate leading to the Shadow World at 7 o'clock, trying to match Maureen and enter the same Shadow World. Before it was fully light, the three of them and the cat headed to the giant building where the entrance to the Shadow World was located. Although Croix still couldn't team up with Dickon Cornelia this time, he was used to acting with the team on important events. When Dickon and the others enter the Shadow World, Croix will also go to the viewing hall to watch. I should be able to reach level 4 after this fight, and we can form a team together next time, Dickon said with a helpless smile. Okay, come on. Oh, I hope I can find Maureen this time. Dickon sighed. Contacting the missionaries is one of their main purposes in this Shadow World. But things like crashing have to be luck-based. There is no 100% guarantee of encountering Maureen. Maureen? Croix frowned. Dickon suddenly realized that they had not told Croix about Maureen. After finding out the information about Maureen, Dickon hurried to Tristan City. What followed was a big battle and a relaxing trip. When they came back, Dickon and Cornelia became conjoined twins for the final review. They never chatted with Croix about the details of this Shadow World. I forgot to tell you, one of our main goals in Shadow World this time is to hit the car with this guy named Maureen. Wait, look at your expression. Do you know Maureen Hanover? Dickon was surprised to find that Croix, who had always been a good-tempered man, was actually gritting his teeth at this moment. This was how Dickon looked when he heard Maureen's name. That guy. He once invited me to play in their territory, and then he wanted to save an elf out of compassion. Finally, I helped him heal the elf, Croix said angrily, as if he was remembering someone who ran away due to debt, who knew he would get into so much trouble later. And I was regarded as an accomplice to a certain extent and was imprisoned for a week by my father. Well, Dickon and Cornelia looked at each other. They recalled the story of when Molian caused civil strife in the territory. Molian had indeed found a magical healer and cured the seriously ill elf, and that was how the subsequent series of costless operations took place. It turns out that he tricked Croix. Although what Croix did in this incident can only be described as doing good and doing good deeds. Chapter 143. But considering the outcome of the entire incident, Croix was an accomplice and became a key part of Maureen's civil strife. Fortunately, Croix didn't know about it, so he was only given a symbolic punishment in the end. How do you know Maureen? He has disappeared for a long time, Croix asked in confusion. He and Maureen were both children of great noble families, were of similar age, and had been in contact since childhood. Croix didn't know when Maureen went to provoke Dickon again. Oh, that unscrupulous businessman used smooth words to buy a batch of banded goblins from me at a price of 100 coins each. Dickon couldn't help but get angry and laugh every time he thought about it. Are you trying to get him to join the gang? Yeah, but if you don't agree, forget it. For Dickon, Croix, a trustworthy partner, was more important than Maureen. No, I don't mind. But you must pay attention. Even if you become teammates with Maureen, you must guard against him, and don't hesitate when it's time to trick him. Understood. Dickon and Cornelia both nodded. They felt that if necessary, The means of capturing Morian could be rougher, since Morian had deceived Dukan and Croix. So from the moment they faced Morian, they were already standing on the moral high ground. Meow. Teacher Cat lay lazily in Cornelia's arms and yawned. How long will it take? Meow. It was sleepy-eyed, and it wouldn't have been willing to wake up so early if it hadn't been to catch the early bus for travel. Come on, we'll call you when we get to the station. Dukan looked at the time and said, this time they need to enter the void gate at exactly 7 o'clock, so that they are more likely to collide with Morian. Cornelia stroked Teacher Cat's back, making him make a comfortable sound. After a few seconds, the two of them and the cat finally stepped into the void gate together at 7 o'clock. What followed was the familiar darkness and silence. Different from usual, the field of vision soon became clear and bright, which meant that we entered the shadow world directly. Even if the matching in the shadow world was very fast before, it took a few seconds to enter. However, this time the match seemed to be completed the moment they stepped into the void gate. As expected, there are probably a lot of resurrectionists trying to crash Morian now. Dukan even suspected that even if he could not meet Morian in this shadow world, most of the other challengers would be resurrectionists. It's like the Underworld Express. Shadow World, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right. Level 6. The number of challengers is 13. Everything happened on the southern border of the Holy Kingdom. This is not only the southernmost point of the Holy Kingdom, it is also known as the end of the world. In this country, the Holy Right Church is revered by most citizens, but there are also voices of doubt and opposition. Something seems to be brewing in this city-state and its neighboring towns, and it is approaching a critical point. Mission Goal 1. Survive for 10 days. Mission Objectives 2 and 3 are in a blocked state, and challengers need to explore and exchange information on their own to unlock them. Note: rashly harming the natives of the Shadow World, or severely damaging their favorability, may lead to mission failure and trigger unimaginable consequences. The remaining time is 9 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Since this map is large and open, the starting location may be different depending on the identity assigned to the challenger. #author's note: there is another update in the afternoon. I will code it and post it as soon as possible. Book Friend, Supervisor, Group number 948,957,812. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Right, 150. Dukan seems to have no problem at all. The 6th level Shadow World is a bit dangerous. The prompt information in front of him was hidden by Dukan, and he stood there and murmured, I don't know if it's because he was targeted by the Shadow World after his last act of deceiving the Shadow World was discovered. Generally speaking, it would be impossible for him as a 3rd level person to appear in the 6th level Shadow World. It can be said that the film world thinks highly of him. Fortunately, this quiet space should be relatively safe, and it is much more harmonious than the previous 2 starting scenes. He turned and looked around. Wisps of sunlight were seen pouring in freely through the window lattice, and through the colorful stained glass. The interior of the originally slightly dark building was flickered. The cross in the center and the various images of gods on the towering walls, in the dappled light and shadow, gave him a feeling of being in another world. Dukan once again confirmed that he was in a small, exquisite, but empty church. Just this time, there was no one around him. Even Cornelia was not with him. Can? Dukan shouted in a low voice with a hint of temptation. In this quiet and solemn church, if you speak a little louder, you can hear the echo. Dukan didn't get a response for a long time. I can't handle this. How can I live without Cornelia? Dukan held his head. After experiencing the Shadow World for the first 2 times, Dukan has become accustomed to the feeling of seeing Cornelia as soon as he opens his eyes. Now that he couldn't find her for a while, Dukan felt suddenly lonely. The sense of security and peace of mind is gone. Dukan doesn't like this kind of shadow world where the starting point is random at the beginning. Not only could Morian not be found quickly, but Cornelia was also missing. And Dukan couldn't help but worry. Will Nelia be cheated? Will she have no money to eat? Will she be bullied? No. I have to find her quickly. Dukan was about to walk out of the church with a slightly faster pace. Maybe Cornelia was outside the church, or not far away. Dukan was sure that was the first thing he would do. Don't worry about her. In the dispersed start of the high-level shadow world, everyone will obtain a safer initial identity. As long as the event is not triggered by mistake, it is basically safe. The master seemed to sense Dickon's troubles and said in his heart. Dickon's steps gradually stopped. I'm just worried that she triggered the event by mistake. Dickon's helpless voice responded to the master. Listen to what I have to say first. I have an impression of this holy ritual church. I have been to the shadow world where it exists, the master craftsman said. Dickon? The master asked, do you remember that in the last shadow world, Barren Mountain Blizzard movie, the vampire Viscount Augustine was sealed by the church? Dickon nodded. Isn't this church the Holy Right Church? Yes, in the world I know, the one who fights against the immortal vampires is the Holy Right Church. The master's tone was affirmative. If what I know, what you encountered last time, and what you encounter now are all the same world, then if you can overcome the dangers, you may even find the ancient house on the barren mountain in this shadow world. So the enemies in this shadow world are probably vampires again? Dickon asked after hearing the master's speculation. In addition to the Barren Mountain Blizzard movie, Shadow World, there is also the epic spell card, Mantra Blood Pact, that Dickon later encountered in Tristan City, all of which are related to the vampires. This kind of vampire is not easy to deal with, at least more troublesome than most demons, because Dickon is very skilled in killing. As for the vampires, he had only dealt with those that had been particularly embarrassing. Yes, most likely, the master replied. Last time you faced only the vampire Viscount who was in a very bad state and was tricked by you. In this 6th level shadow world, there may even be full status vampire counts and the marquises. Not only are they difficult to kill, they are also good at disguise and have some troublesome innate magic. So you must be careful and don't trigger the incident rashly while investigating the intelligence as much as possible. The master continued to explain. Dickon nodded slightly after hearing this. Before finding Cornelia, he also needs to pay attention to keeping a low profile as much as possible. If he really ran into these unkillable high-level vampires, he would also have a headache. Thank you for the key information, Master, you are so considerate. Haha, I just don't want to die with you. Don't say such arrogant lines, it will make you look like a loser. Ah, I was wrong. You are a good person, you are a great person. Although Master Jiang suspected that Dickon was trying to spite her again, she could not find any evidence. Dickon snorted coldly in his heart and fell into deep sleep again. Well, in that case, let's be as stable as ever. Of course, the first thing to do is to find Cornelia. It would also be nice to find Morian by the way. If he is there too. Dickon raised his hand subconsciously and looked down at his clothes. I found myself wearing a black robe. Chapter 144. Hey, he looks a lot like Bishop Heavens of Destruction. He is indeed a priest. Dickon couldn't help but smile. Apart from the scattered start with Cornelia, my luck this time was pretty good. As soon as I saw the reminder from Shadow World that the Holy Right Church was revered by people, I got the status of a priest. This identity is really suitable for a person like him who has a good heart and noble moral character, etc. Dickon suddenly realized a problem. So will he look different now in the eyes of the viewers in the live broadcast room? At the same time, through the contact of the Alchemy Institute, this time the broadcast scope of the Shadow World Challenge of the Beautiful Mind team will be expanded to all major city-states in the Kingdom of Norton. Even though it was still early in the morning, many people who were interested in Dickon came to watch. However, the focus of their discussion at the moment was not the matter of Dickon entering the 6th level Shadow World. Is this guy really not Mr. D as the Resurrection Church calls him? The audience discovered this serious problem. In the eyes of the natives of this Shadow World, Dickon may be a serious priest, but Dickon's current appearance was captured from the original world. It is completely the final make-up photo of Bishop of Pain. Even if Dickon is really innocent. If there is a bird that looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it is a duck. Dickon has always behaved like the Bishop of Pain, which is completely in line with the official announcement of the Resurrection Church. He even looks like the Bishop of Pain now. Then in the eyes of the audience, he is the Bishop of Pain. Even if it's not, it's better than yes. I feel like the natives of this shadow world may not realize yet that something has gotten in. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacrament, 151 The Dignity of Father Dickon. Well, the weather is nice, but it looks like no one has cleaned it in a few days. Dickon walked out of the church, stepped on the steps covered with fallen leaves, and stared at the clear water carvings on the floor tiles. Looking carefully from the outside, the exquisite masonry of this chapel makes every detail extremely exquisite, and even the vicissitudes of life cannot dim it. But it's a little inconsistent. Although looking around, this is a relatively affluent border town, but there seems to be other reasons for building a church that looks so monumental. Dickon has determined his starting point, which is the small town in the border city-states and towns mentioned in the background of the story. It is also unknown whether there are other challenges in the town. A big trouble with this kind of scattered shadow world at the beginning is that it is difficult to distinguish other strange challenges and the natives of the shadow world. However, there is also an advantage. As long as you put on a certain disguise, others may not be able to discover Dickon's identity. Dickon was thinking while observing the surrounding environment. He had already rummaged through the interior of the church before leaving the church, but did not find any key props except for a bunch of keys that he had in his pocket from the beginning. It seems that the church has not been taken care of for a few days, and only Dickon has the permission to enter the church for the time being. The architecture of this town looks uneven with the undulating mountains, and it has a unique beauty. Even standing outside the church, Dickon could see the town from a distance, surrounded by mountains, rivers and trees, with lush greenery everywhere. Even in autumn, it is a scene full of life. The terrain here is surprisingly similar to the terrain near the ancient house that was seen in the movie about the barren mountain and snow in the movie world. If that barren mountain is really in this world, then it is possible that it is actually in the southern mountains and rivers of the Holy Kingdom. However, when Dickon had just walked out of the door, he took a few steps. He saw an old man in his 60s at the corner outside the courtyard gate, who seemed to be coming to find Dickon. When the old man saw Dickon, his expression was startled and he was very surprised. "Mr. Priest, when did you arrive? And what you are wearing on your face?" The old man seemed to be trying his best to remain polite, but after he looked at Dickon, he still couldn't hide the look of contempt on his face. "Just arrived." Dickon's tone was calm, but he felt a little confused in his heart. The other party didn't even use honorifics to him. He even sounded a bit suspicious of his clergy status. Even though Dickon looks young, he is still a serious priest. He has a certificate from the Blessed Sacrament in his pocket and should be respected. "May I ask who you are?" Dickon asked. Although the old man's attitude towards him was not as respectful as expected, Dickon always respected the old and loved the young and was of extremely high quality. "I am the mayor of this town. I estimate that the priest sent by the city-state to investigate will be arriving soon. I also heard from the townspeople that they saw a young priest coming to the town, so I came to take a look." Having said this, the mayor seemed increasingly unsure whether Dickon was a serious priest and asked, "Can you show me the certificate from the Blessed Sacrament Church?" Dickon didn't say anything, but took out the seal of the Holy Rite Church from his pocket. "All right." The mayor nodded, seeming to be trying hard to convince himself that he was a genuine priest. "The reason why I despised Dickon so much, it was because he discovered it the moment he saw Dickon." This priest, who was dressed quite decently, was wearing a very strange mask on his face. The mask did not have holes for eyes, so I couldn't figure out how the priest could see the outside scene through the mask. And the strangest thing is, this mask has a large character, written in red paint. Although the mayor did not know the meaning of this strange character, for some reason, the mayor felt that this priest did not come to the town to do good things. In fact, Dickon put on the mask before walking out of the church. Since it was expected that Dickon would easily encounter resurrection cultists on a large scale this time, he prepared a new equipment card in advance to add a little disguise to himself. Red mask. Category: equipment card. Grade: blue precious. Level: 3. Effect: when equipped with this mask, it can block low-level detection skills without isolating the wearer's sight and perception. This mask can greatly reduce other people's sense of disobedience to the wearer. Note: I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. It stands to reason, after Dickon puts on this mask, even if he looks strange, he will try to reduce other people's doubts about him. But looking at the mayor's attitude, it seems that he still feels that Dickon has a strong sense of disobedience. It seems that this is already the effect after reduction. Maybe it's the priest's costume and the mask that are a bit sinister. But it's impossible for a priest with such a dignified temperament to look like a gangster, right? "Have you ever seen a red-haired girl in the town? Can you tell me what you know?" Dickon still asked the mayor in a gentle tone. He noticed that the mayor mentioned just now, Dickon is a priest sent by the city-state to investigate. So something must have happened in the town. Red-haired girl? No, the mayor frowned, as if he didn't want to talk to this strange priest. But due to Dickon's identity, he had to answer. The great priest, Mr. Kevin, has been missing for 5 days. In addition to the investigation, you are also the temporary successor priest to this town. Can you tell me the details in detail? Even irrelevant information may be helpful to my investigation. That starts 5 days ago. So Dickon and the mayor chatted while walking in the town. After a period of communication, Dickon found that the mayor's attitude towards him was somewhat awkward, and it seemed that it was not just because of his appearance. The mayor didn't like the Holy Right Church that much, and he didn't even hide it. Under Dickon's very friendly attitude, the mayor's appearance of negative favorability at the beginning moved slightly closer to zero favorability. Dickon used his words to clarify his goal without arousing the mayor's suspicion. There was originally a great priest named Kevin who was resident in this small town, but 5 days ago, the great priest Kevin suddenly disappeared. What's weirder is that the key bridges leading to the city-state have also been artificially destroyed. This undoubtedly caused panic among the townspeople. So the knights in the town went around the mountain road to the city-state to report the situation to the church and lords. The city-state and the church finally sent a priest to investigate the situation. This very reliable priest is Dickon. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 152. The moment Dickon put on the mask, he had no intention of acting. As for why Dickon arrived in the town only 5 days after the high priest disappeared, it has to do with the topography of the town. The terrain of the town is very dangerous, and the road to the city-state is cut off by a large cliff hundreds of meters high. It only takes a few hours to get from the town to the city-state if you cross the bridge. If you take a long detour, you will pass through the staggering mountain road, and it will take about 2 days to reach the city-state. So after the townspeople discovered that the high priest Kevin was missing and the bridge was damaged, the knights in the town quickly rushed to the city-state. But it took 2 full days to successfully convey the situation. It took Dickon sent by the church another 2 days to arrive in the town. After listening to the mayor's story, Dickon couldn't help but feel a little inconsistent. Chapter 145. He didn't know how the Holy Right Church judged the seriousness of the 2 incidents of the missing high priest and the destruction of the bridge. Only a priest from Dickon was sent to investigate. Is this case being taken too lightly? Of course, after all, Dickon knows the story background of the shadow world, and he can be sure that changes will happen in the future. The Blessed Sacrament Church did not know this key spoiler information. Can you please take me to see the damaged bridge? Come with me. At Dickon's request, the mayor took Dickon to a cliff not far from the town to watch. Even before he reached the edge of the cliff, Dickon could feel the strong visual impact of looking down the 100-meter cliff. He took a closer look at the damaged bridge. Although the broken bridge looks like it was destroyed from the middle, but if you analyze it, you will find that the break does not look like it was caused by physical attacks. Instead, someone standing on one side of the bridge used powerful magic to completely destroy the central part of the bridge, and then gradually collapsed. It seems like someone wants to prevent people in the small town from quickly establishing connections with the city-state. Dickon seemed not to be satisfied with watching from a distance, and took a few more steps towards the cliff until he stepped on the edge of the cliff. Be careful. The mayor is not worried about Dickon, but simply does not want anything to happen to the priest in the town. But Dickon just wanted to confirm his favorite high-altitude terrain. He looked down the cliff. In addition to steep natural rock walls and sparse plants, there were only thin and narrow paths on both sides of the cliff, and the center was occupied by a rapid stream. If you accidentally fall down, you may not die, but you don't know where you will be swept away by the river. Dickon stepped back from the edge of the cliff, looking thoughtful. He found the existence of this rapid to be an obstruction and banned the terrain. It would be best if there were rocks or even thorns under the cliff. Can this bridge be repaired? Dickon asked, looking at the mayor. The knights we sent to the city-state also notified the engineering contractor who was repairing the bridge, but the engineering contractor looked at the other end of the bridge and said that he seemed to want to come here to inspect the situation. They should be in town today at the latest. While the mayor was talking, there seemed to be some movement in the forest on the other side. Then, Dickon and the mayor looked around and saw a large group of carriages appearing on the other side of the cliff. Except for a few guards, the rest were engineers and workers, looking like a professional engineering team. They had brought the manpower and various materials and seemed ready to start work at any time. Next, the two leaders rode a small flying dragon across the cliff to the town. By the way, why don't I get this kind of treatment? Oh, is it possible that the church will equip you with a flying dragon just because of this special situation? The mayor made no secret of his disdain for Duckin. The flying dragon of the Chamber of Commerce is obviously worth a lot of money. If it doesn't have a special purpose, I'm afraid it won't be used easily. The two people who landed from the flying dragon were a middle-aged man and an ordinary-looking guard. The middle-aged man should be the engineer who is coming to this end of the bridge to observe carefully. Moreover, he will also give a quotation based on the situation, sign a contract with the mayor, and collect a deposit. When the mayor saw the engineer, a rare smile appeared on his face. Then he looked at Dickon and asked, "Mr. Priest, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to avoid it?" Dickon frowned under the mask. He had given in again and again. If Cornelia were here, he really wanted to tie the mayor to the church and make him confess. The bridge is related to my investigation mission. The engineer's analysis of the bridge is likely to help me deduce the truth, so please let me continue to accompany you. Duckin replied. Then let's go together. The mayor snorted softly in an undetectable voice, and then said perfunctorily, "Mr. Priest, if there is anything I can do to help you, please feel free to ask." On the contrary, the engineer's attitude towards Dickon was very friendly and respectful. Even though the priest's appearance is a bit weird, since the mayor didn't question anything, it's obvious that this is a genuine priest. After all, no one dares to pretend to be a priest of the Holy Right Church easily. Dickon noticed that the moment the guard beside the engineer saw him, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seems that he can see that this red mask is a magic card product that does not belong to this world. Even if it was just a little bit moving, it was still captured by Dickon. Duckin was convinced that the escort was a challenger. The guard could have concealed the emotion in his eyes. But maybe it was because Dickon's current appearance was so outrageous that the guard didn't stop for a moment. The engineer quickly completed the assessment of the condition of the bridge and made an offer of 300 holy gold coins to the mayor. The mayor decisively took out 100 holy gold coins as a deposit. Just as the engineer was preparing to return to the other end of the bridge with his escort, I found that the old church also needs to be repaired. Can you please come and have a look? Duckin suddenly asked the engineer. No problem, Mr. Priest. Of course, the engineer responded kindly. So under the leadership of Dickon, the four of them went to the church together. Under the mask, Dickon's mouth gradually couldn't hide the smile. The key information has been collected, and it's time to start killing. This 100 holy gold coins can be said to be a good activity fund, enough for him to go to the city-state to fully advance the mission. By the way, you can also borrow the flying dragon and quickly rush to the city-state to find Cornelia. The moment everyone walks into the church, Dickon immediately closed the door and used hypnotic gas, then held his breath, reached under the mask and covered his mouth and nose. He wanted to knock down the other three people invisibly as soon as possible. However, Dickon was surprised to find that the guard also covered his mouth and nose very skillfully. He also used a hypnotic gas. The movements of the two people were surprisingly consistent. It seems that even the idea of committing the crime is the same. There is no doubt that their hypnotic gas, in the guard's hands, is also produced by Dickon. He had only sold this guard in his hometown town. Although the guard disguised his appearance, Dickon already knew who he was. Author's note, finally adjusted the update time back. Will update 3 times tomorrow. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right. 153 Dickon's superficial brother. Both of them covered their mouths and noses and looked at each other with disdain. Then the guard showed a relieved expression and shook his head helplessly. I saw his appearance change. It seemed that he had taken off his disguise and transformed into a young male. It turns out to be you. I didn't expect to meet you here. The slightly familiar voice didn't surprise Duckin, because when Dickon saw the hypnotic gas, he guessed that this guy was Morian. Unscrupulous profiteer, you are really lucky that you are still alive, Dickon said unceremoniously. To each other, the unscrupulous card makers of the border town. The pear-colored young man had his usual casual smile on his face. He has always been like this. His attitude towards people is at ease. Everything he did before he tricked people was smooth and decent, and his face was good-looking. Although Morian's expression was smiling, his eyes never showed much smile. He has both an inexplicable affinity and a vague sense of danger. Some people will be attracted to him due to this contradiction. Even now Dukan is wearing a mask. Morian also recognized that the strange priest in front of him was Dukan. However, Dukan said nothing at this moment. Morian seemed to be staring at death. Don't be so terrible. Our business is fair and just, but I made a little profit. Morian felt some evil aura from Dukan, and quickly raised his hands as if to show off. He knew why Dukan was angry. It's nothing more than a problem with that group of violent banded goblins. Really just a little bit. Dukan seemed to find Morian's words a bit funny and asked, "It's absolutely true. Let me do the math for you." As he spoke, Morian took out a small ledger from his pocket and began to write and draw in it. And he kept talking about the price difference between the border and the royal capital, market supply and demand, transportation and sales costs, investment risks, etc. Dukan said nothing, but he has gradually clenched his fists. Because the more he heard, the more something was wrong. Dukan actually had an illusion. He felt that Morian was not settling accounts, but as if he was preparing to issue a ticket. Wait a minute, if you continue to calculate like this, are you afraid that I will still owe you money? Chapter 146. Dukan quickly told the profiteer to stop. Mo, I always talk about business ethics, how could I possibly cheat you? Duh. Are you really not afraid of being struck by lightning when you say this? Although Liang didn't seem to be making any small moves just now, but Dukan noticed that Morian secretly used a spiritual spell card at some point. It seems to reduce the target's hatred. For a moment, Dukan actually considered whether to let Morian go. Dukan sneered in his heart and secretly used 3 Corpses Fury once to lure and strengthen the desires of individuals within the range. In this way, he deepened his hatred for Morian, and his obsession with money roughly offset the influence of Morian's spiritual magic, and he also used 3 Corpses Fury to interfere with Morian, trying to get Morian to reveal his inner ugly desires. The best case scenario would have him die on the spot. However, I don't know why 3 Corpses Rage did not affect Morian. It's like it hasn't started. Then there is only one answer. Morian also used mental magic on himself to offset the effect of 3 Corpses Rampage. TSK, little red guy. Dukan cursed secretly in his mind. Forget it, let's settle this account later. Let's deal with the current situation first. Dukan shook his head with a helpless expression. Pretend nothing happened. Then he looked at the mayor and engineer who were already lying on the ground. His meaning is very clear: deal with urgent matters first, and deal with important but not urgent matters later, as it should be. Hearing this, Liang put away the account book without hesitation, with a smile on his face. Dukan smiled back at him. There is quite a feeling of meeting each other and letting go of grudges with a smile, and the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. Dukan was already convinced. Trying to get Morian to be honest and reasonable would not work. Not only are the 2 civil servants unable to fight, but even if they were to fight, it would be difficult to subdue each other quickly. We still have to meet up with Cornelia and knock down Morian together, Dukan thought. When the time comes, you talk about your business ethics and I talk about my martial ethics. Let's see who is more reasonable. What was your original plan? Morian looked at the 2 victims on the ground and asked Dukan again. Put them in the confession room and increase the dose of sleeping gas. They may not be able to wake up for a day. Then leave some food and water in the confession room and weld the door shut. First investigate the information in the town, and then leave the town and head to the city-state as quickly as possible. Even if they can report the crime, it will take about 4 days before it reaches the city-state, including the journey. Get 100 holy gold coins at the beginning as activity funds, and use 4 days to speed through the shadow world. It doesn't matter if you are wanted later. After completing the mission, you can go on a desperate trip in the holy country. Dukan had no intention of hiding anything and told Morian his plan. Dukan's goal is very clear. After finally visiting the shadow world, which is an open map, he must ensure as much travel time as possible so that he can enjoy a limited time map like the Holy Kingdom without leaving any regrets. Well, our ideas are still a little different, Morian said, dragging his chin. Dukan, listen to you. Morian, the first 2 steps are similar to yours, but after I get the startup capital, I will use it to start a business, cannibalize the city-state in 4 days, and then use the power of the entire city-state to clear the shadow world in the remaining 6 days. And all resurrectionists are wanted and hunted. It's not bad. Dickon feels that Morian's plan is not bad, and it has the style of this unscrupulous capitalist. But Dickon couldn't help but laugh at Morian in his mind. The poor lonely man can only play like this alone. And Dickon has a good partner to travel with. But now that the two of us have met, there must be a better solution, right? Morian smiled meaningfully and continued to say to Dickon, after all, I am quite interested in the travel you mentioned, and when traveling, the more funds you have, the better, right? Dickon, indeed, I happen to be a little curious about what you said about cannibalization, no, getting rich. Morian, how about? Dickon, then why should we hesitate? It is our duty to save the endangered city-states and small towns. Morian held out his hand to Dickon, and Dickon quickly took his hand. The two hit it off and decided to do something good. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 154. Morian makes money in a wise way. Although they still have to talk to Morian about the missionaries, the top priority now is to solve the problem of the shadow world. Once Morian realized the harmony and warmth of this team, it was natural for him to join the team. Of course, Dickon respects Morian's own wishes. Regardless of whether Morian agrees or refuses, Dickon will find a way to maximize Morian's value. Now we have to keep an eye on Morian. After making peace with Cornelia, just find an opportunity to knock him down. In the church at this moment, both Dickon and Morian sat down in the church pews. Although the two of them felt like brothers when they reached a consensus just now, but now the two of them were surprisingly in harmony with each other and sat on the benches on both sides of the aisle. They naturally kept a distance from each other. After all, the two of them have a certain understanding of each other's methods. Dickon firmly believed that Morian might surprise him with poison magic or spiritual magic at any time. The behavior pattern of this unscrupulous businessman cannot be judged by common sense. Once there is a possibility of cashing out, or an opportunity to profit without capital, Morian may look like a normal person for the time being, but in his heart he is prepared to be different at any time. Tell me what you think first. Dickon spoke first. Businessmen, a life occupation, are generally difficult to play a big role in the Shadow World Guide. They often play an important role and provide support to other challenges. But in the Shadow World of the open map, Morian also created a special method of clearance. Just like the brave demon Lord Shadow World that Morian learned about that he cleared alone. Morian collected a large amount of money through deceit and abduction. To a certain extent, he used the economic difference to make up for the level difference, allowing the brave man to forcibly defeat the Demon King. In this type of film world, it would be much easier to make money with Morian as the mainstream than with Dickon's demolition stream. Morian, do you have any other companions? Dickon, there were goons, and there were cats. Cat? Morian seemed a little confused as to how he could bring pets into the shadow world. Cat-shaped backpack. Dickon explains in layman's terms. Morian nodded. In just a few seconds, he already had a comprehensive understanding of the team's configuration. Now that we are cooperating, the initial step of stealing the holy gold coins and solving the problem before being wanted can be changed. Oh? With your help, I can make money faster and legally without risking being wanted in a race against time. I can earn far more than 100 holy gold coins. Molly replied. According to the rough communication between Dickon and the mayor, the price of goods on the border of the Holy Kingdom is about the same as 1 gold coin in the original world. If you have more funds on hand, the difficulty of this shadow world will be greatly reduced. Even if the funds reach a certain level, the difficulty of this shadow world may be completely destroyed. For example, go directly to another city and create a mercenary group to attack the boss. Dickon, okay, how can I help you? Morian, Dickon, have you done any research on bridges? I remember that you know a little bit about these strange things. Dickon, I understand a little bit, but I'm not sure whether the designed bridge is safe or not. Morian, it's okay. It's better not to be safe. I will do something in the contract. Both nodded. It's basically clear how to earn startup capital. Not only to make this money, but also to have control of this critical bridge. After all, it can isolate the terrain on both sides. Although the cliff cannot block flying enemies, it can cause a great degree of hindrance to most enemies. For example, Resurrection cultists who do not carry flying magic will be isolated by the terrain. The natives of this world do not use magic cards. If they want to fly, they need to master specific magical skills. Among the vampires who are suspected to be the enemies of this shadow world, only vampires of level 7 and above can float freely in the sky. The vampires have great power and vitality, but all vampires have a weakness, that is, they are afraid of the sun. They will not be killed directly by sunlight, but sunlight will render them incapacitated and they can only exert about 1/10 of their combat effectiveness. Therefore, vampires generally do not come out during the day. Dickon only had to worry about high-level vampires crossing the cliff at night to attack the town. Then let's go back to the city-state together today and find the thugs and cats you mentioned. Tomorrow we will operate on 2 fronts. You will dig up intelligence in the town, and I will start making money. Chapter 147. No problem. Dickon had no problem with Morian's plan. Their respective jobs are not much different from their original strategy habits. It's just that after division of labor and cooperation, the efficiency has been greatly accelerated, and some things that were originally impossible can be completed. So Morian squatted down. He reached out to touch the mayor and activated a spell card. Contact Mimicry. Category: Spell card. Level: Orange Epic. Level: 5. Effect: Can perfectly mimic objects touched within 1 hour. Maintaining the mimicry state requires continuous consumption of mana, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Note: Let me see how many faces you have. Then Morian's figure actually changed into the appearance of the mayor. How about it? Morian raised his head and looked at Dickon and asked. At this time, even his voice became as old as the mayor. Good guy, no wonder the Resurrection Church can't catch you. Dickon instantly felt the pain of the Church of Resurrection being played by Morian. I'm afraid the spell cards this guy carries are mainly spiritual magic and camouflage tricks. Rather than a businessman, his true profession should be called a fraudster. I will become the mayor first, take his key and go to his house to investigate. Yes, I'll give the engineer a dose and then lock him up. The two began to perform their respective tasks without much communication. Morian's purpose is very clear. He wanted to take this opportunity to go to the house of the mayor, who was not very easy to talk to check his background and see if he could collect key information. Then he returned to the church, transformed into an engineer, and started his path to wealth as a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Is there another awesome guy here? Why do I feel a little impressed by this guy? Exclamation mark. This is also a heavyweight. He is the young master of the Earl of Hanover. He caused a civil strife and then disappeared. He is still alive. If the two of them had a higher rank, I'm afraid the Holy Kingdom would have been destroyed. Author's note: there is another chapter in the afternoon. I will post it after I finish coding. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 155. Dickon does not cheat honest people. Updated on 9/30 closing parenthesis. In the church, Morian took the key from the mayor's pocket and didn't come back for almost an hour. Dickon, who stayed in the church, had already skillfully tied up the unconscious engineer and locked him in the confessional. Then he helped the mayor and put him on the seat. Let him lie down on a long table. Finally, Dickon took paper, pen and the documents he took from the engineer to study the bridge design plan requested by Morian. Dozens of minutes passed in a flash. Finally, the heavy door of the church was pushed open again, and Morian seemed to have investigated useful information. Dickon raised his head and glanced at Morian, then continued to concentrate on his design task. After all, it is still difficult to fulfill Morian's request. But this doesn't bother Dickon. Isn't it just a budget of 30 holy gold coins? Morian wore the appearance of the mayor, walked slowly to the real mayor, and put the key intact back into the mayor's pocket. Then he walked to the confessional, touched the engineer, and activated contact mimicry. When Morian returned to Dickon again, he had transformed into an engineer. Did you find anything? Dickon asked without looking up. When Morian came close to him at a certain distance, he naturally became alert. We searched carefully, including the mayor's home and places that only he has permission to enter. There is nothing related to the mission, and there are no clues related to the vampire you mentioned. Morian leaned on the table and said while looking at Dickon's unfinished design with interest. There must be something wrong with this town. If there are no clues in these places, it would be very inconsistent. as if they were deliberately cleaned up. Dickon put down his pen and muttered with a frown. After all, the background of the story is clearly written, and an incident is brewing between the town and the city-state. In the town, the priest disappeared a few days ago and the bridge was destroyed, so the accident must have begun. There is absolutely no way that any information will not be captured. If you can't find it out with mild methods, you can only use some extreme measures. But this needs to wait until Dickon and Cornelia meet up. In terms of conquering people with virtue, even without Croix, Dick and Cornelia can be regarded as an expert when working together. But there are still rewards. Morian smiled proudly and continued, "This mayor is definitely a greedy guy. He seems to be very frugal, but I just went to his house to have a look, and there are really a lot of good things hidden in the attic." Dickon sneered twice. "No wonder the mayor rejects me so much. It turns out he is worried that I will find him out." "Morian, it's probably worth more than 1,000 holy gold coins." "Dickon, what are you talking about? The mayor is obviously very honest." "Morian, oh, I remembered it wrong. He really didn't have a penny in the attic." The two discovered another treasure. However, they are in no hurry to withdraw this money. Their goal now is to maintain their status as good citizens. Because Dickon did not increase the dose of anesthesia for the mayor, I guess it's almost time to wake up. Soon, Dickon gently knocked awake the sleeping mayor. The mayor woke up from his coma. He looked around and found that he was already sitting in the church. He rubbed his head. In addition to being dizzy, his forehead still hurt a little. The church is too dark. "When you entered the church just now, you accidentally tripped over the books scattered on the ground and fell unconscious." Dickon explained gently from the sidelines. "Very much like a kind priest." The mayor nodded doubtfully, and soon noticed that there were only masked priests and engineers in his field of vision. But the previous guard had disappeared. "Where's the guard?" the mayor asked doubtfully. "I asked him to go back to the caravan to find some trauma medicine for you." Morian, who had disguised himself as an engineer, imitated the tone of the original owner and said. The mayor nodded. Although he felt a little disobedient, he did not doubt them more. "After all, in just a short period of time, can we still switch people over?" "No matter what, there is a genuine priest here, so safety is no problem." Speaking of the mayor, I have recalculated the repair work of the bridge and found that the quote of 300 holy gold coins may not be enough. Morian's expression suddenly became a little embarrassed. "So, how much do you need?" "It may require 500 holy gold coins." "No, 500 holy gold coins is too much." The mayor flatly refused. "With my many years of experience in the industry, I swear in front of this priest, in the church, and under the statue of God that no matter which engineering company you find, it is impossible to get it for less than 450 holy gold coins. Moreover, they cannot guarantee the quality, unlike we are a professional team." The mayor fell silent. "Unless this is the case, we will still charge you 300 holy gold coins, but you need to hand over the full amount to me first to solve our capital turnover problem." Morian sighed, looking like he had made a very difficult decision. "Just think of it as a service to the townspeople. We will repay the money and repair the bridge. As you know, our business has been sluggish recently." The mayor raised his eyebrows and seemed a little moved. If Morian expected, Morian used his identity as the mayor to investigate and found out that the only money the mayor could withdraw from the town's public funds was 500 holy gold coins. If 500 holy gold coins were really needed to build the bridge, the mayor wouldn't be able to keep much. So faced with this proposal that had huge temptations and risks, even though it looked like a trap, the mayor still hesitated. "Please rest assured that we will sign a formal contract with you," Morian added sincerely. At the same time, Dickon secretly released a three corpses fury, tempting the mayor's greedy thoughts to explode. And Morian also used a friendship aura to offset the impact of three corpses rage on the two of them. Friendship halo. Category: Spell card. Level: Orange Epic. Level 3. Effect: Reduce the degree to which individuals within the range are affected by spiritual magic, and reduce the hatred of all individuals towards the caster. The size of the range determines the mana consumption. Note: Thank you. This card is the mental magic that Morian used in his secret confrontation with Dickon. The mayor seemed to have lost his mind for a moment, and took away the contract handed over by Morian like a robbery. Then the full payment is 300 holy gold coins. Chapter 148. I'm glad you made the right call. Then the mayor took Moliang out of the church to find the accountant, withdraw the money, sign the contract and make the payment in one go. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 156. Of course, Deacon's team must be neat and tidy. Then we'll start work tomorrow morning. I need to go back to the Chamber of Commerce tonight to reallocate manpower and materials to save costs. Morian put away the bag of holy gold coins and said to the mayor with a businesslike smile. As soon as the mayor responded, Morian turned around and left quickly. Looking at Morian's retreating figure, the mayor gradually felt an unknown palpitation. The mayor rubbed his head. Something seems wrong. Why did you agree to this business all at once? It should obviously be inquired and considered more carefully. The more the mayor thought about it, the more something was wrong. Why did he suddenly faint when he entered the church? Why did the guards disappear? And why did the engineers suddenly increase their prices? But these holy gold coins have been overturned and difficult to recover. We can only pray that the engineering company can successfully build a normal bridge. Morian quickly returned to the church with the gold coins and found Deacon. I saw that Deacon had sorted out the documents and was waiting for him. Deacon, I've already designed the bridge. Morian, what's the budget? Deacon, the material cost is 20 holy gold coins, and I didn't count the labor cost. Morian, no problem, I'll find a way to get free labor from here. The two people working together for the first time were both quite satisfied with each other's business capabilities. So the two walked out of the church, Deacon locked the door, and left the town together on the flying dragon back to the other side. The caravan waiting on the other side was obviously impatient. The engineer had been there for more than an hour, leaving them all here to dry. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, but we have to go back today. Morian directed the Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, Moliang's words caused dissatisfaction among the Chamber of Commerce personnel. However, due to the engineer's high status in the Chamber of Commerce and their concern about the priest next to Moliang, they could not get angry and were rude. However, the construction team leader, who looked a little grumpy, couldn't hold it back anymore. He raised his eyebrows and shouted at Morian, "You've kept us waiting for so long, and now you just want us to go back with just one sentence?" But Morian said nothing. Deacon, standing next to him, took a step forward and explained, "There are suspected vampires near this town. If you want to stay here and work until dark tonight, it's hard to imagine what will happen." The construction team leader was silent. He seemed to have calmed down because of the priest's words. After thinking about what happened to the broken bridge and what Deacon said, the construction team leader honestly lowered his head. "We listened to you, priest. Please forgive me for being rude." Although this priest looks a bit strange, but no matter what, he should be the priest who came to the town to investigate, so it would be correct to listen to him. "Fine," Durkin replied calmly, making it impossible to guess his expression behind the mask. As soon as Deacon finished expressing his opinion, Morian immediately added, "Although we have taken over the work of repairing the bridge this time, we are also facing a serious test. The town only gave a very low budget. We have to replan the project, and maybe we won't bother you to come to the construction tomorrow." "Yes, but everyone's wages for today will be settled by the Chamber of Commerce." Obviously the construction team leader was very dissatisfied, but looking at Moliang's pretentious appearance, and considering that he just had a humble relationship with the priest, the construction team leader suppressed his anger and honestly turned around and directed the team to return. When someone asked why the guard who followed the engineer to the town was missing, Moliang just said, "Mr. Priest needs to appoint a guard to guard the church. Anyway, just blame the priest when something happens, and others won't question it too much." So just like that, the Chamber of Commerce and his party returned to the city-state before dark. This city-state is the core of the southern border of the Holy Kingdom. The magnificent city is built on the terrain that looks like it is cut into mountains. Beneath it stretches streets dominated by ancient iron and stone bricks. The busy roads are filled with countless vendors. Border cities prospered far beyond anything Deacon had ever seen. However, Deacon learned along the way that this was related to the situation in the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Capital is closer to the southern part of the Holy Kingdom, and the southern part has sufficient resources and does not border on other countries. On the other hand, The northern border of the Holy Kingdom lacks resources and is prone to wars all year round. So the southern border is like heaven and the northern border is like hell. Dickon and Morian returned directly to the Chamber of Commerce in a carriage. Dickon found that being a priest was really convenient. No matter where he went, he was unlikely to be suspected. Of course, his mask caused others to turn heads a little more. However, Dickon will not take off this mask for the time being, because it is better than being suddenly recognized by the resurrectionists on the road. Please help me find Cornelia and Teacher Cat first. No problem. They quickly relied on the relationship with the Chamber of Commerce to find out about Cornelia, who was the team leader of the city-state knights. Then he set off to find her. The moment Nelia saw Dickon, she ran towards him tremblingly. She seemed to almost have the urge to hug Dickon, but realized that this was not a good idea, so she stopped and stood in front of Dickon. You finally came to me." Cornelia's voice couldn't contain her excitement. "Sorry, I will definitely find you faster next time," Dickon said in a gentle voice. However, while they were chatting, Morian seemed to instinctively take a few steps back, keeping a certain distance from Cornelia. "Dickon." "Morian, why are you standing so far away?" "I feel that after you two stand together, a certain temperament seems to have been sublimated. I don't dare to get too close to you," Morian said as he took 2 steps back. I saw that Cornelia's dress was also very unique. She was wearing a white mask with square frames drawn in black paint. Whiteboard mask. Category, equipment card. Grade, purple rare. Level, 3. Effect, after equipping this mask, it can block low-level detection skills without isolating the wearer's sight and perception. This mask can greatly reduce one's own presence. When there is a red mask wearer nearby, the white mask wearer will transfer all damage to the red mask wearer, and the source of the damage remains unchanged. Note, you can't see me. Looking at the red priest and the white knight, as well as the turbulent aura on both of them, Morian always felt like he was being hijacked by 2 terrorists. And it's a bit incompatible with their painting style. "We are not resurrectionists. How could we attack our own people while conquering the shadow world?" "I didn't doubt you. I just thought you looked scary." "Then why don't you join in? Do you have other masks of the same style?" Dickon took out a card and handed it to Morian. "Here." I saw a mask of the same style on the card, but on this mask was a strange character, written in green paint. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 157. Dickon's creation of the underworld. Just as Morian was curiously studying the Mask of Fortune that Dickon temporarily lent him, meow. Teacher Cat emerged from Cornelia's shadow and jumped towards Dickon. "Oh, you're here too, that's great." Dickon caught the cat teacher and rubbed its head, then wanted to hand it back to Cornelia. "There's no emotion in your tone. You don't care about me at all." Meow. Teacher Cat was obviously angry at Dickon's perfunctory tone. "How could it be? You are my cat." Meow meow. "I'm a teacher." Yes, Teacher Cat." In Dickon's impression, Batcher and Olive were also teachers. "Dickon, as a moral model pioneer, I will definitely supervise your cat." This time, Teacher Cat received the school's instructions. Since the live broadcast scope has been expanded to the Northern Kingdom, therefore, the school hopes that it can remind Dickon Harmony Guide to the movie world as friendly as possible and reduce the persecution of the school's reputation. "Don't worry, I have always been a good young man who abides by the law." Dickon waved his hand and said confidently. Teacher Cat was very disdainful. It feels that the biggest problem with Dickon is, Dickon really didn't think there was anything wrong with him. But it couldn't say anything to Dickon before it caught him. Chapter 149. So after a brief division of labor, Dick and Cornelia Morian began their respective preparations. The goal is to earn a huge amount of holy gold coins in the early stage, so as to greatly reduce the difficulty of clearing the shadow world and ensure subsequent travel experience. The next day, when the construction team came to the cliff again, the mayor also arrived on the other side of the cliff early in the morning and was waiting. "He didn't sleep well yesterday. I have always been worried about whether there will be problems with the bridge construction. There are even some fears that engineers will run away with their money." Now the engineer finally arrived. bringing the agreed manpower and materials. However, the mayor standing on the other side frowned deeply. He found that this construction team seemed to have a different style from the previous one. Why are they all wearing prisoner clothes? There are even a few prison guards here to serve as supervisors. Is this a serious construction team? The mayor was anxious, but the prisoners began to work honestly. The mayor was stunned for a moment. In fact, this is free labor found by Morian. Yesterday, Millian used his authority in the Chamber of Commerce to go to the warden of the city-state prison to discuss it, and seduced a wave of wardens. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, he successfully signed a prisoner labor rehabilitation plan with the prison director. The follow-up will be a long-term cooperation between the Chamber of Commerce and the warden. Wardens provide cheap labor and are paid by the Chamber of Commerce. Among the accounts, Morian has already done a good jobs for the warden, and most of the money will go directly into the warden's personal pocket in the future. The warden was naturally very happy to receive such a cost-free contract. So Morian easily brought in a group of laborers who were not very obedient to discipline and prison guards who served as supervisors from the warden. First of all, the first lesson of labor reform is to train these disobedient guys into qualified construction workers. According to the contract, the prison does not charge any fees during the training of prisoners. So Morian can now use the endless free labor as much as he can. Although these prisoners were not very obedient at first, but now they are as cute as little rabbits, because except for the prison guards who escorted them, there is also a female knight wearing a whiteboard mask and holding a warhammer who is also supervising them. This white knight is scarier than even the most brutal guards in prison. Although she was petite, she dented the ground with a hammer in front of all the prisoners from the very beginning. As long as anyone is lazy, the knight will look over there and approach him with a hammer. The prisoners were so frightened that they did not dare to be lazy and worked diligently. Once he is lazy, a terrifying murderous intention will instantly lock the prisoner. They knew in their hearts that if they didn't take action quickly, they would end up turning into meat sauce. So with the efforts of the unscrupulous contractor, the underworld designer, and the harsh supervisor, the bridge was miraculously repaired in just one day. The next morning, the mayor came to see the progress of the bridge repair without much hope. He was surprised to find that the bridge was already completed. The whole bridge looked very normal, so normal that the mayor felt unrealistic. And Miliang was waiting at the bridge early, and seemed to be ready for the mayor's acceptance. Except for Morian, only the Red Priest and the White Knight are left on the cliff. The prisoner engineering team has completely withdrawn. The mayor doesn't know what these two people are doing here, but it's not against the law. Morian quickly came over to greet the mayor, and then took the mayor to the bridge and walked back and forth twice. After ensuring that the bridge, which seemed to be fine, would be fine to use, the mayor's expression visibly softened. Morian, how is it? Not bad. Great value for money. The mayor was very satisfied. Both the efficiency of the engineering team and the quality of the new bridge exceeded expectations. It seems that I am worrying too much. I'm really lucky to have met such a conscientious treasure engineering contractor. Well, Mayor, I have to help the priest with the church repairs. I may need to stay in the town for 2 or 3 days. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Morian said. No problem. The mayor responded readily. After watching the mayor leave, make sure there is no one around except teammates. Deacon walked quickly to the bridge. He gently raised his hand and drew it away. The entire main body of the bridge instantly emitted into points of light and condensed into a card that returned to Deacon's hand. Damn. Category, Summoning Card. Grade, Purple Rare. Level, 3. Effect, it can greatly increase its own strength. Remarks. The large wooden man made into a special shape by the designer can be dressed up as a bridge. Since Teacher Mao brought card-making tools and white-quality cards that could be broken down into materials, Deacon purchased some high-quality tree spirit magic core materials in this world and started making cards overnight. He spent most of his budget creating this summoning card, which served as the backbone of the bridge and could be picked up and loaded at any time. The main task of the prisoner laborers is to renovate the bridge ends on both sides to ensure that Deacon's big wooden man can be installed perfectly. Now Deacon has taken Damur away. Except for the bridgeheads on both sides. The main trunk in the middle of the bridge is gone. It looks very battle damaged. It's like it's been vandalized again. Let's go. When the mayor finds out that the bridge is broken again, We can make another profit," Dickon said proudly. Then the mayor saw that the bridge was broken and had to find someone to repair it. "Then the corrupt mayor will most likely find Morian, who has declared that he will stay in the town, is affordable, efficient and trustworthy. At that time, another 300 holy gold coins will be charged according to the price to build the bridge, and then Dickon only needs to call out the big wood man to install it. After the acceptance check is completed, take back their big wooden man. Find a way to cycle it again and get another 300 holy gold coins. If you want to deceive the mayor a third time, you may have to add more details of deception. But it's not a big problem." Dickon and Morian use smooth words and spiritual magic to deceive the mayor. They can deceive the mayor 3 or 4 times without any problem. When the time comes, all the blame will be thrown to the vampires. "You two are really vampires, right?" Teacher Cat finally couldn't help it anymore, jumped out of Cornelia's shadow, jumped on Cornelia's head, and looked at Dickon and Morian. It had already heard about Dickon's deeds of using a demon baron to complete the Shadow World quest. "I didn't expect to see this technique again with my own eyes." Just when Teacher Cat wanted to take the opportunity to accuse Dickon, Dickon spread his hands. "As we all know, there is no contract in the world that stipulates, after the bridge is built, the designer cannot take the bridge away." Dickon's explanation is reasonable and well-founded. "Isn't this common sense, Mr. Cat? Did I break the contract?" Meow. But Teacher Mao wanted to refute, but felt that Dickon's logic was impeccable and he couldn't organize the words himself. The more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. "There is something seriously wrong with your common sense. In this world, there are no designers who can steal bridges." Author's note: Friendship Bionites. My ex-girlfriend is Kelsey. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 158. Dickon is a master of killing. In the church. "Morian, you are really inferior." Dickon leaned on the bench, tilted his head, and looked at Morian sitting far away and sneered. "Hey, are you two inseparable like this when you are in school?" Morian said with a sneer. "Well, what's wrong? Aren't you teachers scared?" "How is it possible? The two of us are the top outstanding student representatives in the Knights Academy. It's too late for the teacher to like us." After hearing what Dickon said, Teacher Cat wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he swallowed it back. But Nelia is sitting next to Dickon, just like they usually have classes in school. There is no sense of distance between them. Million was sitting far away at the other end of the church. Morian would not behave this way if he were alone with Dickon or Cornelia. But as long as these two people are together, Morian will stay away. "Can you ask her to put that book away first?" Morian stared at the book in Cornelia's hand, feeling a chill down his spine. Chapter 150. At this time, Cornelia had given up her knight's armor and changed into a nun's dress. In order to better assist the Deccan operation in a small town, the city-state knight costume is obviously not as useful as the Blessed Sacrament church costume. Correspondingly, the weapon was also changed from their terror hammer, double pane, to the more gentle blood detective book, murder book, physics. "Your sister is much braver than you. It's really embarrassing, Morian." "You are familiar with Flora?" Morian raised his eyebrows, and judging by his reaction, he was obviously very concerned about Flora. "Of course, she is our companion." "Flora, good friend," Cornelia added seriously from the side. Although her face was expressionless, Cornelia's tone became much cheerful when she mentioned Flora. "She and Flora have a very good relationship, and Flora will play with Cornelia whenever she comes to school." "Well." Morian seemed to be relieved, but actually he was sighing. He stood up, walked towards Dickon and Cornelia with a rather helpless attitude of resignation, and sat next to Dickon. "Is Flora okay?" "Every day she is happy and doing what she likes. Except for the final exam, which was a bit difficult for her some time ago. In order for her, who skips classes, to pass all the classes, I am exhausted." Originally, Flora wanted to give up all the finals and let the happy vacation start early. But when Dickon told her, "Idols can't fail," Flora still bit the bullet and joined Dickon and Cornelia's study group. "Ho ho, I didn't expect you, a heartless guy, to care about your sister." Dickon smiled slyly. "Since I left Norton Kingdom, I have been most worried about her," as if admitting his weakness. Morian had a wry smile on his face. "Then don't worry, I guarantee you that the safest person in the entire Norton Kingdom must be her. Flora lived with the two girls, which could be said to be safer than the king. What's the meaning? Morian was a little worried that Duckan was speaking ironically. Dickon, HMPH, beg me and I will tell you. Morian, TSK, I believe you directly. Both men sneered and shook their heads. They used spiritual victory methods on each other without giving in. Now that you finally opened up a little to us, let's get down to business. Make sure that this temporary team has established a basic trust relationship. Dickon's expression became more serious. I did some research in the town yesterday, and I can confirm that there was indeed a battle the night the town's previous high priest disappeared. After Dickon finished making their big wooden man yesterday, he started his diligent investigation work again. First of all, he ordered Captain Dulcan to conduct an investigation in the town, and found no one who had obvious hatred for him. Then there are probably no resurrectionists in town. Even if there is, they don't have much hostility towards Dickon. In addition, Dickon went door to door looking for clues about the disappearance of the high priest and the destruction of the bridge. It was eventually confirmed that some townspeople were convinced they heard noises that night. In addition, Dickon also learned some folklore stories. For example, in ancient times, there was a war between the Holy Right Church and the Blood Tribe near the town. And the name of the church where the three of them are now, Roderick's Church. Do you think any of them are hiding information? You can't tell unless you try it first. Dickon shook his head and said, meow, meow, meow. Dickon, please don't even think about arresting all the townspeople and interrogating them, meow. If Croix isn't here, you will kill them. Teacher Cat immediately called the police. Dickon rubbed Teacher Cat's little capacity head again and smiled helplessly. Don't worry, I'm sure we can't harm the townspeople, and we still need to protect them. What's the meaning? Morian's first reaction just now was that Dickon wanted to torture him to extract a confession, but he didn't expect him to say such human words. Dickon stood up and walked towards the pulpit at the end of the church. Morian looked at Duckan's unexplained behavior and wondered what he had discovered. Although there are basically no clues, I have already guessed the general situation of the shadow world this time, so I don't need to go to so much trouble to collect information and make deductions according to the normal route. As he spoke, Duckan bent down, grabbed the carpet covering the pulpit, violently lifted it off and threw it aside. Wait, can this carpet be lifted off in the first place? Morian remembered that when he first came to this church, there was originally a huge cross pressing down on the stall. But now, it seems that it has been moved away by an extremely powerful person. Seeing Dickon's movements, Morian realized that there must be something wrong with the place where the cross was pressed. He also walked up to the pulpit, frowning slightly and staring at the place where Dickon was showing. I saw an extremely complex magic circle painted on the bulletin board, and a faint red light lit up in one corner of the magic circle. How much can you deduce from this magic circle? Morian knew that this magic circle must be a key piece of information for the mission. But I don't understand why Dickon thinks he can guess the general situation of the shadow world just by relying on a magic circle. Cornelia and I also saw a magic circle in the last shadow world, but it was far less complicated than this. If the last shadow world is actually the same world as this shadow world, then this magic circle must be used by the Holy Right Church to seal the vampires, and there should be a very powerful vampire sealed under this church, which is the hidden and ultimate powerful enemy of this shadow world. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 159. Dickon is really unwilling to take any detours. Duckan states his leap to conclusion directly. Morian was stunned for a moment. In fact, ever since Dickon got the information from the Master, he had suspected that the final boss of the Shadow World was a powerful vampire. When he first arrived in the Shadow World, the two things that Dickon felt most inconsistent with were, why does this small town have such an exquisite church? And why does a church need a permanent high priest? According to Dickon's brainstorming, the most likely explanation is that there is an incredible monster hiding under the church. Coupled with the last experience in Shadow World Barren Mountain Blizzard movie, Dickon looked very carefully for where the magic circle was in the church. Even if he didn't find it for a while, even if Dickon demolished the church and dug 3 feet into the ground, he was sure he would find it. In the end, without much effort, he just asked Cornelia to slightly move the settings in the church, and he quickly found the magic circle. The red light on the magic circle should represent that the great priest Kevin has died and became one of the sacrifices to revive the vampire. However, this magic circle is too complicated, and Dickon cannot see how many people must be sacrificed to revive the vampire. How long do you think it will take for Dickon to solve the mystery of this shadow world? Students at Heavenlit College have already started placing bets. Generally speaking, the normal strategy route is to collect intelligence, exchange intelligence, conduct reasoning and verification, confirm the mechanism, find out the true identity of the enemy, and then find a way to confront it and defeat it. But according to Dickon's previous performance, he always jumps steps and sometimes reaches the finish line quickly for no apparent reason. About 3 or 4 days? That's too optimistic. This is a 6th level shadow world with extremely high complexity. Just relying on the 3 of them, no matter how powerful they are, it will be difficult to solve the mystery of the shadow world before half the time. And you see, they haven't collected any intelligence at all now. They spent the past 2 days focusing on collecting resources. But you really can't use common sense to deduce Dickon's strategy. I'm not surprised that he can find the final powerful enemy for you in just 1 day. Listening to the discussion of the watching students, Claire, the childhood sweetheart next to Croix, poked him with her elbow. "What do you think?" Clara asked Croix coldly. She was obviously still upset about the incident 2 days ago that Croix was obsessed with the performance of the former Paladin Commander Judith. 5. Croix replied. 5 days? Claire was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Croix would be so conservative in his judgment of Dickon this time. Croix, 4, Claire. Morian quickly figured out what Dickon meant. But what if you want to confirm this conjecture? We still lack key information to supplement and confirm the details. Don't worry, just watch my performance. Dickon smiled proudly, then turned to look at the cross, illuminated by the halo of stained glass windows, like a devoutly praying priest. Even if you don't know all the processes and details, Dickon can now probably determine that the final mechanism of this copy must have one item that says, "It is necessary to prevent the resurrection of a certain Earl or Marquis of the Blood Clan." Failure to do so will lead to serious consequences. As for the vampire's real name, Dickon boldly guessed that it was the church's name Roderick. Knowing the vampire's true name is an important condition for sealing the vampire. Since the Holy Rite Church has paid a huge price to seal such a powerful vampire, it will definitely not hide its true name, but let it be known to future generations in the most obvious way. So if Dickon is the one who seals the vampire, and then builds a church on it, then Dickon will definitely name the church after the vampire's real name. Dickon just said to the heir, "The goal of our mission is to prevent the resurrection of Marquis Roderick. If the mission fails, Marquis Roderick will be teleported to random coordinates in the Challenger's original world after the mission time limit expires." Dickon paused after saying this, as if waiting for something. But nothing happened, and Dickon sighed helplessly. Shadow World obviously does not approve of this behavior of skipping all the steps and forcibly guessing the answer. Then Dickon changed his words again and expressed it to the heir again. Chapter 151, Prevent Count Roderick's Resurgence. If the mission fails, preventing the resurrection of Marquis Roderick, if the task. In this way, Dickon kept reading like he was performing a one-man show on the bulletin board. Each time he only slightly changed the wording and presentation. And since he was not sure what level Roderick was, both the Earl and the Marquis tried it again. The corners of Morian's eyes twitched. He had already guessed what Dickon wanted to do. This was the first time he saw someone discussing the shadow world like this. Finally, after Dickon finished reading a certain sentence, the quest prompts in Shadow World have been refreshed. Because a challenger has reached the correct conclusion, a new mission objective has been unlocked. Mission Objective 3, Prevent the Resurrection of Marquis Roderick. If the mission fails, after the mission time limit expires, Marquis Roderick will be teleported to random coordinates in the Challenger's original world. Is it really possible to deceive and obtain information about the shadow world like this? Does this guy only know how to walk in a straight line? He is really unwilling to slowly decrypt it. According to the mechanism of the shadow world, the students of Heavenlit Academy have seen Dickon's process of conquering the Demon Academy and the ancient mansion on the deserted mountain, so they know Deacon's habit of skipping steps to find answers. But this is the first time that the live broadcast scope has been expanded to the Norton Kingdom. This is the first time that most of the people have seen Deacon play this way. Although Shadow World may not necessarily admit answers guessed through abnormal reasoning, however, the judgment mechanism of Shadow World is extremely objective. When Deacon read Mission Objective 3 verbatim, Shadow World could no longer conclude that Deacon had reached the conclusion based on guesswork. The hidden Mission Objective 3 can only be displayed as a last resort. If the Shadow World had emotions that could speak, then these last two reminders would definitely be spoken through gritted teeth. Look, my reasoning method works so well, Deacon said with a proud smile. Is it really okay for you to bully the honest Shadow World like this? Maureen was a little worried that they would be targeted by the Shadow World if they did this. It's okay. Apart from scolding me a few times in the comments at the end, it still has to do business. Deacon was targeted last time. As a result, Shadow World still couldn't deduct their rewards. Deacon already had a premonition that Shadow World would scold him again during the mission evaluation. But now he likes to watch the movie world being angry and unable to do anything about him. Author's note: I strongly recommend an orange article by a big boss called Miss None Doesn't Want to Pray. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decay of the Sacred Rite. 160 Deacon catches a vampire Marquis and tortures him. Can you perform the same performance again? Deceive mission target 2 as well. Maureen clapped with an expression of admiration. Now only mission objective 2 is still in a sealed state. I really can't guess the specific mission objective 2. But since the strong enemy's resurgence has revealed its flaws in the end, it will be easier to handle next. Deacon waved the cuffs of his priest's robe and walked down from the pulpit with his hands behind his back. By taking the answers and deriving the steps, you can probably guess that someone who wants to free Marquis Roderick will come to cause trouble later. However, the Trap Master Deacon has always been good at guarding his home. It can be said that he is the Highland security guard who reassures his teammates the most. After all, Deacon Tristan City became famous in one battle, and even Bishop Evans of Destruction was tricked to death by him. The Vampire Marquis is an 8th level vampire, so the enemy trying to unblock him will most likely not be at the Marquis level, but probably just a 7th level vampire count. What are your plans next? Maureen asked, looking at Deacon's confident back. He is only good at cheating, making money and teasing his enemies. Regarding the idea of a forced demolition expert like Deacon, Moliang could not guess the next step. Of course it is to teach the sealed Marquis Roderick a lesson and let him know what this place is. Deacon smiled and shook his head. After hearing what Deacon said, Cornelia understood and ran out of the church. It seems that something is being moved in from the courtyard. Deacon had previously asked the master and craftsman about the principles of cracking the vampire sealing technique. This kind of sealing technique developed by the Holy Rite Church. Over the years, the vampires have naturally developed unsealing magic for it. It's just that the vampires' unblocking magic is roughly divided into 2 stages. The first stage breaks the seal at the most basic level. The second stage is to start the blood sacrifice to unblock it. When the blood sacrifice can be released, it means that part of the seal has been released. Just like in the mansion on the Barren Mountain, the hidden boss, Viscount Augustine, had actually had his first stage seal unlocked at the beginning of the Shadow World, and he had regained consciousness and was waiting for the blood sacrifice to be unsealed. He could choose to continue sleeping, or remain conscious and silently explore the situation in the mansion to ensure that he had all the information when the seal was unsealed. Of course, a vampire in this state will never let others discover that he has regained consciousness. For example, Marquis Roderick might be spying on the 3 of them under the pulpit right now. Rumble. The church door was pushed open, and Cornelia dragged in an instrument. The base of the instrument is similar to a turntable with fixing devices around it. This is a torture instrument that Deacon asked free laborers to make out of metal according to the design he made yesterday. It's called Vampire Blender. Then, Cornelia took out a hammer and started chipping away at the pulpit. It didn't take long for her to dig out the coffin containing Marquis Roderick from the ground along the edge of the coffin. Next, she easily lifted the coffin, erected it, and installed it on the turntable. Then he pushed the armrests on the device, causing the coffin to spin crazily and at high speed. As long as Cornelia pushes hard, the vampire will spin hundreds of times at high speed. So Cornelia kept accelerating the rotating coffin, while Dickon and Maureen sat on the first row of benches in the preaching area and watched. They held snacks and drinks in their hands, and fed Teacher Cat from time to time. 10 minutes passed. Maureen, this guy should be awake. Dickon, he must be awake. I guess he is carrying it hard. After all, this involves a matter of dignity. Don't you think it would be very out of character for a dignified vampire Marquis to scream because he was knocked unconscious? Maureen, if he continues turning like this, his brains will be shaken evenly. Dickon, you can't die, that's okay. That's the only good thing about being a vampire. You can't be bad at all. So another 10 minutes passed. Marquis Roderick still had no intention of speaking out. Dickon sighed helplessly. Cornelia, let's take a rest first. Oh. Cornelia ran off the pulpit and sat next to Dickon. Dickon handed the bag of snacks to Cornelia, and then patted Maureen next to him with the back of his hand. Although Maureen felt that Dickon was a bit inappropriate, he somehow quickly understood what Dickon wanted him to do. Maureen summoned a Big Goblin. Big Goblin. Category, Summoning Card. Grade, Purple Rare. Level, 3. Effect, Strength and Physical Strength are greatly increased. When other goblins on the field are fatally injured, they can bear it on their behalf. Note, I am the eldest brother, my name is Bryn. The main summons used by Maureen are almost all goblins. Since his attribute strength is similar to that of Dickon, he is a civilian player. The attributes of the summoned objects are not high. Therefore, Maureen never pursues the combat capabilities of summoned objects. He needs labor and functionality more than combat power. Dickon, it seems you still have a lot of banded goblins left in you. There are too many cards in the goblin system, but they can work wonders together. For example, this Big Goblin, which Dickon has never seen before, can solve the problem of banded goblin being easily defeated. Maureen, it would be great if you could help me expand and recharge the underworld goblin cards. Dickon, Humphrey, that's a nice thought. Maureen, oh, cheapskate. Without much chatting with Dickon, Maureen quickly ordered Big Brother Bryn to go to the pulpit to take over Cornelia's job. Although compared to Cornelia, the speed has dropped far. But the torture can last longer. If they continue to use it like this now, they won't be tired even if they move around for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire church seemed a bit colder. A biting chill filled the seats, and the stained glass window seemed to dim. It was as if something ominous was finally about to appear. Teacher Cat became excited instantly, and the hair all over his body felt like it was going to explode. However, Chapter 152. Seeing this movement, the 3 people on the seats all showed excited expressions. It's like the movie is about to get to the most exciting part, and they sit in the viewing seats and have been waiting for it for a long time. You bastards. I remember your breath. I will never let any of you go. Majestic and angry voices seemed to come from all directions, filling the entire church. Without even thinking, he knew that this was the voice of Marquis Roderick. The vampire Marquis finally seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. These 3 guys have endless patience and animal-like persistence in torturing their enemies, and they have no intention of stopping. Volume 3, The Secret Words of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 161. Did Dickon ever hear the Marquis' mournful cry? Hey, you finally spoke. I thought your vocal cords fell outside the coffin. Dickon's light voice was full of sarcasm. You can be proud now. I will make you regret being born in this world sooner or later. Marquis Roderick's voice was still filled with thunderous anger. I remember that many creatures once said such things to me. Guess what happened to them in the end? Dickon simply asked. There was nothing intimidating or bragging about his words. It felt to the Marquis that he was just telling the truth about a very common thing. Marquis Roderick was slightly silent. He was convinced that something was wrong with the priest. First of all, this priest behaves like a ghost, finding his sealed self inexplicably. After finding the vampire Marquis, his first reaction was not to seek support from the church, but to start torturing the vampire as if he were dying. This relaxed attitude does not seem to be fake, but it seems that he really does not take the vampire Marquis seriously. Marquis, please speak. In fact, Dickon's idea is very simple. he saw that the name of this shadow world was the secret word of the decay of the sacred rites. It stands to reason that there are two possible explanations. Either it means that the Holy Rite Church is not functioning well, and even if they are called in, they will not be able to strengthen the seal on the Marquis. Even if it is strengthened, it may still be broken again. Either it means that this church may have begun to decay, and Dickon is not sure if there is any insider in this church. So instead of counting on the Holy Rite Church, it would be better for him to deal with this blood Marquis himself. Then Marquis Roderick, congratulations on passing the first stage of training, and you will enter the second stage, Dickon said with a subtle smile on his face. Marquis Roderick remained silent. He was not afraid of Dickon's torture. Although the previous spin did make him uncomfortable, this level of torture was not too much for him to bear. It's just that the insult is relatively serious. He was convinced that this was the only way to torture him through the seal. Dickon looked at Morian. Morian nodded, and they took out 3 Corpse Fury, inducing and increasing desire, and Friendship Halo, reducing the influence of mental magic, respectively. Then it started to release continuously. Most guards require a target, but 3 Corpses Rage is a magic that does not require a target. Even if you don't select the sealed Marquis Roderick in the unselectable state, you can still affect it. The result was that Marquis Roderick's murderous intent and the hunger that had been sealed for hundreds of years exploded infinitely. Normally, Dickon would not have dared to release 3 Corpses Fury at such a high intensity because he himself could not withstand it, but with Morian helping him offset the effects, he can use it without restraint. The only cost is mana and waiting for the cooldown. What did you do? Kill you? At the same time as he was furious, Marquis Roderick also felt that his hunger was growing uncontrollably, so much so that his internal organs shrank and became sore. Let a vampire like him, who has been sealed for hundreds of years and has not eaten blood, burst into hunger, and the torture it brings far exceeds the pain of cutting flesh and bones. Are you hungry, Roderick? Do you want a mouthful of fresh blood? As Dickon spoke, he took a sip of grape juice. Sweet and delicious. The 3 of us are right in front of you, with fresh and delicious blood, but there is a poor unlucky guy who can't drink it. Guess who it is? All that was left of Marquis Roderick was his instinctive roar after being consumed by rage. This repeatedly inspired Marquis Roderick's thirst for blood. It lasted half an hour until the Marquis' voice became weaker and weaker, and he seemed to have no strength to shout out anymore. Dickon finally stopped. Marquis Roderick's final roar even gradually became tinged with a hint of wailing. He was indeed afraid of this beast's methods. If there were other means, he really couldn't think of anything this devil priest could do. Okay, congratulations on entering the final stage. No. As expected by the Marquis, Dickon's playful voice indicated that the Marquis' punishment was far from over. So as the Marquis screamed, Cornelia quickly revealed the answer to him. She dragged a grill from outside and put the coffin on the fire. Although the sealed Marquis's coffin can insulate up to 8 levels of physical and magical attacks, it is even waterproof and airtight. But there should be no temperature isolation function. Time passed by minute. The coffin was gradually burned to a charred black color, but there was no sign of damage. Marquis Roderick actually became quiet. He enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Not even barking. He seemed to think, that's it. After all, he is a vampire Marquis. Although the high temperature of hundreds or even thousands of degrees is torture for him, it is far less deadly than the previous torture of hunger. But Dickon just smiled. This Marquis is still too young. After confirming that the temperature has risen to the limit, with a smile on his face, Dickon summoned his ace card, the Ruined Poet. Let Marquis Roderick's pain increase to 10 times. Suddenly, Marquis Roderick's miserable roar echoed throughout the church again. Then let's torture him in turn. Cornelia spins the Marquis, and Dickon and Morian induce the Marquis's appetite, roasting him when all 3 of them are resting. In this way, there are 3 groups and 1 course of treatment. In turn, prevent the Marquis from developing a tolerance for one of these tortures. After 2 rounds, Marquis Roderick seemed to have no strength to make any more noise. You 3... Forget it. Meow. The school's wind assessment meter is hopeless. Meow. Teacher Cat feels tired. These 3 living kings of hell were doing this kind of thing, and they could even happily play playing cards made by Dickon in the church. They really don't feel guilty at all and are not afraid of being watched by the gods. If he hadn't been convinced that the vampire couldn't be killed like this, Teacher Cat would have doubted whether the Marquis Roderick in the coffin was already dead. Even if the Marquis could break the seal and run out now, he would still be unconscious and basically crazy. Meow meow meow. Dickon, why are you torturing it like this? Teacher Cat asked in confusion. Even if he follows Durkan's usual tactics, he wants to increase the enemy's hatred towards him as much as possible in order to achieve unlimited control of Captain Durkan. It was enough to torture the Marquis for one round. However, Dickon's current intention seems to be to torture the Marquis until he completely collapses. Duh, of course, I have a clever plan. I'm not the kind of guy who enjoys torturing others. Cat, are you sure? Meow. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 162 The Legend of Dickon's Fastest Clearance, updated 1030. Marquis, let me ask you a question. Do you still have a glimmer of hope in your heart now? After cooling the coffin down, in a rare act of mercy, Durkan gave the Marquis a moment of rest. He walked up to the coffin and asked Marquis Roderick. Marquis Roderick made no sound. Maybe I feel that any communication is meaningless. It's also possible that he really doesn't have the energy to speak. You are expecting your kindred to rescue you and then return these tortures to me thousands of times. It's really not easy for your kindred to be able to partially break your seal. It was obviously close, but it was a pity that it was stopped by the great priest Kevin, wasn't it? Durkan continued to ask. The Marquis still didn't reply. I can't bear to kill your last hope, Marquis. Chapter 153. With a playful smile on his face, Durkan seemed to sympathize with the Marquis. The Marquis only felt that Durkan was trying to scare him. After all, it was impossible for Durkan to kill him. It can torture him for a while, but it cannot torture him forever. As long as the seal is lifted, he will get everything back. HMPH, I just like to see how a guy like you, who holds a bit of false hope as his spiritual support, looks like when he realizes the truth. As Durkan spoke, he put his hand on the coffin and temporarily cut off the live broadcast. Then he used the magic power in his body to effect the truth blood contract he had formed with Isabel at the time. The soul mark formed by the master servant contract slowly appeared on Durkan's hand like a curse mark. Marquis, do you recognize this spell? The moment Durkan finished speaking, the Marquis's roar of collapse resounded throughout the church. No. Impossible. We have obviously killed everyone who mastered this spell. It should not appear here. Marquis Roderick's voice was filled with endless reluctance and despair. He will never mistake this forbidden magic created by the most evil wizard of mankind, true word blood pact, specially used to enslave high-ranking vampires who are difficult to kill. This is an unforgettable nightmare for the entire vampire family. Marquis, do you know now? I have always been playing with you. Durkan was very satisfied with Marquis Roderick's reaction. According to the literature of the Holy Right Church, it was precisely because a wizard developed this spell that the vampires came out in force and started a decisive battle with humans. Although humans were victorious in the end, the vampires finally gave up after killing all the humans who had mastered this spell. Mantra Blood Pact has since become a lost magic. However, Durkan, as the contract holder after the Mantra Blood Contract took effect, would naturally make Marquis Roderick mistakenly believe that Durkan had mastered this spell. So he was completely fooled by Durkan, but he didn't know that it was actually the result of the magic card. So, Marquis, I have been waiting for your people to come over quickly and release you. What you think is hope is actually the real beginning of your despair. You have been tortured to this point by me. Even if the seal is lifted, can you still raise your hand? And your real name, your race, and your gender, I don't need to say more, right? The activation condition of Mantra Blood Pact is that the enemy loses the will to fight or the ability to fight. The required declaration content, real name, race and gender have already been clarified. Oh my future slave, I really want to have you as soon as possible. Durkan's tone was full of joy, as if the drama had already begun. The character of the priest always seems to fit in surprisingly well with various dramas. What are you? Marquis Roderick could no longer maintain any composure, and his words were filled only with fear and despair. Dukan smiled and said nothing. He has cut off the live broadcast without much scruples. He got a little closer to the coffin. His pupils flickered and gradually became a layer of gold. This world is in doom. We, the demons, will eventually rule the entire Holy Kingdom, and you vampires will be slaves forever. He finished this final boss-like line with a voice full of magic. Dukan quickly returned to his clear blue pupils, with a slight smile on his lips, and returned to the state of a benevolent priest, staring at the coffin, waiting for Marquis Roderick's reaction. After a long time, Marquis Roderick finally spoke. Are you finally making a comeback? His voice was weak, as if he had lost everything in his heart that supported him. Although Dukan doesn't know much about the secret plot of the Holy Kingdom in ancient times, Dukan probably knows how to take on this scene. Sometimes, as long as the mood is right, it is easy to chat across servers. What are you talking about? I'm just a priest of the Holy Right Church. I don't understand anything you say, Dukan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, has the Holy Right Church been corrupted to this extent? Marquis Roderick actually laughed a little maniacally. Although the two people's dramas are not on the same channel, they are inexplicably well matched. Ha 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 ha. Dukan laughed too. At this time, the feeling of performing a final boss is probably right. Just smile and that's it. Don't worry, after you become my slave, I will give you the best torture every day and night. Dukan's laughter stopped and he said the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. It's like although he wears human skin, he is actually a demon who takes torture of other living beings as his ultimate pleasure. Ha 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 ha. Marquis Roderick's laughter gradually became shriller, with a hint of crying. I didn't expect that 100 years later, the final winner would be you. Damn the Holy Right Church. You deserve it. This seal has actually become his protective umbrella. Marquis Roderick thought about it carefully now. The compatriots who helped him unlock the first layer of seals are likely to have been enslaved. The motive for lifting the seal is just to enable its master to enslave stronger vampires. But he foolishly held on to hope, thinking that he could take the world by storm again. I'm afraid that in this world, the vampires have already become slaves of the devil. From the moment their mantra blood pact fell into the hands of the devil, the world was basically over. There is no more redemption. Unknown Big Devil, I lost, but I would rather die with the dignity of the vampires than live as your slave. Along with the sentence, the sealed Marquis Roderick seemed to have triggered the only power he could use in the sealed state. Committed suicide. Author's note, Dads, please give Xixi Dog some monthly tickets. In addition, every 500 monthly tickets received in July will receive +1 update, which is valid throughout July. This book is compiled by Nanjin. The copyright of the novel belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. If you want to read it, please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and reject piracy. If this resource inadvertently infringes upon your rights, please notify us to delete it promptly. Nanjin reminds you, arrange your reading time reasonably and avoid being addicted to online novels. More novels from all over the internet can be found in Nanjin Novel Group, 1,017,459,498. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Right, 163. Dukan did not cheat. Marquis Roderick is dead. Mission Objective 3 was achieved in an alternative way. Following the suicide of Marquis Roderick, the quest prompts in Shadow World have been updated again. At this time, other challengers in the city-state were stunned by the new prompts. First, they don't know who skipped the unlocked Mission Objective 2 so quickly and unlocked Mission Objective 3 in advance in an unknown way. Secondly, the ultimate mission such as Mission Objective 3 is often the most difficult part in the entire Shadow World. The results just came out, and it was achieved in less than half a day. And the most important point is that in this mission, they should be the defenders, trying their best to prevent the vampire Marquis from resurrecting. Marquis Roderick was a formidable enemy that challengers could not defeat. After all, in the 6th level Shadow World, there are almost no challengers who can fight against 8th level enemies. What's more, it's a vampire Marquis who is difficult to kill. Why did Marquis Roderick disappear? Did someone cheat? You can't tell me that such a big boss committed suicide, right? They only suspect that this Shadow World is broken. At this time, Dickon also resumed the interrupted live broadcast. The audience was in an uproar when they saw the situation in the church and the new hints about the shadow world. Why is it that after the live broadcast comes back, Marquis Roderick is gone? What did Dickon do? Impossible. Marquis Roderick is invincible. Dickon seemed to be aware of the audience's doubts, and explained patiently to the screen, Marquis Roderick just committed suicide. What a liar. You might as well say that he was scared to death by you. Apparently Dickon's explanation caused dissatisfaction among the audience. Even if Dickon couldn't see the audience's reaction, he could probably guess what everyone was questioning about him now. So Dickon could only take a deep breath and said seriously, I, Dickon, did not cheat. I did not cheat. I don't know if the audience is convinced. Dickon didn't bother to care anymore. Luckily I didn't fool Marquis Roderick. He stepped off the pulpit and leaned back on the pew, breathing a sigh of relief. Come and have a piece of dessert. But Nelia seemed to think that Dickon was a little hard-working, so he handed a piece of mango pancake snack to Dickon's mouth. Well, thank you. Dickon tilted his head neatly and took the snack away, then swallowed it into his mouth and chewed it gradually. Maureen looked on in a daze. By the way, are you usually like this? Maureen looked at the two people who got along so naturally, as if they had been living together for many years, and couldn't help but ask. Well, Dickon and Cornelia looked at each other, then both looked at Maureen. Chapter 154. I just touched the coffin, but Nelia's hands were relatively clean, so I just ate it. It's my first time to feed Dickon. Initially, neither of them thought there was anything wrong with their behavior just now, but when Maureen said this, they all seemed to realize that they were a little too close without realizing it. Maureen looked at the state of the two of them with a helpless expression. Is the cream on my face? Dickon asked Maureen in confusion. No. After finishing speaking, Maureen walked to a row of benches far away from Dickon and Cornelia and sat down. Hurry up and get married. He hammered the back of the chair and beeped softly through gritted teeth. At some point, Teacher Cat had jumped onto the back of the chair next to Maureen. It whispered in Maureen's ear, it is one of my great pleasures to watch them get along with each other every day. Let me share with you next time. I missed a lot of episodes. No problem. Meow. One person and one cat are like finding a chasing partner, and the relationship gets better instantly. Are you judging me harshly? Dickon frowned and looked at Maureen and Mr. Cat in the distance and asked. He always felt that this scrap cat and Maureen, an old fox, were not discussing anything good when they got together. Maureen, we are talking about Croix and his childhood sweetheart. Do you think they are all a little slow? Dickon, of course, that idiot Croix. Well, let's wait for him to become enlightened on his own. I'll see through it but won't tell you, right? Maureen's tone was full of playfulness. What do you mean? Dickon seemed to sense that Maureen was troubling him. Nothing. Maureen just smiled and waved his hand. Then he looked a little more serious and asked as if changing the subject. Actually, didn't you feel confident just now? Maureen was referring to the operation that Dickon had just made by bluffing the Marquis into committing suicide. He felt that Dickon breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the Marquis had committed suicide. I'm not 100% sure that I can trick the Marquis to death. If this guy has some extraordinary potential or tendency, and really chooses to surrender to me, he will be in trouble if the seal is really released. Dickon shook his head helplessly. Whenever he recalled Isabel's transformation, Dickon felt a little depressed. What he hates most in his life is shaking his pussy. To be honest, I'm quite looking forward to that situation. Maureen smiled unkindly. If Dickon overturned, he would most likely end up being chased by the crazy Marquis to the end of this shadow world. Don't expect it. You won't be able to escape when the time comes. I just need to run faster than you. Is this human language? Mr. Priest, are you in the church? Just as they were chatting, there was a knock on the church door. Previously, because their team was doing some great things, the church was locked up. The three people on the bench all turned around and looked at the church door. It was the voice of the mayor they were familiar with. The god of wealth is here. Go and receive us quickly. Dickon quickly went to open the door and welcome their dear mayor in. When the mayor saw Dickon and Maureen sitting in the church, his mouth opened wide but he couldn't speak for a moment. He looked extremely excited. It was like finding a savior. Yes, I have found you. This bridge has been destroyed again for some reason. Can you seek help from the city-state? The mayor finally organized his words and said anxiously, his attitude towards Dickon has undergone a 360-degree change. Although the bridge was damaged the previous time, the town was not attacked. The town soon contacted the city-state. There is also a powerful knight captain in the town. Therefore, the mayor was not too worried afterwards. However, the bridge was damaged twice in a row, which undoubtedly caused great panic to the mayor. It seemed as if some force was watching them around the town. The newly repaired bridge was destroyed again without anyone noticing. It's like someone wants to deliberately cut off the connection between the town and the city-state, and then surround them and slaughter them. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 164. Morian must be a blood prince after all. This feeling of extreme terror made the mayor's whole body tense up, and chills would run up his spine from time to time. Even though the mayor did not want the city-state and the Holy Rite Church to send a large number of personnel to investigate out of selfish motives, now he had to prioritize saving his life. No problem, but you need to entrust Mr. Engineer to repair the bridge first, otherwise the city-state's aid will not be able to arrive smoothly, Dickon said solemnly. He seemed extremely professional. But what if the bridge is destroyed again? The mayor asked worriedly. He was worried that the bridge had just been repaired this time, and if he didn't look at it in the blink of an eye, it would break again. At this time, Morian came to the mayor with a smile, handed him a document with a price list, and said, "You can choose warranty service and pay an additional 300 holy gold coins on top of the basic cost of repairing the bridge. We will guarantee that the bridge will be repaired at any time if it breaks down within 1 year." The mayor thought for a moment. This time he can still get another 500 holy gold coins from the town. But if the bridge breaks down again in the future, even he will not dare to take money like this again. Let's not talk about whether the town's reserves can withstand it. Bridge construction was repeatedly used as a reason to withdraw the town's funds. At the end of the year, when the provincial side took stock of the accounts, they saw that the town had made several large expenditures on bridge repairs in succession. It was easy to conclude that the town mayor was suspected of abnormal withdrawal of public funds and then launch an investigation. This is something the mayor definitely doesn't want to happen. Okay, let's add warranty service. The mayor agreed with a pained expression on his face. This time he had to pay 100 holy gold coins himself. But as long as we can get through this matter safely, we can treat it as a loss of money and avoid disaster. Morian quickly took out a new contract for the mayor and waited for the mayor to sign it with a businesslike smile. "After you pay, our Chamber of Commerce will help you repair the bridge within 2 days." 2 days? No. It's too slow. The mayor quickly exclaimed. In 2 days, their town might be finished. Then you can choose expedited service. Expedited? Yes. As long as you pay an additional 300 holy gold coins, we will repair the bridge before dark today. At the same time, we will also use the Chamber of Commerce's flying dragon to send Mr. Priest back to the city-state as quickly as possible so that he can bring reinforcements to you. The mayor was very hesitant. He had to pay the expedited fee himself, which would undoubtedly cost him his life. Just when the mayor was hesitant, "Mr. Mayor, the vampires operate at night. You don't want the whole town to turn into mummies tonight, do you?" Dickon whispered solemnly from the side. This made the mayor's face turn pale instantly, and even his fingers twitched. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and said to Morian, "A total of 900 holy gold coins, right? I'll get it for you." Then he hurried out of the church. This old guy has so many gold coins hidden away. It's clear that none of what I saw in his attic last time was cash. Looking at the mayor walking away, Morian smiled sarcastically. This time the corrupt mayor has to pay 400 holy gold coins. If he wants to take out so much in one go, the mayor must have a little unknown treasury. It looks like I can suck a few more mouthfuls of his blood. Dickon also nodded, obviously very satisfied with the mayor's financial resources. "You too." Meow. Teacher Cat felt that he had seen the fake vampires and the real vampires today. "Teacher Cat, thank you for your hard work. Next time," Morian said with a smile. "Teacher Cat, why are you standing still?" Seeing Teacher Cat's leisurely look, Dickon knelt down and poked Teacher Cat on the head. "Teacher Cat, why are you poking me?" "Meow." Dickon, Hurry up and follow the mayor and find out where his little treasury is. Chapter 155. If the mayor was only cheated of 100 holy gold coins this time, the mayor would most likely be able to offset the 200 holy gold coins he embezzled last time by taking half of it. But this time the mayor was defrauded of 400 holy gold coins. The mayor would definitely go to the hiding place where he hid the gold coins to get such an amount. It's not good to do this, meow. I'm a teacher, how could I do such a thing, meow. Teacher Cat hid his tail behind his back and showed great resistance to Dickon. Let's put aside the luxurious 7-day trip to the Holy Kingdom and find the location where the corrupt mayor has hidden his stolen money. Why is it not good? As a noble priest, I have the obligation to investigate. Dickon's words were sonorous and powerful, which made Teacher Mao a little stunned. How come this guy's speech is still decent? There's nothing wrong with the logic. Then Dickon pushed the astonished Teacher Mao out of the church and shouted, Teacher Cat, please teach us what justice is, meow. Teacher Cat spun around in circles, seemingly going through a quick mental struggle, and finally ran out of the church courtyard to track down the mayor. Dickon, after we complete the remaining mission objective 2, we will help the mayor clean up the attic and make him clean. Morian, but do you have a clue about mission objective 2? Mission objective 2 is still unlocked. Its relevant clues are likely to be on the city-state side. The three of them, Dickon, mainly stayed in the small town during the first 3 days of the mission. They also didn't find a way to get in touch with other challengers, so the information was completely missing. After some speculation, I think mission goal 2 should be to find the vampire count hiding in the city-state, Dickon said in a rather confident tone. After successfully verifying mission objective 3, he also came to a lot of conclusions. Since mission objective 2 is hidden, this means that it is unlikely to be a progressive task such as explore a certain percentage of the map or collect a few clues, because there is no need to be secretive about that kind of mission. The situation that needs to be covered up must be information that cannot be disclosed in the mission objective. For example, mission objective 3 writes the name of Marquis Roderick and reveals the existence of this hidden boss, so it needs to be hidden. Then mission objective 2 is very likely to also contain the real name of a vampire, and his identity should be the regular boss of this shadow world. Therefore, Dickon boldly speculates that mission goal 2 is probably to find an unknown vampire count in the town. Dickon sneered and said, I'm afraid this count is still foolishly planning to revive Marquis Roderick. Morian adjusted the glasses that originally belonged to the engineer. Since this vampire count is still so motivated, shouldn't he have to squeeze out the remaining value? Otherwise it would be a pity. Dickon, as expected of you, the old street lamp pendant appears when you open your mouth. Volume 3. Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 165. Dickon bids farewell to the town. Dickon learned that High Priest Kevin was a 7th level powerhouse. I want to remove the first layer of seal from Marquis Roderick on the premise of defeating the High Priest. At least it has to be a vampire count. But the enemy did not continue to slaughter the residents of the town to perform a blood sacrifice to unblock and completely release Marquis Roderick. The possible reason is that while the vampire count defeated the High Priest, he was also forced into a desperate situation, and was not even enough to defeat the Knight Captain in the town. Therefore, what is lurking in the city-state now is most likely a vampire count who is in a very weak state and is gradually regaining his strength. Mission Objective 2 is actually an investigative reasoning task that races against time. The challengers need to find the count before he recovers. If the vampire count can be found before a certain point in time, the challenger will be at a big advantage and can easily defeat him, and after a certain point in time, once the vampire count regains his strength, it may be difficult for challengers to defeat him even if they find him. There is also the possibility of being stolen by the vampire count, which will lead to the escape of Marquis Roderick and the failure of Mission Objective 3. But now this unknown vampire count should have never dreamed of, the Marquis is dead. Dickon couldn't help but look forward to seeing the vampire count's expression when he learned that the Marquis was killed in battle. I really want to appreciate his or her fearful and desperate look. People shouldn't think this way. It's all the master's fault for teaching him bad things. Even I don't have such fun. Look for your own reasons. The master seemed to hear Dickon's voice and echoed his thoughts in his heart. You are a big devil. How can you be so innocent? You make me feel embarrassed, Dickon accused, without any sense of danger. Chanliang. Are you provoking me? No, 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 I used the wrong word. You are the most vicious, cruel, and violent ancient demon. Shijiang seemed really angry, because she stayed silent for a longer time this time. Then she angrily seized control of Dickon's body, grabbed the snack plate that Cornelia was holding in her hand, and stuffed the snacks into her mouth one by one. Her movements were graceful, but she made the snacks disappear quickly. That's all. When Dickon regained control of his body again, his stomach felt so full. Maybe I don't even need to eat dinner today. Cornelia was stunned. Dickon, are you hungry? Can I get you some more food? But Nelia quickly grabbed Dickon's sleeves with concern and asked. She sensed that Dickon was starving. No, no, that was the price of strength just now, and I can't afford it now. Dickon shook his hands and explained. You are full, but the vampire Earl must be very hungry now, right? Morian asked from the side. In order for a weak vampire to recover, it not only takes time, but also requires a large amount of blood. There are still 7 days left for the mission, taking into account the difficulty and rationality of the 6th level shadow world. Even if this vampire count is left alone, he will surely gradually regain his strength. And before the end of the shadow world, he will definitely recover and rescue the Marquis. So these few days. The city-state at night is the hunting ground of the vampire count. Yes, he will definitely hunt, but the method of hunting will definitely not be as simple as murder. If this vampire count's method is just to come out and attack the target every night like a serial killer, then not to mention that the Holy Right Church and the security forces in the city-state will search for him, even the remaining 9 challengers can quickly discover the count's traces. That count must have an unconventional hiding place. It may be an extremely safe or extremely dangerous place, making it difficult for challengers to find it. It's okay. No matter where he hides, we can just follow the plan. Then give him a big surprise and let him see what it means to have money and do whatever you want. Just when Dickon and Morian were discussing going to the city-state tonight to solve the task of Mission Objective 2, there was a knock on the church door again. The mayor finally came back with the gold coins. Dickon and Morian quickly went to help the nobleman open the door, with a welcome look. Here are 900 holy gold coins, handed to you, Mr. Engineer. The mayor anxiously walked up to Morian and thrust a large bag of holy gold coins into his hand. However, this time Morian didn't say anything. He just smiled and held his breath. Dickon, standing behind the mayor, released a hypnotic gas. Suddenly the mayor's eyelids trembled, his body swayed and he fell to the ground. You two habitual criminals, meow. Teacher Cat jumped out of the mayor's shadow. It felt that the cooperation between Dickon and Morian was becoming increasingly ridiculously skilled. If there is a connection between Dickon and Cornelia, Dickon and Morian want to do exactly the same thing. They don't need much communication at all. As long as they act according to their ideas, they will naturally cooperate. How's it going, Mr. Cat? Dickon asked. Found meow. The teacher cat shook his tail helplessly, walked outside the church, and began his work of leading the way. So the 3 people divided the work efficiently. Dickon did his job as a priest as always, skillfully tying up the mayor and sending him to the confessional. Cornelia, on the other hand, followed Teacher Cat to dig for treasure. Morian transformed into the mayor and went to the mayor's house to help him clean up his treasures. When the 3 of them met again at the church, they were ready to leave this town that held many of their fond memories. When the mayor wakes up, I hope he can find his original intention, Dickon said rather regretfully as he locked the door to the church. You also taught him a lesson, didn't you? Teacher Cat couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes when he heard Dickon's sigh. That's not the case. Meow, meow, meow. Although the mayor is hateful, meeting you is really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Meow. While chatting, the 3 people quickly crossed the bridge and took away the bridge. The lack of a bridge also protects the town. When Dickon first investigated the incident, he thought the bridge had been sabotaged by the enemy. Chapter 156. Now that I think about it, it's possible that the Great Priest actually destroyed it. The 7th level Blood Earl should have some dependents, but these dependents are currently hiding and have not come to the town. On the one hand, these relatives may have to stay with the Count to protect the weak master. On the other hand, the dependents are also afraid of the sun. If you travel over the mountains and spend 2 days to reach the town, You will most likely encounter adventurers in the wild during the day, or the hunting team will send them away directly. So they should also be waiting for the bridge to be repaired before quickly attacking the town at night. It's a pity that this bridge's surname is Star. It has flexible opening hours. So the three-person team headed towards the city-state amidst laughter and laughter. Author's note: there will be more updates today. I will send them out as soon as I finish coding. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 166 Token is always on the next level, 3-in-1, updated on 11 and 12:30. Late at night, city-state. The light grey clouds were dense and thick, and the moonlight did not appear bright. Under the dim lights, the streets looked very desolate. A cool breeze blew by, picking up the fallen leaves and carrying them floating on the ground. The shop doors on the street were closed tightly, making occasional creaking sounds. There was only one figure on the whole street. This is a woman wearing a slightly cheap dress. She staggers and looks drunk. She seemed unsure of the direction to go home, and gradually staggered towards the alley. Yet high up, there was a figure looming in the dim light, with only the scarlet eyes standing out. It seemed to be staring at its prey. Subsequently, it moved so fast that it is almost impossible to see with the naked eye. An unpleasant smell gradually wafted into the air. The vampire pounced on the woman from a tricky angle, completely out of her sight and not even giving her a chance to react. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed across the woman's eyes as if she was awake, and she sank. She used dexterous movements to get around the vampire's back, and the short knife that appeared in her hand at an unknown moment was inserted into the vampire's back with lightning speed and precision. After that, she drew the dagger without any hesitation. Blood sprayed on her body, but she didn't care at all. She grabbed the vampire's neck and slammed it to the ground. Then the knife stabbed into its heart again. Although this vampire suffered 2 consecutive fatal injuries, it had no intention of exhausting itself. The blood that flowed out seemed to have vitality and returned to its body to help it repair its injuries. However, at the moment when the vampire was struggling, a man walked out of nowhere. Several spell cards appeared in his hand. After a series of activations, the vampire was quickly stunned, and then a halo of light was deployed to restrain it. Finally caught one. The man looked at the unable to move vampire and finally sighed with relief. With it, we will have a way to find the big vampire. The woman drew out her short knife and observed the vampire she had subdued. Although it has clear vampire characteristics, its smell is very turbid, and it doesn't look like a pure vampire at all. They must be the descendants of the Great Blood Clan lurking in this city-state. It's late night on the 3rd day of the Shadow World, and this combination of female warriors and male mages came to snipe the 6th-level elites of the Resurrection Church in Morian. In the morning, they had just seen the notification that Mission Objective 3, prevent Marquis Roderick from resurrecting, had been unlocked. In the afternoon, I saw another reminder that Marquis Roderick was killed. Until now they still can't figure out what happened. I just feel that this Shadow World is not very good. The water in Challenger may be a bit deep. According to their understanding, it would be difficult for even Morian to do such an exaggerated thing. And the strategy style is different from that of Morian. So in the afternoon, after a brief discussion, they all confirmed the next course of action in this Shadow World. Don't cause trouble, give up targeting Morian, and perfectly disguise yourself as an ordinary challenger. Since there seems to be a big boss in the Shadow World this time, they are also aware of current affairs, so they might as well just be honest and get rewards. However, the final reward settlement in Shadow World is related to the level of contribution. If your contribution is very small, you will receive a correspondingly small reward in the end. Of course, even if you paddle again, it will be difficult to get no rewards in the movie world. At least they haven't seen this happen. During the first 3 days of investigation, they discovered that there was a large vampire clan with unknown purpose lurking in the city-state. After seeing the Mission Objective 3 publicly announced by Shadow World, they quickly deduced that the motive of this big blood clan was to rescue the sealed blood clan Marquis. The reason why it is lurking now must be that it is too weak and is recovering. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Now is undoubtedly the best time to defeat the vampires. If they can make a significant contribution to Mission Goal 2, then their final reward must be considerable. So the strategy they used tonight was fishing for enforcement. A female warrior pretends to be a weak woman and walks on the streets to lure vampires in need of prey. The male mage is hiding in the dark, supporting the female warrior at any time, and do a good job in detection work to be prepared for multiple powerful enemies, and finally come to control the vampire. Sure enough, the female warrior successfully seduced the vampire. They caught the target with exceptional success. Next, you only need to hand over this dependent vampire of the Big Blood clan to the Holy Right Church or the Lord. The city-state will naturally launch a thorough investigation throughout the city. At that time, even the head of this big vampire will not be counted on them. They will also receive good rewards for making key contributions. Tap tap tap. Just as they were preparing to escort the family member to the church, the sound of rapid horse hooves was heard on the street. It seemed that their movements attracted the night escorts patrolling at night. Soon, the knights appeared at the intersection and looked at the mess in the alley. "We are adventurers who have taken on a mission," the female warrior and male mage quickly explained and moved aside so that the leading knight could see clearly that the person on the ground was a vampire. The knight captain breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the vampire clearly. "Don't worry, we are aware of the situation. In fact, yesterday we discovered vampires wandering around the city at night, so we stepped up patrols tonight. Thank you very much for helping us defeat the vampires." The knight captain got off his horse, walked quickly to the two of them, and spoke in a calm tone. "It's okay, we are preparing to hand over the vampire, and then we will leave it to you." The two resurrectionists observed the night patrol and were relieved after confirming that they were regular troops directly under the Lord. After a brief handover, just as the two were about to leave, the night captain asked sincerely, "Please wait a moment. If it's convenient for you two, can you help us escort this vampire? There are also some details that our Lord would like to ask you." The night captain didn't mean to force it. He respected the two adventurers who were strong and had a sense of justice. "No problem." The two looked at each other and quickly nodded in confirmation. This little effort can also increase the level of contribution. So the two followed the knight's team to the Lord's mansion. On the way, according to the explanation of the knight commander on the road, in fact, since yesterday, traces of vampires have been suspected to appear in the city at night. There are also 3 missing citizens. But after all, it was just a suspicion, lacking conclusive evidence, and a day's investigation did not reveal the reason. The attitude of the Holy Right Church was very vague and they did not give any opinions or responses. For this reason, the Lord was so worried that he could only strengthen night patrols. The Lord also ordered that any clues or information must be reported to him as soon as possible. The knight captain was convinced that these two were the people the Lord was looking for. It didn't take long before they arrived at a luxurious and stately old mansion. There are several towering trees with lush foliage standing around the mansion, covering up the already thin moonlight, leaving only traces of mottled light spots on the walls, giving the entire mansion a layer of mystery. Under the leadership of the knight captain, the two entered the Lord's mansion from the courtyard along a winding path, and then went straight to the spacious living room. A majestic-looking middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, with a very serious expression on his face. "He is the Lord of this city-state." The patrol knight captain quickly resigned at the Lord's instruction. There were only a few guards left in the huge living room, and a young maid who was serving them drinks. Then she dragged the dinner plate and stood behind the Lord's sofa. Although this maid looks like a teenage girl, she must be a powerful combat maid to be able to protect the Lord at close range. "Thank you both very much. Because a vampire is suspected to have appeared in the city, I stayed up all night. Until I confirm that you have caught him, I can sleep peacefully today, but I have to trouble you to explain as much detail to me as possible." The Lord pinched his eyebrows, his voice full of exhaustion. The two resurrection believers quickly explained to the Lord the whole story, including the clues they had investigated in the city-state. It's just that they hid the task prompts of the shadow world, but no one would believe the existence of the shadow world even if they told it. Next the Lord discussed with them again. The Lord seemed particularly worried. He was very concerned about all information about vampires. If a big blood clan sneaks into his territory, he and the territory will face disaster if he is not careful. "Don't worry, Lord, we will also help you defeat the vampires." Chapter 157. "Well, I understand. I will definitely increase my search efforts in the town. If you need assistance, please tell me and I will do my best to cooperate with you." "Good." Finally, The Lord calmed down and stood up to shake hands with the two of them in a very friendly manner and thanked them. The two resurrectionists were also delighted. With the powerful assistance of the Lord, the Big Blood Clan hunting mission Target 2 will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Maybe they still have a chance to find the Big Blood Clan and get rid of them faster than imagined. Are you two going to rest in the Lord's mansion tonight? I asked the people in the mansion to prepare the guest rooms for you in advance. Then I'll trouble you, Lord. Just when the Lord ordered the guards to send them out of the living room and to the guest room. I don't know which moment it started from. Puff. When the female warrior reacted, she found that her clothes were stained red by the gushing blood. This was not her blood, but the heart of the male mage beside him was ripped out by a bloody hand from nowhere. Immediately afterwards, the male mage's body shook violently, and the ground was instantly dyed dark red like a tabletop with red ink spilled over. The cells in the female warrior's body were filled with a strong death crisis, and she instinctively pulled away. The guards of the Lord's mansion who were about to lead them, with expressions as expressionless as chess pieces, turned out to have extremely red eyes, and a strong and pungent smell of blood was exuding from their bodies. There is no doubt that his true identity is a vampire. Taking advantage of the close proximity, this vampire family member sneak attacked the male mage. The crispy male mage had been killed in the sneak attack without warning just now. Then, several figures approached from around the living room. They are all 6th level vampire dependents. The female warrior realized at this moment that all the guards in the living room had been replaced by vampires, and they perfectly disguise themselves as humans by an unknown method. Lord. The female warrior's lips trembled and her face became extremely pale. The sudden change made her aware. Now she may have been deceived into the enemy's lair. Even the Lord has problems. What she and her companions thought was fishing law enforcement might actually be what the other party expected. In fact, the vampire family member they captured was the bait thrown by the enemy. And they are the fish that are caught. In the horrified eyes of the female warrior, the Lord didn't answer her. He just stood up from the sofa. Then he walked around behind the sofa and knelt down on one knee in front of the waiting maid. Lady Lislina, my mission is completed. They are indeed aware of your existence, the Lord said with great respect, like a puppy trying to please its master. Thank you for your hard work. Go ahead and continue being your lord. The maid waved her hand in disgust, signaling the fragile lord to leave. It would be troublesome if the lord was injured in the fight later. You are. The female warrior looked at the maid and said with a trembling voice, ha ha. The pretty maid who originally looked quite girlish actually laughed jokingly. Stupid humans, do you think I can't find you when you investigate me? Even though the maid still looks like a girl, her voice is still so clear. But the maid's aura had become oppressive, staring at the female warrior as if she were looking down at an inferior race. Under those blood-ruby eyes, there seemed to be a sea of blood hiding countless murderous evils. The cold and bloody atmosphere in the living room made the female warrior tremble all over. She had gradually understood everything at this time. The person in front of me was not a maid at all. Rather, the Big Blood clan lurking in the city-state that they have been looking for. And the Lord has already been controlled by Countess Lislina. Now the entire Lord's mansion has long been reduced to a demon cave for the vampires, and is instead the enemy's base camp. All intelligence information in the city-state can also be obtained efficiently by the enemy. So unless the challenger maintains a very high level of counter-reconnaissance awareness, it is likely that the more they investigate, the more they will be exposed. Although the combat intensity in this 6th-order shadow world is not that high, but murder is everywhere. One wrong move and you could end up in a desperate situation without even realizing it. Amidst the screams of the female warrior, her figure was quickly overwhelmed by the siege of her family members, and she gradually lost her vitality. Although I don't know where I exposed my trap and I will be targeted by you little characters, but after all, you are just delivering food to me. Countess Lislina's face was filled with contempt. She has unique mental control powers and can control the minds of humans without turning them into dependents. She is also good at disguise. Not only can she perfectly disguise herself as a human, but she can also hide the vampire aura around her. Even the Lord was unknowingly controlled by her who sneaked into the Lord's mansion and became her doll. Several guards in the house were also replaced by her. So this became her safest hiding place, and she could immediately control the situation in the town through the Lord's manipulation. It didn't take long for the female warrior to be subdued by the group of family members. They carried the barely breathing female warrior to the Countess and presented it like a tribute. Damn Shadow World. The voice of the dying female warrior was broken, and her face, stained with blood and tears, was filled with reluctance and despair. This city-state is doomed. Under the premise of extreme lack of information, no one could have guessed the Countess's troublesome abilities and the latent advantages she had achieved, unless someone can convey the information that the Lord has been controlled. Otherwise, there is no hope of a comeback. As a resurrectionist, she doesn't care about the failure of the Shadow World. She was just unwilling to give in. She didn't expect that the final powerful enemy of the Shadow World would be so cunning and would hunt challengers in turn. After her consciousness completely disappeared, Countess Lislina also leisurely began to take in her nutrients. This was her favorite part of dinner. It's not bad. It would be even better if it was a girl's blood. The Countess licked her upper and lower lips, and the blood made the corners of her mouth look particularly bright red, with an expression of satisfaction. This city-state will soon become hers, even though her current combat effectiveness has not fully returned to the 6th level. But as long as she continues to recover her strength in a low-key manner and gives her another 4 days, she will be able to regain her full 7th level combat power. At that time, go to the town and rescue Marquis Roderick, and everything will be over. Damn High Priest. Your sacrifice and all your actions are useless struggles. Whether it is a small town or a city-state, it will eventually become our hunting ground. Countess Lislina would be particularly angry whenever she thought of the high priest of the town who fought against her. If it hadn't been for the priest's obstruction, she wouldn't have needed to lurk like this. For some reason, she felt anger rising in her heart, getting stronger and stronger. It's like the mood has been inexplicably aroused. And along with the anger, she felt a sense of hunger stimulating her brain. He had obviously just taken blood, but now he was hungry again. And this burst of appetite feels weird. Countess Lislina even wanted to order her family members to go out and hunt for her the beautiful girl she desired most at all costs so that she could drink her blood. She is an extremely cautious vampire. Every step so far has been written with stability, except for sending out a family member in the past 2 days to attract adventurers who want to fish for law enforcement. I don't dare to let the family members go out to easily arrest civilians. At least for now, we must keep a low profile and endure it until the Marquis unblocks us, otherwise all our previous efforts may be wasted. But the restless desire in her heart really made her unbearable. She decided to go find the Lord. No matter what method the Lord is asked to think of, she must drink fresh blood as soon as possible, and it must be the blood of a pure girl. Soon Countess Lislina, dressed as a maid, quickly arrived at the door of the Lord's bedroom on the 2nd floor. But she hadn't opened the door yet. The door was quickly opened from the inside. At the same time, a brown-covered book slammed down from the door towards her tanning cap. She quickly leaned back and jumped lightly to the wall in the corridor. Fortunately, her reaction was quick enough, escaped this attack. Otherwise, the terrifying power brought about by this move would make even her brain explode. She quickly called her family members to come to the 2nd floor and saw the situation in the Lord's bedroom. Suddenly, Countess Lislina felt like her brain was shutting down. The scene in the Lord's bedroom was very strange. There was a girl wearing a whiteboard mask standing at the door. She was holding a terrifying murder weapon in her hand. Although it looked like a book, Countess Lislina's intuition told her that being hit by this book would lead to a disastrous outcome. The whiteboard girl was obviously watching the wind just now. In the middle of the bedroom, the Lord at the desk had passed out. Next to the Lord stood a man, wearing an equally strange mask on his face, with the character written on it in bright red paint. The man in red held the Lord on a chair, holding a metal rope in his hand and preparing to tie him up. And by the window of the Lord's room, there was a figure who opened the curtains just a little bit, and was also watching the wind. Chapter 158. It's just that he is responsible for paying attention to the status downstairs of the Lord's mansion. At this time, the figure watching the wind by the window seemed to have also attracted the attention of Countess Lislina. He turned around. His mask was made of green paint with the character far printed on it. The corners of Countess Lislina's eyes twitched. These 3 guys, who look very bad at first glance, are obviously a mature criminal gang. Although she couldn't see the expressions behind the masks of these three people, but she could feel that the three people's body movements were obviously hesitant after discovering her, and they seemed to be surprised. It seems that the motives of these three gangsters were very simple at first. They just wanted to hijack the Lord's mansion. They didn't expect to meet a vampire in the Lord's mansion. Although Countess Lislina is still dressed as a maid, the smell of blood on her body and the blood stains on the corners of her mouth cannot be hidden. Is there such a good thing? The red man in the bedroom temporarily stopped what he was doing, looked at the maid outside the door, and asked his two accomplices, "Isn't this a coincidence?" The rich man couldn't help laughing. "Can I continue to hit her?" The whiteboard girl was also stroking the murder book in her hand, as if she must hit this vampire once to feel comfortable. The three of them stared at Countess Lislina as if they had discovered prey. Even though she couldn't meet the three of them's eyes through the mask, the Countess felt a little chill down her spine. These three guys are so cool. She originally thought that this Lord's mansion was her absolutely safe hiding place. She can take advantage and guard against anyone who tries to investigate her. But she never expected that a gangster would target the Lord's mansion. What kind of world is this? Did you come to rob the Lord's mansion so casually? Author's note. Dad, ticket. Thanks. Let me feel your father's love. One update is added every 500 monthly passes, valid throughout July. Now that I have received 4,400 monthly tickets, I can plan in advance the debt repayment plan for next month. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Right, 167. Cornelia's Wisdom. Without much hesitation, Countess Lislina turned around and started running away like a frail girl trapped in fear. Although she knew that as a noble blood count, it was embarrassing to react like this. But if she didn't run at this time, she would most likely end up with the same fate as the two foodies she caught just now. Let's not talk about the brute force girl who can make a blast of air just by waving a book. The other two guys in the room also gave her a bad feeling. The man wearing the mask of wealth exudes a strange sense of oppression. As for the person wearing the Hong's Hong mask, although Lislina can't feel any strong aura in him, she may even think that he is harmless. But Lislina knows that this kind of guy is often the most terrifying. If they were in their prime, she would naturally not be too afraid of these three people. But now, she felt unsure. At the same time, Cornelia's figure rushed out of the door like an evil ghost, and Dickon and Morian quickly walked out of the door of the Lord's bedroom. However, they just stood there as if watching a show, with no intention of taking action. Cornelia, who was chasing Countess Lislina, was holding a murder note in her hand, and her persistent eyes were locked on the Countess' head, as if she would never give up until she hit her. There was such a guy chasing behind him, and he was getting closer and closer, causing a sudden chill to run down the Countess' spine. She must not be hit by this guy with a book. However, soon, the Countess felt that her family members had arrived. Stop her quickly. Lislina gave a command, and several dark shadows appeared on the stairs connecting the first floor of the mansion. These black shadows quickly protected Lislina from behind. Then he started to rush towards Cornelia. They are the vampire relatives disguised as servants of the Lord's mansion. Under Lislina's order, they all drew out the weapons they carried. The men all had long swords, while the women had a pair of daggers with blue light on the blades. Obviously, both the long swords and the daggers were smeared with deadly poison. But when Lilia saw something was wrong, she wisely turned around and ran back. She had carefully counted just now and found that the opponent had 5 6th level vampires, and she could not deal with them in a head-on battle. Even the 4th level Cornelia has the combat power of the 5th level. If you fully activate the buffs, including the epic level enhanced spell card, Olive's Ultimate Madness, which greatly improves physical performance in a short period of time, you will probably only be able to achieve the combat effectiveness of a 6th level warrior for a short period of time. At this time, you need to hide behind Dickon and wait for him to think of a solution. Don't try to escape tonight. Countess Lislina saw the advantage and returned to her side, grinning ferociously and letting out a sharp scream. Although she didn't know how these three people sneaked into the Lord's mansion so easily. But she knows that these three people are not in the same danger as the guys who came to deliver her food before. We must deal with them tonight. Otherwise, her plan will inevitably fall short. As Lislina screamed, the attendants began to chase Cornelia, rushing in the direction of Dickon and Morian. Their speed was extremely fast, and they soon turned into black shadows. "Oh, this is really troublesome." Dukan shook his head. "Along the way, they used spiritual magic and poison magic to knock down the guards. Cornelia used witch's reward, breaking the enchantment, and her unique lock-picking skills to sneak into the Lord's bedroom at high speed. Originally I just wanted to control the Lord, but I really didn't plan to catch the boss in one step. But there is no good place for this boss to hide, so he hides in the Lord's mansion." Follow Dukan's line of thinking. Want to find the vampires lurking in the city as efficiently as possible. The first step, of course, is to have Morian replace the Lord. Unexpectedly, this boss actually went with him. As expected of the 6th level Shadow World, there is something about it. But here comes the problem. In addition to the weak boss, there are 5 elite monsters in the enemy's base camp. Although there is no way to deal with them, the problem is that even if these 5 elite monsters can be dealt with, it is very likely that the Countess will run away. After all, only Cornelia among the 3 of them has the ability to actively fight. Both Dukan and Morian are acrobatic assistants who play backhand. In the end, it was Cornelia's unparalleled strength that could defeat the Countess. But it doesn't matter much. They are always prepared to deal with any emergencies. This situation is currently within the acceptable range. After all, in Dukan's way of thinking, he would even consider the possibility of suddenly encountering a vampire count while walking on the road. So when he saw the Countess in the Lord's mansion, although Dukan was surprised, he was not surprised. To get rid of these vampire dependents while still retaining the Countess, it only takes one simple step. Dukan looked at Morian. "Next, we have to watch Morian cheat." I saw Morian holding his mask calmly. It seemed as if he was about to take it off to reveal his true appearance. Countess Lislina was closely watching the movements of Dukan and Morian from a distance. She had no idea what the 2 men wanted to do, but it is clear that compared to the blank slate girl, the real variables are these 2 people. Morleone's mask gradually lifted, revealing his left eye. His pupils had the indifference of an absolute superior looking down on all living beings. As Countess Lislina met Morian's eyes, she could more clearly feel the invisible oppression on Morian's body becoming more and more obvious. This sense of oppression is not like that emanating from a 7th level or 8th level strongman, but an aura from another unknown level. As Morian gradually revealed his true face, Countess Lislina's eyes became wider and wider, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Morian finally lifted up most of the mask, revealing his face, but never completely took off the mask. I saw that the appearance under the mask was sharp and angular, heroic, but different from that of a masculine handsome man. He had a pair of red phoenix eyes and translucent red pupils, and his overall temperament was slightly evil. He. Morian chuckled twice, with a hint of sarcasm, but also seemed to contain thousands of years of lament. This laughter coupled with his cold attitude made Countess Lislina tremble all over. What's going on? The Countess sat down on the ground. She also instinctively ordered several attendants to stop the attack. "Won't you come and continue to offend me, Countess?" Morian's words were questions, but they sounded like statements. It's like a sentence of judgment carried out by a superior person on an inferior person. "No. Don't dare. This is a misunderstanding." Countess Lislina shouted in horror, stood up quickly, smoothed the wrinkles on her clothes, then bowed to Morian and lowered her head. She would be so panicked because of Morian looked like Marquis Roderick at this time. Chapter 159 Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite 168 Morian begins to squeeze vampires. If there is a living thing, he or she is good at mind control. He is also good at disguising himself. What he is best at, or an innate talent, or even instinct, is blood-sucking. So he or she must be. The answer is Countess Lislina. At this time, in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the Lord's mansion, Countess Lislina obviously did not understand why Marquis Roderick appeared here. Although she briefly considered whether someone might be pretending to be Marquis Roderick to defraud her, but she soon began to dismiss the idea, because humans are not immortal species. Even if humans could use portraits to record the appearance of Marquis Roderick 100 years ago, it would be impossible for anyone in the world to disguise the appearance of Marquis Roderick so vividly. Judging from his appearance and voice, There is no doubt that the man with half of his mask of wealth is the Marquis Roderick in her impression. And the most important thing is that he has the temperament of a high-ranking vampire. This is difficult for humans to have. Just when Lyslina was struggling, Morian seemed displeased with her doubting her identity, and took out a broken piece of wood from his pocket and dropped it to the ground. This caused Countess Lyslina's pupils to shrink violently. Even from a distance, she could see the fragment clearly. This is the broken board on the coffin of the Marquis in the church. It was her contact with this coffin that was able to break the seal. There is no way she would admit her mistake. There are only two possibilities for the coffin to be broken. Either Marquis Roderick managed to escape, either that or Marquis Roderick is dead. First of all, the impossible situation is eliminated, which means that Marquis Roderick must have successfully lifted the seal. Did you break my seal? If not, I will not forgive you, a low-level vampire, for your offense against me. As he spoke, Morian raised his hand, as if he wanted to kill Countess Lyslina from the air. Durkan looked at Countess Lyslina's frightened look, then looked at Morian, and couldn't help laughing under the mask. He was not sure whether Morian could really deceive the vampire count. In order to prepare for encountering the Countess at any time in the town, the three of them deliberately broke the coffin whose sealing magic had failed before leaving the church, and let Morian touch the body of Marquis Roderick. Then Morian perfectly mimicked the appearance of Marquis Roderick. In this way, even if he can't deceive the vampire count when the time comes, he will probably be able to scare her. In addition to Morian's powerful acting skills, their fortune mask is also a prop that increases Morian's aura. Wealth mask. Category: Equipment card. Grade: Purple Rare. Level: 3. Effect: when equipped with this mask, it can block low-level detection skills without isolating the wearer's sight and perception. The more local currency the wealth mask wearer has, the stronger his or her aura will be. Note: sorry, if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. This makes up for the limit that Morian's acting skills can reach. It gave him the aura of a truly strong man. Of course, part of the reason for being able to truly frighten vampires lies in Morian himself. After all, to a certain extent, Morian can be regarded as a vampire and a ghost of the human race. Marquis, I am not your enemy. I broke your seal. I am Lyslina. The last time I saw you, I was a little girl. Do you remember it? Lyslina felt Morian's intention to erase her, and she shouted quickly, while still making gestures. After hearing her words, Morian, who had already raised his hand, paused slightly. He frowned and observed Countess Lyslina's face, as if thinking of something, and then there was a trace of apology between her brows. He slowly lowered his hand. Thank you for saving me. I have successfully lifted the seal. Morian was an experienced actor from the moment he opened his mouth, and he imitated the tone of Marquis Roderick perfectly. Although majestic, it has become much gentler at this time. The atmosphere that was already approaching the critical point has finally calmed down, as if the misunderstanding has been resolved. They are my dependents. I didn't expect you to also target the Lord's mansion. Morian pointed to Dickon and Cornelia and explained to Lyslina. My Lord Marquis, I am willing to serve you. Countess Lyslina seemed to be particularly enamored of Marquis Roderick, and her attitude showed her sincerity. Moreover, Morian's approval and sudden gentle attitude seemed to make the corners of her mouth curl up a little, and even her cheeks, which had been frightened just now, were filled with a trace of blood. Do you need food? I have already eaten. That town has long been my nourishment. The next step is to heal myself. And I have not been very familiar with the current affairs in the past 100 years. Please give me priority by sending someone to give me the latest information. Okay. Is there anything else you need? Yes. If I'm not wrong, there are many people in this city-state who want to investigate us. How do you know? Lyslina asked in surprise. HMPH. Why didn't those stupid humans explore the town? Fortunately, my two relatives have been lurking in the town, waiting for the opportunity to rescue me. Family? Lyslina looked at Dickon and Cornelia with some confusion. She could sense that both were human, not a vampire spawn. Nor is it the other immortal species that signed a contract with the Marquis. According to the Marquis, these two should have been loyal family members of the Marquis before he was sealed, so they could patiently lurk in the town and wait for the opportunity to rescue the Marquis. A bit illogical. Dickon seemed to sense Lyslina's doubts, cut off the live broadcast and took off his mask, directly transforming into a half-demon form. Seeing this devil with golden eyes, Lislina instantly understood. It turns out that she was mistaken. This is a special demon that can perfectly disguise itself as a human. Presumably the other girl was in a similar situation. As expected of the Marquis, Lislina once again couldn't help but admire that she could have such a powerful demon attendant. Thanks to you, they were able to complete the blood sacrifice and rescue me. After I was unsealed, we not only caught those humans who tried to investigate us, but also successfully obtained a lot of information from them. Morian continued to explain, and then his tone became a little bit hard to conceal his resentment. We have found out that there are a total of 9 people in the entire city-state who want to investigate the vampires. They are from an organization called the Church of Resurrection and are trying to cleanse the remaining vampires in this world. You need to help me find them all. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacrament, 169. Deacon strongly condemns Morian. Morian took his time telling lies. One of him and Countess Lislina dared to speak, and the other dared to listen. Church of Resurrection. Countess Lislina was a little confused. She had never heard of such an organization in these years. Haha, you have been outside all these years, but your intelligence is not as good as mine, a vampire who has been sealed for hundreds of years. Morian's chin raised slightly, and his voice became a little colder. No, Lord Marquis. I have tried my best to save you. Please believe in my efforts. I really have no trace of this organization. Lislina put her hand on her chest, looking at Morian with an expression full of sincerity and sadness. Morian seemed to have planned to say something, but he sighed as if he couldn't bear it. I'm sorry Lislina, my nerves are too tight. I know that you are the only blood relative in the world that I can trust. Morian said with some remorse. The coldness in his eyes also faded a bit, as if revealing a tenderness that should not belong to the cold Marquis. But soon, he returned to his cold expression, as if he wanted to hide the emotions he had just revealed. However, all this was seen by Countess Lislina. The sound of her heartbeat seemed to become clearer in this silent night. My Lord Marquis, I will never question anything you say again. After a while, Lislina knelt down on one knee to Morian, bowed her head deeply and said, No, you are right to be cautious. After all, humans are too cunning. If we are not careful, we may fall into their trap. Morian seemed to be getting more and more arrogant, so much so that Deacon couldn't help but glance at him. For a moment, Deacon wondered if this guy was really no longer a human being. Morian slowly walked to Lislina, squatted down, and then helped her up. Lislina, the Church of Resurrection is undoubtedly the enemy of our vampires. They are a secret society originating from the southern city-state. They are very good at hiding. It is normal for you to not find them. Speaking of this, Moliang changed the topic. But, I want to ask you if you have any unexpected gains in the city-state these 2 days? Yes, I caught 2 humans who wanted to investigate us last night and tonight. Lislina looked into Morian's eyes and answered. Very good, then there are still 5 fish that slipped through the net. Even without my prompts, you managed to catch the people from the Resurrection Church. Isn't this a good job? A slight smile appeared on the corner of Morian's mouth. Don't dare to take it seriously. Although Lislina spoke humbly, her tone could not hide the joy in her heart. Haha, if you still give them a breath, remember to ask them about the 4 words Resurrection Church. I believe their expressions will be very wonderful. Okay, Lord Marquis. Then you should discuss the specific hunting plan with my family members. After all, it is devils like him who are good at interrogating and hunting down humans. Morian waved his hand, as if he was too lazy to care about the situation here anymore, walked to the window in the corridor, and looked at the looming moon in the sky. In the dim corridor, moonlight filtered in through the curtains, making Morian's slightly pale face look like a sculpture made of moonlight. What his expression showed was arrogance, sadness or deepness. If you give him another glass of red wine at this time, it will be even more impressive. Seeing Morian like this, Deacon even suspected that this guy was overacting. Chapter 160. Or maybe Morian just got a perfect role. Deacon looked helplessly at Countess Lislina. Morian left the job to Deacon, and it was up to Deacon to explain the subsequent hunting plan to the Countess. However, Deacon discovered that the Countess had no intention of discussing the plan in a hurry. She just looked at Morian's figure with some obsession, her expression not concealing her admiration and admiration. The dignified vampire count now looks like a young girl who has been bumped into by a deer. But from what Lyslina said before, it seemed that she had admired Marquis Roderick for a long time. After meeting the Marquis again after hundreds of years, he is still so strong and stable. He was cold but at the same time showed a little warmth towards her from time to time. Countess Lyslina can be said to have sunk. Dickon couldn't help but lament that if he followed the normal path of the shadow world, if the car overturned in the end and Marquis Roderick escaped, then these two vampires would be particularly annoying. If the shadow world strategy fails, I'm afraid these two vampires will have to finally get married. It can only be said that Maureen has done all kinds of bad things, deceiving others about the feelings of a girl who is hundreds of years old. Dickon strongly condemns this behavior. Lady Lyslina, we need to ask you to help us capture the resurrectionists. Dickon bowed gracefully like a demon butler, and then said, "Oh, okay. Please." Lyslina quickly came to her senses. The plan is very simple. Please let your female family member pretend to be seriously injured and then escape in the city. Dickon pointed at the only female dependent of Countess Lyslina, then order the city lord to send a large number of weaker knights to chase her. Once anyone comes to help, invite them to the lord's mansion. On the premise of not making too much noise, try to expand the scope of the pursuit so that the experts in the entire city-state have the opportunity to detect the movement. Dickon finished explaining his plan. This made Countess Lyslina frown slightly. The plan mentioned by this demon relative was very different from the plan she originally executed. That is, the first step is slightly different. Dickon chose a female vampire relative as bait and asked her to pretend to be weak. No problem. It just depends on luck whether we can catch another enemy tonight. Countess Lyslina responded. Haha, don't worry. Even if we can't catch all 5 of them, we shouldn't leave empty-handed. Everything is according to the plan of the Marquis. Okay, then I'll get ready. Originally, Lyslina wanted to continue asking Dickon if he had any other backups, but when she heard that it was the Marquis's plan, she did not dare to continue asking even though she was extremely curious. After catching these humans, don't rush to kill them. Let us interrogate them first. Dickon added, after all, there is a small chance of accidentally crashing into a normal challenger, so it still needs to be investigated. Then without further ado, I will carry out the plan and ask the Lord to prepare the bedroom for you. Countess Lyslina responded. 1 room is enough. I'm still very weak now. My family members need to stay with me. Maureen finally spoke again. After all, now that we are playing with fire in the enemy's base camp, the team still has to live together to rest peacefully in shifts. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 170. Dickon Classic Fishing Law Enforcement. Okay, Lord Marquis. Lyslina bowed to Maureen like a professional maid, went to the Lord's bedroom to wake up the unconscious Lord and gave him a series of instructions. Then she quickly led her family members to the first floor. Soon, like servants, the Lord respectfully led the 3 Dickons to a suite that was no less than the Lord's bedroom. The 3 of them couldn't help but collapsed after entering the room. Dickon and Cornelia leaned on the sofa as usual, while Maureen sat at the desk. Not bad, he is a qualified hotel manager, Dickon whispered in admiration. However, at this time, it was confirmed that they had entered the safe area, and Teacher Cat emerged from Dickon's shadow. It quickly ran to the desk where Maureen was sitting and pulled out a piece of paper, controlled the pen with magic power, and wrote and scratched on the paper. After writing it, it showed what was on the paper to the other 3 people. I saw it read, "Are you guys crazy? Do you really want to take advantage of this countess? What if she discovers that the car is overturned?" Meow. Maureen, who was sitting at the desk, took Teacher Cat's pen and wrote on the paper, "Wouldn't it be a waste to just choose it up without squeezing out all her remaining value? After all, it would be a bit troublesome to find and capture the remaining challenges. If only the Countess could show her value a little more before being killed." By the time it was daytime, once the Countess and her family members ran out of the building and were exposed to the sun, they would only have 1/10 of their combat effectiveness. It can be said that they couldn't run away even if they wanted to, and they were slaughtered by the Dickon trio. Teacher Cat gradually became more comfortable. After all, he had spent a frightening night in the mansion when Dickon kept the information from him, and now there was nothing to be afraid of. But can we really catch the resurrectionist meow tonight? Teacher Cat wrote on the paper. Morian didn't explain much. He just took the paper and pen and stood up. He walked over and handed them to Dickon, who was slumped on the sofa. Dickon took the paper and pen with great satisfaction. Apparently Morian knew what he wanted to do, so Dickon wrote on the paper, Mission Goal 2, defeat Countess Lislina. If the mission fails, Countess Lislina will be teleported to random coordinates in the Challenger's original world after the mission time limit expires. However, after writing it, nothing happened. Soon, Dickon started writing on the paper again. Mission Objective 2, find Countess Lislina and defeat her. Or the enumeration method. The general mission objectives are clear, the only difference is the wording. Once you know the Countess's real name, the content of the mission is easy to guess. As for why there was no prompt for Mission Objective 2 when Dickon and the others bumped into Lislina earlier, the reason is simple. They lack a rigorous investigation process and reasoning steps, and Shadow World cannot judge whether they have truly confirmed the identity of the final powerful enemy. If Shadow World directly refreshes the information, it is equivalent to helping the Challenger confirm and verify the identity of the final powerful enemy. This is what happens when you skip too many steps. Even Shadow World can't decide whether the hidden tasks should be displayed. However, because he had mastered the sentence structure of Task Objective 3, it didn't take long for Dickon to successfully try out the correct answer this time. Mission Objective 2, investigate the vampire conspiracy and find Countess Lislina hiding in the city and defeat her. If the mission fails, Countess Lislina will be teleported to the Challenger's origin after the mission time limit expires. Random coordinates of the world. At the same time, other Challengers also received this reminder. Dickon couldn't help but chuckle. Presumably at this moment, Countess Lislina also started fishing for law enforcement. When those greedy resurrection cultists saw the reminder of the Shadow World refresh, they would definitely think that tonight, at this moment, a Challenger had successfully made great progress towards Mission Objective 2. It's probably almost done. When they first saw the Shadow World, they were reminded that the final powerful enemy was the Countess. They also happened to detect a group of night patrols in the city-state, chasing a seriously injured and weak female vampire. What would they think? There is no doubt that the opportunity has come to pick up the slack. This is an opportunity to increase the settlement rewards of the Shadow World. They wouldn't doubt it was a trap. People and vampires collude, possibly setting up a trap. Neither humans nor vampires can collude with the Shadow World. After all, the tips from Shadow World must be objective and reliable. It was the regular knights of the city-state who were chasing the female vampire. The resurrection believers who noticed it would not miss this opportunity and would definitely come forward to support him. Try to catch the vampire. Then they will be disappointed to find that this is not the Countess they are looking for, but just her dependents. But soon a knight will tell them that the Lord came to discuss an emergency with them, and there would be huge rewards and information involving the Countess. Next, they will be taken to the Lord's mansion and encountered an ambush. There is no chance of escape. Thank you, Shadow World. Your public channel is really useful. Dickon added another sentence next to the correct answer. Although I don't know if I can see it in Shadow World. But he was already looking forward to his own comments during the settlement. Seeing Dickon call it a day, Morian took back the paper and pen. Then Morian wrote on the paper, "Okay, it's time to rest. Teacher Cat and I will stay here for half the night, and you guys will stay for the rest of the night." Show it to Dickon Cornelia, who is slumped on the sofa. Dickon was a little confused. Shouldn't it be me and Morian, and Cornelia and Teacher Cat? Dickon wanted to express something, but Morian had no intention of giving him the pen and paper. Teacher Cat also jumped on Morian's head, as if he was determined to be in a group with Morian. When did you, a naughty cat, have such a good relationship with this old fox? Chapter 161. Dickon wanted to complain, but it seems that my cat has an idea of its own. I just feel helpless. Dickon and Cornelia looked at each other. No need to worry. They slept on both sides of the spacious bed. Then they all fell asleep quickly. It was confirmed that the two of them had fallen asleep. Morian and Mr. Cat started communicating. Morian was sitting at the desk, while Teacher Cat was lying on the desk writing. It began to provide one-on-one tutoring to Mo Liang, making up for the plots that Mo Liang missed. These are the stories it asked from Cornelia when it was with Cornelia. The first chapter has to start with the boy meeting the girl. They were still two people at that time. No, Cornelia was still a human at that time, and Dickon no longer looked like a human. Author's note. The third volume is almost over. Let's sort out the plot and add more tomorrow. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite, 171. Teacher Cat and Maureen are satisfied with this book. In the mansion late at night, in this room full of classical atmosphere, Maureen just sat under the lights around him, quietly lowering his head, reading the story that Teacher Cat wrote for him on the paper. One person and one cat are saying nothing, but they are communicating efficiently. The only sounds in the quiet room were the slight rustling of pens on paper, and the soft and steady breathing of Dickon and Cornelia. I don't know how long it took. That's the story so far. Meow. Teacher Mao lay on the table and finished writing the last stroke. Maureen nodded. He showed a satisfied expression, and very much looking forward to the next story. He looked back at Dickon and Cornelia, who were sleeping like babies on the bed, and felt relieved. Maureen would check to see if the two of them were awake every once in a while, because he was worried that while watching the story, Dickon would suddenly appear behind him, and then stare at him with a very scary expression. Maureen believed that Dickon could do such a thing. But it's okay. Perhaps it was because both Dickon and Cornelia could feel each other's presence, so even in the most dangerous place in this sixth-order shadow world, they felt particularly at ease. Maureen took the pen from Teacher Cat, rubbed Teacher Cat's head like Dickon did, and wrote on the paper, Teacher Cat, I've had a question from the beginning. Why do you have to add meow at the end of your words when you write? Maureen had actually been confused since the night, but I kept refraining from asking. However, when Teacher Cat saw Maureen's question, he immediately waved his front paws and angrily took off the pen from Maureen's hand. Meow, meow, meow. I want you to take care of it. This is my habit, meow. Teacher Cat controlled the pen and wrote these words vigorously on the paper. He seemed angry at Maureen's questioning. Maureen smiled helplessly and wanted to touch Teacher Cat's head again. But this time Mr. Cat dodges. Don't touch him anymore. Just when they made some noise, Dickon rubbed his eyes and sat up from the bed. While Dickon was temporarily sleepy, Maureen and Mr. Cat quickly reached an agreement and hid all the papers on the table. Dickon looked at them like this with doubtful eyes. Did you just criticize me? Dickon stared at the desk with slight disdain and said softly. Teacher Cat and Maureen shook their heads in unison. Judging from their slightly exaggerated reactions, Dickon was certain that they had just criticized him harshly. But Dickon doesn't care about that. As long as they weren't gossiping about him like a little girl, he didn't care too much. No longer paying attention to the cat and the old fox, Dickon turned his attention to the clock hanging on the wall. Although it was still a little early, it was not far from the middle of the night. How about it? Do you want to change shifts? Maureen asked softly. Dickon shook his head and looked at Cornelia, who was still sleeping. Let her sleep a little longer! Seeing Dickon's gentle eyes and tone, Maureen couldn't help but hug Teacher Cat. Teacher Cat also became particularly excited and waved his limbs. Dickon frowned at the man and the cat. Do you want to express disapproval or agreement? And are you happy or sad? Dickon felt that ever since Mr. Cat got acquainted with Maureen, he sometimes felt like he was seriously ill for no reason. Dickon, you really have a prejudice against me, right? Teacher Cat, no meow. Maureen, how is that possible? People who have prejudices against you have either gone to the underworld, or they must be in the queue. The three of them chatted quietly for a while, and Dickon saw that the time was almost up. So Dickon walked to the other side of the bed and gently patted Cornelia's slender shoulder. Cornelia opened her eyes, as if she could enter a fighting state at any time. However, when she saw Dickon's expression, she immediately relaxed again. The sleepiness even returned a bit. Go to the sofa. If you feel sleepy, you can rest for a while, Dickon said. Cornelia nodded, quickly got up from the bed, then walked to the sofa and sat down quietly. Later in the night, Maureen and Mr. Cat soon went to lie down and rest. Dickon and Cornelia were sitting on the sofa together on duty. In fact, Maureen and Mr. Cat are at a disadvantage, because there was no telling when Countess Lislina would knock on the door in the middle of the night and report to them the completion of the mission. But Mr. Cat is originally a night owl, and he can paddle in Dickon's shadow during the day. Since Maureen was rarely so kind, even if he didn't know the reason, Dickon didn't bother to explore. These two guys just wanted to say bad things about him together. Time passed by minute by minute. The room was even quieter than before, but Nelia still seemed a little sleepy. She had just woken up in the middle of the night and easily fell back to sleep, so she leaned on the sofa and dozed off, tilting her head and leaning on Dickon's shoulder. But Dickon just sat quietly, as motionless as a chess player. He looked at the paintings on the wall of the room, thinking about something. It seems to be an intuition. Dickon always felt as if there were eyes on him. He swept his eyes around the room and quickly noticed Morian and Mr. Cat were lying on the bed and were secretly paying attention to him. Dickon, you didn't sleep? Teacher Cat and Morian, sleeping. Dickon. MDZZ. Until a blue-grey light appeared outside the window. Although the sky was still gloomy, it already heralded the arrival of dawn. Dong dong. There was finally a knock on the bedroom door. Then the voice of Countess Lislina came from outside the door. My Lord Marquis, I'm sorry that I only caught 3 people tonight. Not long after, Morian opened his eyes while lying on the bed, but he had no intention of getting up. He replied, You've done a great job. It's almost dawn. Go and rest, and let your dependents take my dependents to examine these humans. Dickon, who was on the sofa, heard Morian's voice and couldn't help frowning and looking at Morian lying there. Morian had closed his eyes and continued to sleep. You mean not planning to go? Are you going to hide in your room and take a nap while Cornelia and I go to work? Although it makes sense for the noble vampire Marquis to avoid daytime activities, but Dickon feels that Morian seems to be squeezing the labor of his teammates. This guy should give it a discount. Chapter 162. He deserves to be beaten to death by his father. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacrament. 172. Dickon begins to squeeze the resurrectionists. Okay, Lord Marquis. Countess Lislina outside the door responded. Received praise from Morian. Countess Lislina's voice could not conceal her joy. But there seems to be a little bit of disappointment and a little bit of expectation regarding the fact that she did not have the opportunity to see Marquis Roderick at this time, and that she would see Marquis Roderick again tonight, like a lovesick girl. Dickon listened to the movement and footsteps outside the door. Convinced that the poor vampire, who had been completely emotionally deceived by Morian, quickly left. 2 family members were left waiting at the door. How to make fun of it? Dickon muttered. Although daytime can ensure that vampires do not dare to easily escape from the mansion and bathe in the sun, but it is still too troublesome to deal with 5/6th level vampires with huge health and Countess Lislina in the mansion at the same time. It would be great if there were powerful explosives that could blow this mansion away. Fighting vampires in the sun would be like chopping melons and vegetables. Unfortunately, there is no backup support like Tristan City. Although you can also buy explosives with money at the Chamber of Commerce, but buy that many powerful explosives and head straight to the Lord's mansion. I am afraid that no knight can sit idly by such behavior. So I want to use the simplest way to get rid of these vampires without hurting innocent people. It seems that the only option is to squeeze the 3 prisoners. Perfect workforce. After all, Dickon doesn't like to fight with his own hands. If he could avoid taking action, he would still be willing to sit on the fishing platform and watch others fight for him. Dickon shook his head helplessly and gently poked Cornelia's cheek. Well? Cornelia opened her eyes and stared at Dickon beside her. It's time for us to get to work. Okay. Cornelia soon woke up and became energetic. So the 2 put on their masks and walked out of the room. At this time, they all used the magic potion bought in the Chamber of Commerce to disguise their hair color into black. After all, they didn't want to give the resurrectionists a chance to guess their identities. Even if they are both wearing masks, as long as they show a little bit of skill and see the color of their hair, people who know them will quickly guess who they are. 2 adults, please follow me. The vampire family members dressed as attendants at the door saluted the 2 and said respectfully, although they are all dependents of the vampire clan, their masters have different levels, so naturally their levels are also different. Moreover, these 2 demons seemed to be the Marquis' confidants. But to Countess Lislina, they were not that important. So Dickon and Cornelia followed the 2 vampire relatives. By the way, when you captured the enemy yesterday, what magic did they use? Dickon asked the 2 vampire relatives as he walked down the corridor. They used that weird magic item again. Those cards? Yes. This is a method developed by the Resurrection Church to deal with the vampires. We must nip them in their seedlings," Dickon explained seriously to the vampire family members. Then he asked about yesterday's battle process. The result made Dickon almost laugh out loud. The composition of the three of them is too obvious. From the descriptions of these two dependents, it can be basically determined that the three captured guys have all used the Shadow series of spell cards produced by Shadow Bishop Minos. Dickon is now even beginning to wonder whether Minos deliberately wanted to harm people by making the special effects of the Shadow series cards so obvious. Although Minos cards are indeed very popular with resurrectionists, they have even become the standard for mass production of resurrectionists. But as long as you take out these cards and use them, it is basically equivalent to blowing up your identity. So even if most people can capture the cards of the Shadow series, they don't dare to use them easily, afraid of being misunderstood as a resurrectionist. So under the leadership of the vampire family, Dickon quickly arrived in the basement of the Lord's mansion. This basement looks particularly like a prison cell. A few rays of light swayed on the walkway but were swallowed up by the boundless darkness. There was no ripple on the steel wall. The thick iron door with magic was like an iron coffin inlaid in a remote corner, full of heaviness. Sense of depression. The basement was originally used as the Lord's emergency evacuation passage. It has now been temporarily converted into a prison cell. When the vampire family opened the heavy iron door, the pungent smell of blood suddenly hit their faces. Maybe it's a sweet smell to vampires, but for humans, this taste is undoubtedly intolerable. Soon, they saw the captured challenger. The hands and feet of the three seriously injured prisoners were all shackled. It looked like their injuries were serious, and some parts of their bodies were even bloody. Obviously, they had not gained any benefit from the fierce battle with the vampire relatives. The vampire relatives and these challengers are both at the 6th level, so naturally they don't dare to take it lightly. Therefore, in order to ensure a safe win, vampires do their best. Just try to save their lives as much as possible. But none of the male mages and female warriors before, as well as the humans captured by them earlier, survived that night. However, this resulted in the fact that none of the vampire family members ate last night and could only watch helplessly as the three humans were imprisoned in the cell. The three prisoners looked at the approaching figure with horrified expressions. They are almost desperate. "You geese go out first and wait for us at the door," Dickon ordered to the two vampire attendants. "Okay, my lord." The two vampire family members agreed. The vampire's attitude obviously made the three prisoners look at Dickon Cornelia even more frightened. "Isn't the owner of these vampire relatives Countess Lislina? Why are there other adults? Could it be that there is an unknown hidden boss in this shadow world?" They suddenly had a very terrible guess. Is there such a possibility? Marquis Roderick was not defeated by the challenger, but was replaced by a more terrifying existence in the shadow world. It is possible for serious connections to occur in the shadow world. For example, they are developing a 6th-level shadow world in the south of the Holy Kingdom, while in another timeline, an 8th-level shadow world may be developed in the north of the Holy Kingdom. In some shadow worlds, if you are unlucky enough and the map and timeline happen to match up, and some wrong conditions are triggered, it is very likely that powerful enemies from other difficulty shadow worlds will enter. If this happens, their hope of escape will change from close to zero to truly equal to zero. Because soul-bound magic cards can be transformed into spirits and hidden in their own souls, their magic cards have not been confiscated by vampires. They were waiting for the vampires to break through during the day when their defenses were weak. Because vampires can only exert about 1/10 of their power when exposed to sunlight. As long as they can successfully break out of the mansion and run outside during the day, the vampires will naturally not chase them out of the mansion. But now these two new guys wearing strange masks made them feel the fear of imminent death. "You stupid humans who try to provoke the vampires, are you ready to pay the price?" Dickon said coldly. As he said this, he took out a small notebook from his pocket and wrote on it, "You cooperate with me, and I will rescue you," and showed it to three prisoners. At the same time, Dickon held his certificate as a priest of the Holy Rite Church in his hand. This made the expressions of the three prisoners extremely surprised. Soon, Dickon wrote on the paper again, "We were originally priests and nuns in a small town, and we were also close friends of the High Priest Kevin. After the High Priest was defeated, I pretended to surrender to Countess Lislina. She thought she controlled me mentally, but actually I used the power of the gods to resist. I have been lurking next to her, waiting for the opportunity to find someone who can discover her existence and defeat her together. The sudden turn of events stunned the three prisoners for a while, but soon, they understood the situation. A key character in the plot comes to save them. This aboriginal priest of the shadow world must be the key to turning this seemingly unsolvable shadow world around. Volume 3 Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 173 Dickens' Death Arena, updated on 1330. The situation last night originally made these three resurrection believers feel strange. Why does Shadow World give quest prompts like traps? It's like the Shadow World and the ultimate powerful enemy colluded to trick the challenger. Generally speaking, the tasks in the Shadow World are not so unsolvable. Now it seems that being arrested is actually a necessary step toward success, because only if they are captured will the mysterious priest of the Holy Rite Church be triggered to save them. Chapter 163. Once you escape from here. After they collect enough evidence and intelligence, they can follow the priest to the Holy Rite Church to request support. Then wipe out the vampires hiding in the Lord's mansion in one fell swoop. This is the correct and reasonable strategy path. You'd better gather all the information quickly, otherwise I will make you taste all the pain that can be suffered in this world. Although he spoke threatening words, Duncan once again played the role of a kind and just priest. He placed 3 bottles of high-level healing potions in front of the 3 prisoners, and continued to convey the message to the 3 prisoners. With pen and paper, heal your wounds as soon as possible. I will help you unlock your chains. I will help you create opportunities. Please defeat those 2 vampires. The glory of mankind will last forever. Dickens' back is as straight as a pine tree, and every stroke he writes is vigorous and powerful, as if it is filled with resentment against vampires and his persistence in avenging his best friend. Even though Dickens was wearing a mask at this time, it was difficult to conceal the awe-inspiring righteousness in his body, and his noble and dignified priestly aura seemed to be the only light in this dark and cold cell. Hot and dazzling, the 3 prisoners were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that one day they would get this kind of redemption. I can't help but feel mixed emotions. Soon, Badnalia walked behind the 3 prisoners, grabbed the chains connected to the shackles, and then broke them one by one. She has professional lock-picking skills and is good at picking locks day or night. So she knows how to break metal to make the sound as small as possible. So Cornelia untied the 3 prisoners as if by magic. At this time, Dickens wrote the next instructions on the paper. I will trick the 2 vampires outside to walk in without warning later. Please use all your strength to sneak attack and knock them down. Then run directly to pass the information away. We will also help you contain Lyslina the Countess and her 3 remaining family members. There was quite a hint of awareness in Dickens' words that he was ready to sacrifice. The 3 prisoners nodded solemnly. I can't help but feel some respect for this native of the film world in front of me. Soon, Dickens walked out of the door and said to the 2 family members guarding the door, after the review, they are no longer valuable. You can have a meal. Is it really possible? After hearing what Dickens said, both vampires showed excitement. During this period, in order to fulfill Countess Lyslina's policy of keeping a low profile, they did not capture prey. In addition, in order to survive the interrogation last night, not even a drop of blood was sucked. Don't worry, this is what the Marquis meant. Those who work harder will get more, and we will never squeeze any labor force. Dickens patted the shoulders of the family members around him and said, the 2 family members thought about it and found it reasonable. After all, they were the ones who stayed up during the day without sleeping and worked overtime. What happened to a full meal? Then let's go take action and thank the Marquis for our permission. Just as the 2 family members were about to enter, Dickens pressed the shoulder of the vampire family member next to him again and whispered in his ear, be careful when you go in. They seem to have a backhand to break free of the chains and fight back. The family members nodded. They quickly understood what Dickens meant. The 3 prisoners may still have some confidence. That kind of guard that cannot be found from the prisoners must be their hope for a comeback. So the moment the 2 vampire family members stepped into the cell, the war is about to break out. One side is ready for a sneak attack, and the other side is ready for a sneak attack. So it quickly turned into a head-on life and death confrontation. Suddenly, it was as if explosives had been detonated in the cell. Even standing outside, Dickon could feel the earth shaking in the cell. If this cell hadn't been strong enough and had a strong magic barrier attached to it, the movement would have been enough to cause part of the mansion to collapse. Die vampires, stupid humans. Do you think we can't see your little thoughts? The two sides had already formed a deadly feud last night, and both became extremely jealous when they faced each other head-on. Dickon also closed the iron door for them very thoughtfully and locked it. When it comes to fighting, it's life and death. You are not allowed to leave until you get a result. Then Dickon took out his most commonly used spell card, Three Corpses Rage, and activated it with great anticipation. When this card is triggered, the roars of the vampires and resurrectionists in the cell can be heard even more intensely. The two sides, who are already somewhat superior to each other, now seem to be unwilling to give up until there is a fight for victory. Love and peace. Listening to the beautiful sounds in the cell, Dickon couldn't help but hum a tune. Just after they fought for a while, Dickon felt that their condition should be a little bad, because the screams have become quieter. It's like I haven't eaten. They need to be encouraged. So Dickon summoned the ruined poet outside the door. Suddenly, the roar in the cell turned into screams. The enemies killed each other, but the pain was multiplied tenfold. The nature of this fight to the death changed instantly. The resurrectionists and vampires in the cell were already furious. Even though they knew it was a death game, they couldn't stop. So after a while, Dickon was sure that the sound in the cell had become weaker than ever before. 2 or 3 seemed to have fallen. There may still be 2 tough guys fighting for the decisive blow. We can't let them fight anymore at this time. Dickon wouldn't let them get their way. Cornelia, it's time to go. After hearing Dickon's instructions, Cornelia immediately activated Olive's Extreme Madness, picked up their blood detective book, opened the iron door and rushed into the cell. Then only more screams were heard in the cell. Within 5 seconds, the entire cell fell silent. Dickon walked into the cell as if taking a leisurely stroll, and looked at the 5 guys lying on the ground. The 3 resurrectionists are probably dead, but Nelia has already begun to search for the cards they revealed. However, the blood of the 2 vampires was too thick, so these few attacks could not kill them. At present, he just fainted from the pain after being beaten by Cornelia. But it's not a big problem. If you drag them out to bask in the sun later, tie them up and roast them over a fire, you can always kill them. Wouldn't we solve 5 troubles now? Next is you, Countess Lislina. Dickon hummed a tune again, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked leisurely towards the stairs, but Nelia also trotted over and followed him. Author's note. This new popsicle activity can get a lot of monthly passes. July monthly passes will disappear on August 1st. +1 update every 500 monthly tickets, no upper limit, until 2400 hours on July 31st. Zai Dog Called Father. Volume 3, Secrets of the Withering of the Sacred Right, 174. Dickon and Maureen's prediction of each other, 2 in 1. Next, as long as Maureen goes up to sell her, we can easily take down Countess Lislina. As Dickon talked to Cornelia, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in pleasure. The 2 of them were walking leisurely on the stairs back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. They planned to go back to the bedroom to wake up the lazy dog Maureen, and then let him trap Countess Lislina. This final task in the shadow world would be easy to win. The holidays actually start now, and what Dickon is looking forward to most today is undoubtedly Countess Lislina's confused, frightened and desperate look when she was framed. Dickon could already imagine Countess Lislina's expression at the moment when she closed her eyes and waited for Maureen's kiss, but Maureen inserted the poisonous blade into her heart. Dickon couldn't wait any longer. Be a human being, Kanzi. Vampires are more human than you. A faint voice floated from behind Dickon. Teacher Cat couldn't help but poke his head out of Cornelia's shadow to comment on Dickon. Dickon looked back at the cat teacher in Cornelia's shadow with confusion. Dickon, why are you here? Teacher Cat, of course I have to follow you to be safe. It doesn't matter where you sleep, meow. Dickon's smile disappeared instantly. He seemed to have a lot of things on his mind. Seeing the change in Dickon's expression, Teacher Cat quickly retreated into Cornelia's shadow. Although I don't know the reason, but it also knew that it seemed that it had done something unexpected by Dickon, and it might be bad. In fact, it was Maureen who secretly told it last night. Let it follow Dickon Cornelia during the day, record every moment they have, and communicate more in the future. Dickon was silent for a while, squatted next to Cornelia's shadow, and knocked on the shadow. Teacher Cat, be honest and be lenient. Did Morian trick you into following us, huh? What's the problem? Teacher Cat didn't dare to poke his head out. He hesitated and tried to muddle through. Chapter 164. Damn it. Although Dickon didn't quite know how Morian had bewitched Mr. Cat, but he didn't bother to delve deeper. Anyway, Teacher Cat jumped into Cornelia's arms, and there was nothing Dickon could do about it. What did Morian do? Cornelia asked with confusion. This bastard must have run away. Now we have to work overtime again, Dickon replied through gritted teeth. If Teacher Cat hadn't been keeping an eye on Morian, Morian would have taken advantage of this only opportunity to run away, and if Teacher Cat was in the bedroom, Morian would not leave Teacher Cat, a weak and pitiful kitten, alone in the Lord's room, and then run away. Although he is an unscrupulous profiteer, he still has some conscience towards his own people. Soon, Dickon and Cornelia came to the bedroom where they originally stayed on the second floor. Pushing open the bedroom door, as Dickon expected, Morian was gone. However, he noticed that there was a letter left by Morian on the desk. Dickon reluctantly picked up the letter. He opened the envelope and took out the letter with still wet ink. To Dickon, Cornelia and Teacher Cat, when you read this letter, I will have already left. This time, the amount of charity earned through hard work and wealth is approximately more than 3,000 holy gold coins. I will take 1,000, and the rest will be in this Chamber of Commerce crystal card as your luxury travel expenses. I put the crystal card in the envelope together. I wish you a happy trip to the holy country and a dreamlike trip full of beautiful memories. But you have to deal with Countess Lyslina first. It's a pity that I can't see you working overtime with my own eyes, which makes me a little lonely. I hope you can use fair and just means to deal with her instead of using some crooked ideas. I have always been a serious person, but correspondingly, leave the remaining 2 challengers who have not been caught to me for investigation. After you take care of Countess Lyslina, you can play in peace. As for the position of Marketing Director of Cakes and Group that you mentioned earlier, Dickon, let me think about it. After all, I have never worked for anyone. Also, I believe you can play more freely without me. Looking forward to meeting you next time. Morian. After reading the letter, Dickon shook his head helplessly. Once Morian, a guy who is good at disguise, runs away and blends into the crowd of the city-state, there is almost no way to find him again. And Morian is undoubtedly the person who understands Dickon best. It is almost impossible for Miliang to take the bait through fishing methods. It can be said that this wave is Morian's salvation, and the prison escape was successful. It really chills me. Dickon thought he already had some mutual trust with Morian. Unexpectedly, Morian ran away without hesitation. By the way, why did Morian run away? Meow. Teacher Cat asked in confusion. However, this question, Jean, Dickon and Cornelia both looked at each other guiltily. On the one hand, they are planning to let Morian become a cowherd later. On the other hand, after solving the task in the shadow world, the first thing they planned to do was to tie up Morian. Dickon had predicted that Morian would not be very honest, so we need to control him first. However, Morian seemed to have predicted Dickon's prediction. He took advantage of this last chance and ran away. Are you planning to do something to him? How could it be? Dickon and Cornelia both answered perfunctorily. Teacher Cat saw the attitudes of Dickon and Cornelia and quickly guessed their plans. These 2 guys are definitely planning to kidnap Morian and give him military training. Although Teacher Cat felt that Morian seemed to have deceived him, but think about it carefully. There is no doubt that Morian and it share the same goals. Morian really doesn't want to be a light bulb, so I chose to leave alone. Teacher Cat quickly forgave Morian. Dickon, TSK, this kid, do it as soon as we meet next time. Don't give him a chance to speak. Cornelia, okay. While Teacher Cat was thinking, Dickon and Cornelia had already planned their strategy to deal with Morian next time. Teacher Cat couldn't help but sigh. Now I really feel that Morian's running away is reasonable. It's because you guys are too cool. Meow. Ha ha ha, how dare you escape at the critical moment. For some reason, Dickon laughed again. I had a premonition that Morian would attack me, so I also prepared a little surprise for him. Dickon had already predicted what Morian might predict about him, so be prepared in advance. Let's deal with Countess Lyslina first, and we'll let Morian have fun later. Although Dickon could not catch Morian, but he promised to have a wave of Morian mentality later. At this time, 2 vampire family members were standing outside a bedroom on the 2nd floor of the mansion. This is Countess Lislina's room. In addition to Countess Lislina, there was also her only female vampire relative in the room. There were only a few lights in the whole room to illuminate the dim space. I saw that the curtains in the room had been replaced with thick black fabrics, blocking out all sunlight. Countess Lislina was originally sleeping, but for some reason there was something like decoration going on downstairs. Although she knew that the 2 demons under Marquis Roderick would torture the 3 prisoners, the movement was too big. It was like 2 of her family members were fighting with the 3 prisoners. But it didn't take long for the movement to stop. It seems that the 2 demons have finished their interrogation. The next step should be to report the situation to the Marquis, and then maybe come to her. Countess Lislina thought. So she stayed awake, sitting on the edge of the bed. Let's wait and see. She was looking forward to seeing the Marquis again soon. I waited like this for dozens of minutes. There was finally some movement outside the door. Then there was a knock on the door. Lady Lislina, Marquis Roderick would like to ask you for a consultation. Hearing the voice of the devil's spawn outside the door, Countess Lislina happily stood up from the edge of the bed. She quickly went and opened the door. She saw 2 masked demons standing outside the door, waiting for her. Your Majesty, the Marquis would like to talk to you alone. Durkan bowed respectfully to Lislina and then said, Okay. Lislina quickly signaled to her dependents to wait here, and then eagerly followed Dickon and Cornelia. So Dick and Cornelia took Countess Lislina to their room. The Marquis is waiting for you inside. Durkan held the door handle and prepared to open the door for Countess Lislina. At this moment, Cornelia was ready to take action. She instantly summoned the murder book, blood detective book, and hit Lislina hard on the head. However, Countess Lislina dodged again with strange movements. Lislina seemed to react extremely quickly, but Cornelia was unable to hit her for a moment. Countess Lislina looked at Cornelia with a shocked and angry expression. What do you want to do? But Cornelia didn't respond to her. He just picked up the guy again and hit her on the head. Dickon also summoned the Ruin Poet, to ensure that once Cornelia's murder book hits, it will cause 20 times the pain and make Lislina faint. Enemies that can be killed by force. They never beat much. However, Durkan soon discovered that Countess Lislina's dexterity was not due to her physical abilities at this time. Rather, she seems to have the ability to temporarily predict the enemy's movements, similar to extremely high dodge attributes. When they first met, Lislina was able to avoid Cornelia's sneak attack, probably because of this ability. The board is tall, the health is huge, he is good at disguise and even has a little brother. Why is he still an evasive character? Chapter 165. It would be really troublesome for this vampire countess to return to the full 7th level. It would be difficult for at least 13 regular 6th level challengers to defeat her and her 5 dependents. Unfortunately, the countess' luck was punished by God, and her IQ also suffered from brain problems due to love. As if she had a financial advantage of 10,000, she was inadvertently robbed by the other party. Baudouin directly carried her away, and was hit by the Dickon gang in the Lord's mansion. It's hard to avoid being manipulated by one side. And now she actually managed to survive Cornelia's pursuit. If Cornelia's buff time expires, there may be no way to defeat the Countess. In addition, several of her family members also rushed over after receiving her order. The classic recreates the scene when they first met. But it doesn't matter. Dickon wasn't afraid of them last time, because Dickon has a card in his hand that can defeat all vampires. Last time, Dickon was worried that she would run away. It was night after all, but now it's daytime, and this mansion is both Lislina's protection and her prison, and she can't escape at all. Countess Lislina's value has also been squeezed out, ready to harvest. So Dickon took out the 3rd level spell card that was a special attack against vampires. No matter what fancy abilities Countess Lislina has, once this card is used, Cornelia can instantly kill Countess Lislina. So Dickon used Sunfist. Moment. The entire dark corridor turned into a world of light, and Dickon is the sun. Countess Lislina was not only blinded by the sudden light, she also felt a sense of powerlessness all over her body. It's like being bathed in strong sunlight. Not only was she exposed because of this flash, she also lost her ability to counterattack. But Cornelia was not caught at all because she was wearing a mask. So he was quickly caught by Cornelia and hit his head with a fatal spine blow. Countess Lislina rolled her eyes, Her whole body twitched and fainted from pain. "This is the purest power of sunlight, can you feel it?" Sunshine Boy Deacon said. The three dependents who lost their commander were immediately at a loss. On the one hand they are afraid of this violent demon with a book. On the one hand, he is afraid of the hell demon behind who can use the power of the sun. In their eyes, the other party is like two evil ghosts slowly approaching them. Not long after, the vampire's screams echoed in the mansion again. Can this bastard stop flashing without warning every time? The audience who was blinded by Deacon just now cursed again. Is this card really effective against vampires? After all, it's called Sun Fist, not Flash Technique. The cards made by Deacon seem to have never had name fraud. The audience even suspected that Deacon's primary goal when making the card was to attack vampires. Unfortunately, the last time in the ancient house on the barren mountain, the final powerful enemy Viscount Augustine was subdued before Deacon could even use Sun Fist. Is this guy the enemy of all races? Why does he always want to make some targeted cards? If you think about it carefully, it seems that he is indeed launching a special attack on the evil camp. Don't think so, he is just a gangster. Author's note, I will finish writing the 3rd volume tomorrow, and then I have sorted out the card illustrations so far, including the effects of the cards, the number of chapters they appear in, the holders, and the corresponding plot introduction, so that everyone can review and refer to it. The following is an exam question. As we all know, must canine animals bark woof? But there is a kind of canine that barks daddy. So what is it? A Shiba Inu, B Aka Inu, C dog asking for monthly tickets. D the white-haired, red-eyed, tiger-toothed backless sweater, the tsundere dog girl Ximu, who is 1.5 meters tall and has rings on her legs, is about to cry without a monthly ticket. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rite, 175. The Entanglement Between Deacon, Master and the Holy Kingdom, 2 in 1. Under the big tree in the backyard of the Lord's mansion. The sky didn't seem to have much sunlight at noon. Only the thin air and sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, shining on Deacon and Cornelia. Phew, call it a day. Deacon leaned under the tree and basked in the sun leisurely. And Cornelia was sitting next to him. The two of them were as relaxed and comfortable as they were playing with the cats in the back of the school. Only this time, they moved Countess Lislina to the backyard to bask in the sun with them. They spent a lot of time here and finally used blood purification to evaporate the blood from Countess Lislina's body. Just like when I gave physical therapy to Viscount Augustine, the boss of the ancient house on the barren mountain. Whenever Deacon used blood purification to wake up Lislina, Cornelia would use blood detective book to knock Lislina unconscious. Countess Lislina was as easy to lull to sleep as a baby in the sun. One of them was responsible for anesthesia, and the other was responsible for treatment. They repeated dozens of treatments and finally completely purified the vampire count. When all the blood in a vampire's body is exhausted, no matter how strong her recovery ability and vitality are, she cannot repair her injuries. Obviously, blood purification is also a countermeasure guard against vampires. Seeing that both Deacon and Cornelia had called it a day, and that Countess Lislina had completely stopped moving, the Lord who was hiding in the mansion finally went out and walked to Deacon's side. Priest. Is this vampire already dead? The Lord asked. Well, of course, Mr. Lord, you can rest assured. Deacon replied with a calm smile. The professional smile resembled that of a professional, making the Lord feel extremely at ease. When Deacon and Cornelia successfully brought down all the vampires in the mansion, they gave priority to waking up the Lord. Theoretically, as long as the mind-controlled user loses consciousness, the abnormal state of the controlled person is relatively easy to remove. However, the abnormal state imposed by Countess Lislina requires high-level purification magic to easily remove it. Rank is a flaw for Deacon and Cornelia. However, they also have methods. Sometimes physical means are much easier to use than magic, and Cornelia is a master of force magic. As a result, the Lord had a big bump on his head, and he finally recovered from Countess Lislina's control. In the state of mind control, although the Lord felt confused, as if he had had a nightmare, he had a general impression of the cause and effect. After he woke up, He quickly understood the situation even without Dickon trying to fool him. There is no doubt that it was the strange priest and the nun who was inseparable from him who rescued the Lord's mansion and saved the city-state. Although their style and methods were too evil, the Lord knew exactly how to treat these two people. After all, he is a man who knows right from wrong. Besides, let's not talk about whether these two people are partners of justice. At least no one who dislikes longevity dares to mess with them. There is no doubt that these two people are more terrifying than the vampire countess who gave him nightmares. What should I do with those vampires locked in the basement? The Lord asked hesitantly. Of course he hoped that these two masters could help him deal with these troubles. But when he saw that Dickon and Cornelia wanted to take a nap and live a slow life, he couldn't force it. I can only ask politely. Can't we just send those few to the Holy Right Church in the city-state for processing? Dickon raised his eyebrows and asked with some confusion. He and Cornelia only planned to kill the boss with their own hands to prevent unnecessary complications. But they really don't want to slowly redeem these elite monsters with huge blood. Priest, I no longer want to trust the Holy Right Church in this city-state. As the Lord spoke, the expression on his face became full of resentment. Then why do you believe me? Am I not also a priest of the Holy Right Church? Dickon asked. No, you are different. You and High Priest Kevin are both priests from the north. You are both truly noble priests and worthy of trust. Hearing the Lord's answer, Dickon was stunned for a moment. Then it got a little more serious. He didn't expect that such an Easter egg-like plot would appear after the mission was over. Dickon realized that he was not a local priest, but from the Holy City. Is it possible that when he deceived several prisoners in the dungeon before and said he is a close friend of High Priest Kevin, it was actually true in the background story? Why open your mouth? Please tell me as much as you know about the situation, such as the issues regarding the Holy Right Church branch in this city-state. Dickon began to trick the Lord. The Lord was silent, as if he didn't dare to say anything. Please feel free to speak out. I will not let others know what you have told me, and I will bear my own responsibility if anything happens. Dickon felt particularly concerned about this information. He patted the Lord's shoulder gently and looked at the Lord solemnly. It's obvious that the shadow world has ended, but he can still continue to dig up information. Chapter 166. It shows that the story of the Holy Kingdom may not be over yet. Moreover, Dickon very doubted that their Barren Mountain Blizzard movie they entered last time and their Secrets of the Decline of the Sacred Rites this time were in the same world background. If only this could be verified. Then it is very likely that Dickon will enter the shadow world related to the Holy Kingdom in the future. Generally speaking, the shadow world that most challengers enter is random. They may challenge the shadow world many times, but they will never enter the shadow world with the same world background. However, there are also challengers who will enter several interrelated shadow worlds in succession. It's like these challengers have an inexplicable entanglement with the background of this world. Rather than trying their luck to enter this shadow world, it's more like some fixed shadow world chose them. Dickon didn't feel it when he entered the Demon Academy and the ancient house on the deserted mountain. But after entering this shadow world, Dickon's feeling became very strong. He seems to really have some trouble with the Holy Kingdom. The Lord sighed, clenched his fists as if he had figured something out, and whispered, actually, it's not just a problem with the Holy Right Church in this city-state, it's also the same with the Holy Right Church in the entire South. I think the root of the problem is in the Holy Capital. Dickon, Holy City. The Holy Capital is the royal capital of the Holy Kingdom, located in the south-central part of the Holy Kingdom. Lord, it is rumored that the northern part of the Holy Kingdom is currently involved in a war with the demons, while the southern part is ignoring it as if it has nothing to do with it, and the Holy City is doing nothing. This attitude is like the people who have given up on the north. They only seek to be wise and protect themselves. And this time I finally know that the Holy City has not given up on the north, but is indifferent to the safety of all citizens. Even the south is the same. And to really protect us, we have to rely on you, the priests of Lord Lun's lineage from the north. You obviously have to fight against the demons in the north, and you have to come to the south to defend against the vampires. Sooner or later, the Holy City will overwhelm you. The Lord became more and more excited as he spoke. It seemed that even if he risked losing his head by saying such words, he would not hesitate to finish them. Hearing the Lord's answer, Dickon nodded. Mr. Lord, Thank you for your honest and brave speech. I still have some questions to ask you. Just ask. So after some further questioning, Dickon roughly clarified the background of the story before the beginning of this shadow world. High Priest Kevin was sent by Cardinal Lun to the south to guard Marquis Roderick's seal many years ago. Some time ago, the North heard some rumors about the vampires, and sent a priest, Dickon, to the south to cooperate with the High Priest Kevin in the defense. As a result, as soon as Dickon arrived in the city-state, he heard the news from the town that Kevin was missing and the bridge was broken. Next, Priest Dickon followed the knights from the town to the city-state to seek help and rushed to the town, opening this shadow world. Dickon now understands why something happened to the great Priest Kevin in the small town, but the only one who went to the town from the city-state to investigate was Dickon. Because the priests of the Southern Blessed Sacrament Church really do nothing. Don't worry, I will report the situation to Lord Lun. Dickon already understood that he was a priest of the Lun family, so he updated his wording. As far as Dickon knew, Lun was the youngest cardinal of the Blessed Sacrament Church and the core force on the northern front. Dickon did not expect that his identity was not an ordinary priest, but one with thighs. Will this thigh named Lun be encountered in the shadow world in the future? Cardinal Lun. Just as Dickon was thinking, the master's murmur suddenly came from his heart. What? Master, have you heard of this name? Dickon responded with great surprise. No. I can't remember clearly. But I seem to have an impression that I may have had contact with this person. The master seemed to be trying to remember. The name Lun evoked her memories, and some memory fragments seemed to be being picked up and spliced together by her. But the memory is like a damaged module, unable to find the key points, and can only reluctantly sort out some fragments that were not sufficient in the first place. Her memories, like her soul, were incomplete and broken, and she could never remember some things about herself, especially about the first half of her career. She had no memory at all, as if it had been completely cut off. What is relatively clearly retained is only the most important memory of the period before her death and her accumulated knowledge. I can confirm that I have met Lun, a human being. Finally, Master Jiang seemed to have discovered something, and conveyed his thoughts to Dickon with some excitement! Dickon was also a little excited. Unexpectedly, in the third shadow world, he successfully found clues related to the master's life experience. So it seems that I will enter the shadow world of the Holy Kingdom because I have some connection with you? Dickon asked. Since the master has met Lun, it means that the master has been to the Holy Kingdom in this world. But that had to be thousands of years ago or tens of thousands of years ago. This means that the timeline corresponding to this shadow world is actually thousands of years ago in this world. It's a story that happened in ancient times. No, Master Jiang suddenly denied what Dickon said, making Dickon frown slightly. Why is it sometimes different? If it doesn't have anything to do with you, could it possibly have something to do with me? However, Dickon only heard the master continue to say, I will come to the Holy Kingdom shadow world. And it is something to do with you. I was with Lun. And I saw you. The master's words were like thunder exploding in Dickon's ears. How can it be? Even though his brain was running fast, Dickon couldn't figure out what the master meant. How could he himself be related to the Holy Kingdom? Where is the connection between him and Lun, and between him and his master? Look, the master worked hard to share with Dickon the fragmented pictures he had pieced together in his memory. Dickon gradually felt that he could feel the memory of his master. It was an extremely blurry picture. There seemed to be two people talking in a large hall, surrounded by unclear people. Of the two main figures, one looked solemn but a little tired. This figure must be Lun. And another figure seemed to be talking to Lun. Although the picture is blurry, it is not difficult to see that this is exactly what Dickon looks like. Dickon observed the scene as if he had seen a ghost. The only difference between the current Dickon and the current Dickon is that the Dickon in the master's memory has golden eyes. From the master's first point of view, she was standing next to Dickon. Dickon's golden pupils in the picture were all too familiar to him. This was what Dickon looked like when he was possessed by the master. But here comes the problem. In the scene of master's memory, master was obviously alive beside him, so why did his pupils turn golden? Impossible. How could I appear elsewhere in the Holy Kingdom? Dickon felt his scalp numb. The master's memory should be from 1,000 years ago, maybe even 10,000 years ago. There shouldn't be any Dickon at that time. Moreover, even if, in the future, Dickon will enter a shadow world related to the Holy Kingdom and meet Lun. That is also the shadow world. The shadow world is a parallel world that is recreated from the real world, another world, and world history. It is absolutely different from the current world. If this is the memory of the Master in this world, then it can only mean that Dickon really appeared in ancient times. Is it possible that I will travel back to ancient times in the future? Dickon asked in confusion. It's impossible, even at the 10th level. It's impossible to reverse cause and effect through 10,000 years of time. The Master replied very definitely. She has a clear understanding of the limits of the power system in this worldview. Both Dickon and Shijiang were silent for a long time. They completely ignored the Lord who was waiting in the courtyard of the Lord's mansion. For them now, figuring this out is more important than anything else. Then there's only one explanation. Dickon thought for a long time, and finally conveyed in his mind, the Holy Kingdom has an inexplicable origin and entanglement with me, Master, and you, and our past and present lives. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that he met his Master, but it is a necessity. It is possible that the answers to these entanglements can only be found in other Holy Kingdom film worlds. Author's note: first, the regular update on the 25th will be updated in advance, and then a few chapters will be added in the afternoon of the 25th to finish the third volume. 500 monthly tickets plus one update, which lasts until the end of the month. I feel like there may be hope for the top 3 monthly tickets this month. Recommend a friend's book. Honkai, starting from the second Honkai Impact when Sky Ranger returns. Orange, during the Sky Ranger period, Keanu obtained the time travel system, and then returned to the second Honkai Impact with the consciousness of Hesha of Sky to explore the story of Siren. Volume 3, Secrets of the Decline of the Holy Rite. 176. Dickon is thinking about the entire shadow world. Updated on 1430. I didn't expect ... I actually met you many years ago. The Master's words were full of pain. The more she wanted to delve deeper, the more unclear she became about her own memory. Dickon ... Who are you? She wanted to get her memory back, but she couldn't pick up the fragments.